going to have same picks and bans here, so don't throw it. We're just going to go all the way down the order, I think, and then swap these up and then hopefully get back into game. But yeah, I mean, historically, I've always been like a big cheeser, right? Like, and I'd generally like pick a champion. I made it to Diamond a couple times just like picking a single champion. And, you know, we had that question the other day. It's just like, commit to a champion, learn those matchups, and you can overcome games that you shouldn't necessarily win.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's like outplay potential exists. Like, to win a matchup that even if it's in your favor, if you play like a 70-30, like you have to play it correctly for that for any of the knowledge in that matchup to exist, right? Like, yeah, you miss a key ability, like CC whiffs at a key time and you punish, then all of a sudden like you're on even footing. A single kill skews it, you're at 50-50, and that's why you do see, like, it's not often, but in competitive games, right, in the OPL, like whatever you watch, like outplay potential is always there, skill expression, especially in recent times.
Yeah.
Given the meta, it's not just like Maokai, Alistar, Deathball, face palm, like your, you know what I mean, your keyboard, and then all of your buttons land and it's fine. Like in a meta with like Yasuo, Kiana being played, turret plating just meant that early laning phase has meant so much more. We do have much more like skill expression in matchups alone. Yeah,
I love that term, by the way, skill expression. Yeah, it's such a big deal because I also had like a stint as Riven, right? And it was like so different from like playing Shen, for example. You know? And like you have to learn the combos and then learn the situation in which to use them. And then you've also got to do that in high pressure situations, which is also just completely different from like trying to do a fast combo on red buff compared to doing a fast combo on someone who's moving and is a human.
Flashing and like
You know, and then you've got to predict all that, and that is like a completely different game. Yeah, which is like, again, this is all applicable to pro players. Like, do you play a simpler comp that's easier to execute in those high-pressure situations, or do you go for high skill expression champions? Like, I look at a Kiana pick as well. Like, do you do that in a situation like this and hope for the best?
Yeah. And he does.
He does.
He's going to lock him in. And draft now completed for the second time. This is Order vs. AV 2.0.
Yep.
Hopefully we get into game.
Well, we're talking about Civil War, I guess. What was the next film? Endgame.
Is this Marvel
OPL
Universe?
Endgame? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, maybe I'll piss people off by saying this, but I watched Endgame, but I didn't watch Infinity War.
Right, you're probably pretty confused then, because I
knew like Thanos just from like memes. He was just like a big purple thumb-looking dude.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing with like superhero movies, and maybe I'll piss people off even more, it's like they all just follow the same script.
Yeah, I mean, it's also
like,
the same
there's not much to be confused about when you step into, like, you know what I mean, the end of it, and it's like, okay, like, I know who the villain is. I know who the good guys are. It's fine.
Well, this one, we don't really have Thanos. We just have, like, I think we have two Avengers right here, you know? One's Captain America, one's Iron Man, as we get into game. Yep. Order versus Avant. And it all comes down to this. A single win puts a team in. A single loss drops a team out of Gauntlet here in 2019 OPL Summer Split. And AV... maybe not in the champions, but in how they're playing this right here, just walking into enemy jungle, getting that, not a ward down, they didn't place a ward, it wasn't warded out by Order, spotting them there, and this is a menagerie of pings.
Oh, yes, they actually want the flank onto Order, of course. The standard play is one person invades, and then you just go to the other side of the map. Order wanted to do just that.
I'm just going to walk it down to the bottom lane, and yeah, this will be Avant starting topside in vision of Order.
And the big thing here is like the matchups, right? Because Ryze and Vladimir are flexible at the end of the day, so having this vision is kind of much more useful than just the Lee Sin, because it is actually going to be Chippy's going into the Kiana. So we kind of talked about the Corki and the matchups that he wants. Maybe differing opinions here, and Tally looking to maybe chase that Vladimir, and Chippies is like, absolutely not. I'd rather take a Kiana.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that Ryze moving to the top lane, and Swiffer in a very similar situation to yesterday. Now into the Vladimir matchup, playing from blue side once again, so hopefully he can turn this one around. It is a different player piloting, of course, this Vladimir. And into the top lane, we do have a Corki versus Ryze matchup, so a little while since I've seen this.
Yeah, it has been a while since Ryze top. There was a big stint there, but the big thing for Ryze top was like chase down potential, and that's the ability that I want to talk about. The nerf to like the stack 2 orbs and then jungler commits. It's a flash route onto the enemy, and there was just kind of zero counterplay.
Yep.
In mid lane, that was already very difficult to play around, and in top lane, the longer lane, it is a little bit more dangerous if the jungle can get up there around vision. It makes it even more potent and has led to a little bit of a drop-off in the Ryze topside matchup. But going back to old picks here in this one, and yeah, Shock going to trek up there with Tally.
Yeah, gonna get it again here. And also looking towards that bottom lane, you know, first game as champion not Nautilus, this time a very different play style here on the Karma. Won't be looking for those hard engages. Also that Morgana pick from Jake as well, picking into that one. So kind of knew what they were buying into.
Yeah. And take a look at the keystones as well. Press the attack, very standard on the Lucian. You have the double tap passive, you proc it very quickly. But yeah, Kai'Sa going for that one is a much more aggressive option. Even though the binding lands, Chen Chuan hits him with the RQ combo, and Jake's been copying a couple of those this game already, only 3 minutes in.
Yeah, Avant definitely have control over this bottom lane wave. You can see about a 2-wave advantage already opening up here. Mid lane, Chippy's playing towards bottom side of lane. That's where Lee Sin is and the vision that they have stacked up already. Though, do have Spooks still looking for this gank in mid lane. Will now start walking towards him. Instant Sanguine pull. Lee Sin walks after. Going to be the route down onto 2.
But they would have had no idea that that actually stunned multiple members there. Even if it hit Chippy's at the back end, that's the play. Hovers to the right side of the lane, runs towards his jungler, and as soon as Order spot that out, they're like, yep, okay, not committing any further with this one. Scuttle Crab is going to be the prize for the Sejuani, but it does open up Miru to take away the Raptor camp, and by the little marker that is still on the map, you can see that he actually left a little one there. Pool, not sure on the cooldown, but Order still looking for the reset here.
Yeah, and this mid lane is going significantly better here for Swift, especially with another gank onto Chippy's. Goes into the Sanguine pool once again, as Vladimir is want to do. But still, this pressure is very nice for this Kiana because, you know, was basically shut out of that last game that she played. So, I mean, much better in this one.
Miru also around behind the bottom lane. Jake on vision as well is going to show.
Just ding level 4, lands the Q. Almost dicey there, almost gets dragged into turret range. Crab's going to cop the binding, but Miru is there to protect as well. Also gives him a little shield, so walk away from his bottom lane.
Yeah, so it's going to be just a flash-for-flash trade in the support department. Guncrab also on negative mana right now, so we'll be opting in for the recall. Kind of taking a look at what Sejuani was doing in the mid lane, of course. First gank hits and Chippy's TP's back, so the return gank looks a bit skewed. It's like, okay, he has pull. Like, why are you going back to this lane? They just kind of wanted to get a chunk out. Swiffer pushes in and gets a reset against the TP matchup. And AV with a very smart punish, right? Like, this is a 10 CS lead, couple of camps there for Miru already, and just an opportunistic look at bottom lane. There's not a lot of CC that can come from a Kai'Sa, from a Karma, and at the end of the day, your W is Karma. Like, it's very obvious, it's very easily spell shielded, and the worst thing about it is you have to just like run in a straight line to be able to land it. So there is like the tiniest bit of outplay potential if you like E yourself, get the move speed boost from Inspire and dodge the binding. That feels very good, but AV just kind of fishing for options, and they did get a flash out of it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's early game. Bottom lane's ahead here for Avant, but mid lane's ahead for Order. Jake waiting in this bush, going to be spotted out by that ward. Soft leg goes wide. And he's taking that damage here.
It's one of those weird abilities, right, where you kind of don't want them to be within the max cast distance. It's very easy to miss, like a point-blank Mantra Q. Whereas if they're like, what, like 5-6 Teemos away, like 500 units, then all of a sudden it's like, it doesn't matter if I miss, he's still getting hit by the AoE. And I'm Gucci.
Yeah, when it pops.
Yeah, when it pops, it's like Blitzcrank hook. It's like the tiniest bit bigger at the end, but Karma is exacerbated twofold.
Yeah, optimal range. Comes Chippy's. Yeah, can't really stop Spooks from taking this cap, but he definitely can take a few in return. Here comes Miru. Gets the smite down, actually.
as well.
In from the top lane. Jumps back, has the Hemoplague ticking. Instant flash. Tries to get away. Here comes Miru. Swiffer essentially has to body block here. Turned around. Swiffer tries to make it to the wall. Flash, jumps it. And AV do not claim the kill here.
Yeah, but they do force him out of the jungle as well. Miru smites down the camp, so advantage still in the hands of the Lee Sin, forcing Spooks to go for a reset, and it costs them 2 flashes to boot, so they lose the jungle camp, lose the summoners, and lose control of bot side of the map once again. AV, this is, after a weekend of poor early games, it's a completely different start for them here versus Order. Yeah,
100%. That being said, Chippy's did burn his flash, and so did Shock, so it is a 2-for-2 trade in flashes, but Mira is still on the map, moves towards the bottom side, takes the bottom grab, and is now looking towards Spooks and his Raptors. This is a smite for both junglers. Swiffer will be able to react first, though, so looks like Mira will back away from this one. So he is now looking towards this mid lane. Ward hops, looks for the Q. Did have Dragon's Rage, so was maybe looking for it, but doesn't connect the Sonic Wave.
If Chippy's had ulti there, then maybe that was just a flash kick in the head. Swiffer gets one hit by the Vladimir. Spooks now in trouble once again. Ward is going to spot it. And I want to talk about that Raptor camp, right? Like, Spooks lost his first one to the Lee Sin, goes to trade on the other side of the map, gets pushed back, and you speak to any jungler, aside from buffs, like, those are the most important camps in terms of, oh, that feels even worse. In terms of, like, XP, gold value, that's the one you want.
Yeah.
AV just hard targeting the Sejuani right now, taking away the big golem. It's a miserable time to be a pig.
It is indeed. You know, back in the LPL, we had a player called Style of Me, SOFM. He was the Raptor Goblin. He would take every Raptors ever. He would bring his team to the Raptors, their Raptors. He would have 8 Raptor camps in a row, and it's just like, he wouldn't concentrate anything else, only Raptors. But yeah, it was a huge amount of experience and gold going over to that team.
And you can kind of see it right now. Level 6 dinged. First Dragon is going to get started up. AV very happy to just claim that one in what has been a slow laning phase, at least for the laners.
to connect the Sonic Wave.
If Chippy's had ulti there, then maybe that was just a flash kick and that head Swiffer gets one hit by the Vladimir. Spook's now in trouble once again. Ward is going to spot it. And I want to talk about that Raptor camp, right? Like, Spook's lost his first one to the Lee Sin, goes to trade on the other side of the map, gets pushed back, and you speak to any jungler, aside from buffs, like, those are the most important camps in terms of, oh, that feels even worse. In terms of, like, XP, gold value, that's the one you want.
Yeah.
AV just hard targeting the Sejuani right now, taking away the big golem. It's a miserable time to be a pig.
It is indeed. You know, back in the OPL, we had a player called Style of Me, SOFM. He was the Raptor Goblin. He would take every Raptors ever. He would bring his team to the Raptors, their Raptors. He would have 8 Raptor camps in a row, and it's just like, he wouldn't concentrate anything else, only Raptors. But yeah, it was a huge amount of experience and gold going over to that team.
And you can kind of see it right now. Level 6 dinged. First Dragon is going to get started up. AV very happy to just claim that one in what has been a slow laning phase, at least for the laners, right? Like, they're just kind of posturing back and forth. Very even in CS, bar the mid lane, given those 2
to what's happening around them. Yeah.
So Ocean Dragon, this is an Ocean Dragon game. You just kind of sit there farming up. If you're an AV fan right now, you look at the scaling, the Vladimir, the Ryze, the Kai'Sa. You're very happy to just sit back and let this happen and let this slow game unfold, whereas Order do have a little bit more of an onus. They're not mega outscaled by any rights, but in terms of the Qiyana Sejuani, once they hit that level 6 mark, they do want to get a little bit more active on Summoner's Rift.
Late game insurance, though, in the form of that Corki, but in the bottom lane, just getting chased out. Good spell shield. Miro also heading towards his bottom lane, but bottom lane for Avant kind of chunked out. Flash kick, execute combo against the wall. Dream now getting chased back, has the flash and heal, so he should be dying here, but first blood goes to Avant.
And look at the flash time. It's about 10 seconds now, 5 away from coming back up. That's just great preparation there from AV. Chen Xuan, yes, he cops a binding in the face, but does the work anyway. Lee Sin goes down, very easy cleanup. Shock now looking for it. Yeah,
spots Swiffy's coming in, but knocks him towards the wall. Ultimate kill, and that will be a kill traded back on top side.
Yeah, and a plating already going down, so Tally hitting the turret, and with that priority, Swiffer rotates over. Shock trying his best to dissuade any sort of play, but face checking a Qiyana is not a good place to be, so a kill, as you mentioned, just traded across the map right now, and gold probably necessary to be hitting onto the Qiyana at this stage in the game.
Miro finishing off that red buff, maybe looking towards Herald now, which has just spawned. Spotted on that ward, however, and Spooks is waiting in the wings here. Also, Morgana moving towards this mid lane, holding it here for Swiffer.
Order thought that maybe Miru was going to look for some sort of Rift Herald contest. Jake postures up, and that's not an uncommon play for a support to roam topside or look around mid, but the fact was that he was just showing straight up on the wave. Yeah. Right? Supports and junglers, when you're off the map, one of the worst things you can do is just show on vision that you know what's there. So that was a very obvious play. He wants to show his head and be like, no, any sort of startup here is not going to happen. Spooks now looking for Shock round 2.
Yeah, places down that deep ward, but essentially just going to be cleared up here by Tally. Minion waves cleared out by both top laners, so no real contest or anything to fight over there. Jake looking for that sneaky banning over the wall, but Mirror is waiting. He's finding himself a lane gank. Does have his jungle item completed actually in the form of the Warriors Enchant, so this is a pretty big time for the Lee Sin. And we spot on this ward as he walks down to this bottom lane. Probably just clear this one out, just allow AV to step forward and get a lot of damage. There comes the Killer Instinct in from Gunkrab. Takes a lot of damage out from Dream, who then body blocks for his bottom lane, but here comes Miru. Has to double flash out of that Sonic Wave.
And after a weekend of bottom lane struggling, AV are throwing so many resources, and this is looking the goods. All 4 summoners down from Dream and Jake, and also the Lucian goes for that buy of the Vampiric Scepter to get himself through a tough time. Chippy's now under fire. Yeah,
similar story in the mid. A lot of pressure coming out from this Sejuani, but not burning his flash or anything really there from Chippy's. But it is setting up the Qiyana, allowing her to push in the wave, roam, get to plays, make skirmishes happen. And speaking of, dives the turret, takes the tower shot, but Mirror in from the bottom lane just gets cleaned up.
Yeah, very nice read from AV. The boys were already there with the punish. Miru able to walk back around. Swiffer with the all-in attempt. That was the ult he flashed away from Chippy, so a very good reaction to keep himself safe, and Qiyana does fall down quite easily there. AD Carry just in a little 1v1 battle right now, but a lot of pings into the jungle. Chen Xuan.
Big ultimate onto Chen Xuan. He'll flash away instantly, looking towards his Blast Cone flash, and he gets hit by the binding. Nice lead there by Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. Rift Herald on the other side of the map is spotted by Tally, but half HP. Swiffer basically in the fountain right now, so a contest is very difficult.
It is about to drop here. 1K, Tally looking for the sneaky rocket. Not going to happen, and Mira will collect the Rift Herald. This game has been exceptionally back and forth, even at the 30-minute mark. You know, kill for kill, kill for kill. Finally, you do get the Herald going over to Avant, which will give them a small edge here.
And it's not for lack of trying. There have been so many gank attempts this game. Think of Spooks attacking Chippy. Think of Miro attacking the bottom lane. Yes, last time it was successful. They get the kill, but only 4 kills at 13 minutes is not what you've expected. As to the early game we've seen right now. You mentioned the Rift Herald, huge bonus. They probably want to use it before 13 or 14 minutes rather, but given we're at 13:20, no recall, like timing is going to be there. If Miro wants to drop it and get plates, it will have to be on this deploy right now.
Yeah, pretty much instantaneously. Dream and Jake actually rock up to the mid lane, so going to be pretty hard just to drop it in mid lane and leave. Top lane is a possibility. Swiffer is now rotating up there, but looks like he's just going to recall. So this will be a later Herald drop. Chenchuan also moving from the bottom lane to meet Chippies in the mid here. Also dodging that second Soul Flare coming into the mid lane there as well. Got a lot of completed items actually just being picked up for those bases. Triforce in top lane, Storm Razors in bottom lane, Archangels in top lane again here for Shock.
Yeah, Duskblade in the hands of the Kiana. This is an interesting setup. Normally, before the Rift Herald goes down, it's like, okay, bottom side laning phase, they just flip the map. They go up here and look for a fight. Swiffer is looking for a fight nonetheless, but both teams going in for the 1-3-1. From Order's side, they're like, yes, open up the lane for Swiffer, look for kill potential, and AV, they just want to hold. 1-3-1 is one of the most stable setups in League of Legends, and I've said it before, they need time for the Vladimir, need time for the Rise, and this is going to do just that.
Yeah, here comes the Herald though into mid lane. Swiffer gets the Vladimir out of the lane for combo. And Vladimir is actually very far back, maybe suspecting because there's so many members of Buggle Board there's someone there. Shelly comes into the mid lane and Chenchuan will just die behind it. Gunkrab couldn't do a whole lot to save him there.
Yeah. AV looking for the double whammy. The Dragon start is there from Miru, and they look for the Rift Herald bash at the same time. So Dragon successful. Mid lane not so much as Chenchuan does fall down, but Shock in the side lane left all alone down here on Rise. Just eats that turret for breakfast, and AV getting themselves a slight gold lead, 1,000, the biggest of the game so far.
Yep, 2 dragons is also to their name, and thank you, Observer. Just move Chippy to the top lane now. He's indeed in the top lane, and Swift is going to go up there and meet him. Actually, recall. Try and stop this one here. Good crap, but Spook stops it from happening.
And it is quite interesting, right? Like, think about the solo lane matchups. The Rise was taken into the Corki early, but it's a little bit harder to itemize towards the Zhonyas on the Rise. Like, Vladimir wants that button eventually, and so is super useful. So AV coming into this one, level 1, yes, they get spotted, but they were like, okay, these are the lanes we want. We hard force them, and now into mid-game, just straight up due to itemization, Chippies goes towards the Seeker's Arm Guard. He's sitting on Zhonya's components and will get there eventually. So they're like, okay, like you face off against the Kiana, make Swiffer's life a little bit difficult in terms of finding those picks. And this is the sort of game it eventuates into, right? Order have been looking for things. They do have one more kill than their opponents, but a 1,000 gold deficit is not the place to be when you're looking to get things rolling.
Just trying to catch Chenchuan on the opposite side catwalk there towards Raptors. Swiffer waiting in enemy jungle though. I don't believe he's sat on the ward, so he's just waiting for someone to maybe transition through a lane. Chenchuan gets hit by another binding there. Jake will just catch him as he's juking back and forth. And now Order all rotating towards this mid lane. Swiffer
ulti lands!
tosses out the ultimate onto 3 players. That's going to be an instant double kill. Teleport's coming out as well from AV. Chippy's moving forwards. That's a big Tides of Blood. And Swiffer, he's low, but a heal clutch there coming in from the bottom laner. Dream will keep him alive. Yeah,
that was the play they needed. Swiffer throws 3 into the turret, picks up a double off the back end, and now Order. Maybe health bar's a little bit too low to continue the play, but another couple of kills equalizes this gold lead, and you saw the play immediately. Dream actually the one to step up, the preemptive shield from Morgana, so that he can play aggressive, and everybody just comes piling in from the side lanes, and that was the fight that we're looking for.
Yeah, perfect ultimate right there onto tower, and yeah, we're right back to even in this game. See it again, Swiffer just rotating from the top side.
Yeah, hits even Gunkrab at the backhand. You have to credit him, the Kaiser getting the last little tick onto Swiffer without putting himself in danger. Yes, heal denies the kill at the end of the day, but creative play from Gunkrab and AV, and remember, it was like the binding, right? We were saying just before that happened, like Swiffer is just sitting in enemy territory, sitting in the bush, as soon as the binding landed, you saw Spooks and Swiffer just immediately leave their posts, run towards the mid lane, and as soon as an opportunity opens itself, they're looking to capitalize. AV now on a bit of the front foot here, contesting this topside vision.
Yeah, absolutely. But I will say what was scary was Chippy's teleporting into the middle, everyone hitting a mass hemo play against the Tides of Blood. Like, there was a lot of low health bars there from Order. Guncrab was going to take the entirety of the killing. Has to flash away there. That would have been the follow-up into kill there. So has to flash. I mean, flash down on AD carry from 1v1 in mid lane, basically.
Yeah, mid lane turret now under fire. Hey! Yeah, okay. And the recall spam as well. He's got the cool skin. He dashes forwards. And looking for it, but can they make a play off the backhand? Tally has been brought towards the mid lane. Guncrab using his potions and the Karma. Filling back up, but can they look for the contest here?
Yeah, no plates up and 5 members. Just tossing out the ultimate here. Spooks jumps in. Swiffer returns. Oh, tosses out the ultimate there. No sound effect, but just blows him up on the spot. He'll also die for that one. Yeah. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay, it's going to be just the trade at the end of the day. Kind of a weird one. Threw him behind the turret, but still hits the knock-up binding. Fish 4 and Dream holds fast once again.
Yeah, that was so strange. It was like no sounds, and it was just like, yeah, I guess I'll just kill you. Cool. Yeah, last tower shot came in, finished off Swiffer, however. So this tower is still standing. There are 2 wards there as well. Trying to barricade it, I guess, but yeah, not going to be standing for much longer, you have to feel.
And there's only 1 turret dead, and this laning phase has felt so tense. I'll hold that. Okay. He just gets bopped in the back of the head. Trade equal at the end of the day, but there's been so many attempts, but it's 20 minutes already. Baron is basically spawning. AV do have a Mountain Dragon to make it easier. Dream with the run back there. Same play, different target. Sure.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like Dream is playing up in this game for sure. Yeah, we've got 3 seconds until Dragon, and it's the first Infernal. Catching a banning through the jump there. Yeah, and this is Dragon spawns, you know, with Order secure it, which they've already started. Spooks and Tally on this one. Chippies is going to see this happening. Miro and Guncrab rocketing towards this play. It's going to be secured by Sejuani. Instant flash over the wall. Didn't even want to try and give Avant the opportunity. Now walking down Catwalk. Chippy's going to get called out in River. Meanwhile, mid lane Dream does secure the tower. That's a big win there for Order. Yeah,
at the end of the day, all it costs them is a flash Infernal turret. And they're opening up the map. They've spent so many resources trying to break this one. Now sitting on a pink ward. AV, do they know?
Swiffer walking towards it. Low health on the Vladimir. He goes into the Sanguine Pool. Here comes Spooks chasing him down. Gets the stun down to Chantuan. He's dead as well. Chippy's backing away. Dodges out the binding. And so yet another kill over to Order. And they are picking up the pace in this game, Ejim.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just a little pick here and there. Dream and Jake doing work in the mid lane. Binding just landing time and time again. Now Chantuan going for the Crucible build, super like that one, especially against Morgana. Even if you get hit by the CC, you can still cast it, but you then do become the target. Throwing a binding at everybody else just gets QSS'd out of by the support there, and Karma becomes prime territory, and they do just that, taking him off the map right now. And yeah, 21 minutes has been hit. Infernal Dragon maybe gives them a little bit more confidence, so Order are starting to set up the top side of the map.
Yep. Starting to ramp indeed. Here comes Tally into the bottom lane, going to collect this wave. Doesn't have the teleport though. In fact, no one has the teleport up, in fact. So, yeah, kind of maybe preying on the fact that AV don't have an exact timing on that one. We'll also collect Krugs. Shock's going to go down to the bottom lane, also without teleport. In fact, there are no teleports on the map right now. Chippies and Shock both matching each other. Tally now moving back to base and going towards Chippy's top lane. So we're going to hit him with the flail. Swiffer potentially looking for it, but lower health target, but high health Vladimir. Yeah, don't have exact time on him, like about to come up as well, so we'll be able to just walk on out of this one. But as we get to this next fight, there's going to be a lot of resources available from both teams.
And I've mentioned scaling multiple times, and it does favor AV at the end of the day, but item breakpoints are massive now. Quietly, Tally has just been working on a gold lead in the side lane. He's got 50 CS over the Vladimir, and it's kind of due to the nature, like, yes, Order are winning fights, but because AV have been chasing the matchups, you can see Shock now itemizing a bit towards the AD, going for that glory build. They want some resist, and they've been chasing the matchups that they want. Who can deal with Swiffer? Who can deal with Tally in the side lane? And right now, Merc trades Infinity as Triforce Corki is the scariest boy on the map. Chippy's also looking like he's under fire again.
Once again, Miro is here to back him up, though. Does get the stun onto the Lee Sin, not the Vladimir, as he'll just Sanguine pull out of it.
Package.
Tally moves to the top lane. Gets a lot of harass down. Big rocket and Spooks as well. Catches him on the jump. Good grab shock here to return the damage on Spook, who has to walk through the tower.
Heal.
But somehow survives. Dream with another great heal, clutching out the jungler's life.
Culling again, Dream looking for it. Swift, if he had the ult, he would have gone for the flank, but one pick and a turret is going to be the end of the play. Pinkward, unfortunately, doesn't see around the bend of the bush, so AV know exactly where he's standing.
Taking on to Swiffer, down to 50% HP, but doesn't necessarily want a killer instinct onto this one. Looking for another spot to recall, this time on a control ward. Now, potentially looking towards these two members of AV. They see the Vladimir. They're still sticking around. Swiffer doesn't have the ultimate.
You saw Genchuan definitely just got told not to walk that way. It was like he was looking for it, and then somebody says something and reacts, goes back the long way, the safe way. Does mean he walks away with his life. Swiffer doesn't have ulti, so the kill threat isn't the greatest, but still, a binding is surely enough time for a little Karma in a big bad world to fall down.
Tally finds himself on bottom side, and so does Shock, but in the hands of a Sejuani. Dream also returning from the mid lane. He's just straight caught out in the river. 45-second death timer.
Yeah, this is just turning into a game of increments. Order have found just a little pick every now and again, and it's working out just a treat. They got themselves the Infernal Dragon. Immediate TP to the Baron. No pink ward, but Tally wants to start this one up.
Yeah, only blue ward cleared away, and now completely in complete darkness here for AV. 4 members on top side here to disrupt, just in case. Tally teleported top side, by the way, as Spooks moves to the bottom lane. So now jungler on opposite side of the map to Baron, split pushing.
Yeah, I call out Chenchuan that he got told to do something else. That was obviously a Tally, very ambitious. We can Baron, let's go TP, and Spooks is like,
I am bot lane.
I don't have TP, I'm a Sejuani. So yeah, a little bit wasted there for the Corki, but still a gold lead, 4K in their favor right now. Next Dragon, still a goodie. Yesterday, Dragon RNG was appalling, to say the least. And today we've had so many mountains, so many Infernals, and Order going to start that one up. I
see you've changed your adjective of choice.
Yeah, I was going to say bollocks, but then I shied away from it, but now I've just committed.
That's a very English term, actually. Yeah. The perfect place for it. I'd appreciate it. Very nice in the world of a Baron setup. We'll be able to click this one without much of a contest here by AV. Also looking towards this blue buff on bottom side. It's going to be on Vision here, but Tally's going to take it away. Chippy's in the top lane pushing up, but once again, where there's a Vladimir, there is a Kiana soon to follow.
It's chasing him around the map right now, and item breakpoints are starting to be hit. Shock has his second. Kai'Sa in the same boat. This isn't a tier Kai'Sa as well, just the Gwynsu's and the Stormrazor. This is
an interesting situation.
They know he's in there. Okay.
And he knows at least one person is over the wall.
Yeah, little does he know, the entire squadron. If he walks out here, he does.
Does he harass Gunkrab? That's the question. Well, he dashes forward. Chance one launches out of the bush. Instant flash away. Tally's going to be there as well.
Q is on.
Returns with the culling. And Spooks rotating. Catches Miru. That's going to be instant McHale's. Goes into a stopwatch though. Backs away. Here comes the teleport out from the Vladimir. Flashes forwards onto Dream. He's now in the Sanguine. Pushing forwards. And Swiffer with a gigantic ultimate claims 3 lives of the Avant roster. And now Shock under attack. Does get a kill in return, but that's the 5-for-1.
And 5 kills for the Kiana. Spooks is popping off in the player cams right now. This game is to get in to the gauntlet in order just completely aced AV before Baron.
Unbelievable. 4 kills coming through for that Kiana. A quadra kill into Baron. And that is the biggest win you could possibly hope for with so many things on the line here for Order. And they pull it out at the last minute. And we'll recall back to base, and this is now an uphill struggle for Avant.
And think about how that started. It was this dash, a tense moment where Dream is sitting in a warded bush and AV looking for the play, but the rotation is ultimately here. CC lands, but stopwatch means Miro is stuck in place, and at this point, it looks rough. Maybe Chippies can one-hit the backline, but Swiffer flash ulti buffered onto 3. Immediate deletion of the entire backline there for AV. And the team fight is just a wash from that point onwards.
Yep. It looked like he caught Vladimir as well on the same terrain. So got the stun there as well. And absolute disaster here for AV, but what a play from Swiffer. And, you know, I think back to a lot of the interviews that we've had, and it's just like, well, looking towards bottom lane actually once again. Swiffer finds Chippies. Throws out another Q. Jake in from the side, tosses out the soil, and just bounces from the wall. The rest of AV here to try and clean up onto Swiffer. Has the black shield on top of him, dodges out the CC. Jake now under attack. Spooks pushing forward. Here comes Dream as well. They get one in return. AV looking to clean up here, but that's so much damage in return. Out from the Kiana over the wall, the cutting, but Grumpa's actually here to body block, and AV collect 2.
Yeah, Tally in the side lane though, looking to pressure now. Swiffer back on the ball, just stopping the resets. Even trade in terms of kills, 2 for 2 at the end of the day, but Inhib being knocked on by the Corki.
Someone needs to react to this. It's going to be pretty much everybody. Lee said only one sticking around. That's going to be Inhibitor, now broken here by Order. So yes, it was a 2 for 2, but that was also 2 towers traded. Yeah. And now pressuring Inhib is going to take at least 2 people to deal with this Corki, and bottom lane now being sieged as well by Order.
And they lost the supportive members. Every carry, every damage dealer still alive. All of them actually dealing 80 damage, double 80 carries, so Inhibs get made short work of. Now AV looking to commit onto Dream. No flash, no dash, but does have at least the heal to buy some space. There it is.
Slowly creeping towards him. What a sidestep from Dream. So he's now going to get slowed down out of range of the Tempest and misses the Q. Shut down onto Swiffer though. Does manage to get something in return.
Yeah.
But Dream
sidesteps the Q perfectly, but Shock in a 1 versus 2. Tally was here. That was maybe an ambitious play, looking for a dive and just gets slapped back by the Rise right now. Shock getting something for AV. He's a very, very strong Rise. Swiffer has kills, but he has 100 CS lead right now. Tally doing similar things on the top side, but maybe not to the same extent. So he is a huge threat. Just hit the breakpoint, has double pen items, Void Staff. We'll take another look at what happened. Pink Ward gives vision, so he knows exactly where Tally is. But speaking of Dream sidestep, Shock does exactly the same thing on Swiffer's ulti. And underneath the turret, that's not the place you want to be.
Yeah, fair. That was 3 tower shots into death there onto Swiffer. Will respawn shortly though. And while all that was happening, you know, Order were taking a whole lot more on the rest of the map. You know, Inhibitor down top side, Inhibitor open on the bottom lane. And Dream is definitely feeling it, you know, like it feels like this is the time where Order just get the clutch buff.
Oh,
Q lands though onto Lee Sin. We'll follow up on this one. AV here as well. Dead. Dream is dead. Jake soon to follow. Spooks over the wall. Here comes the teleport out from Tally. Jumps over the wall into the arms of a Vladimir. 3 kills to Avant.
Yeah, Dream feeling it way too much. Shock with a creative Realm Warp. Gets everybody behind enemy lines. Cleans up 3. Exactly what AV need to clean back this gold lead right now. Mid lane under fire. The turret still standing in the outer, but AV, base in shambles, have to retreat to defend.
This is an absolute spectacle of a game, though. There's so many kills back and forth. This is still anybody's game. You have this big lead here to Order with Inferno, with the Baron, but I mean, when you pull out a play like this, Avant very much still in this game.
Yeah, no stopwatch for Jake, and Dream just has 3 members on top of him. This was such a creative play, and AV just walk away with everything. Now Shock goes back, buys himself almost the components of another completed item, the Spellbinder. When you take a look at it, you have the Karma. Scoreline does not matter. That's another like QSS that Rise doesn't have to pay for. And for a one-man army right now, Chippies is still waiting on AP values to be like the end game Vladimir threat that you think about. But Shock is online and has the boys to back him up.
It's slowly getting towards that point that you've got a fear here for the Avant team, but Order will get themselves the other gimme dragon, as we will have Infernal spawning next. But Swiffer, obviously going to be the big carry here. We can land more of those crazy ultimates. You know, Kiana really can pop off, but there is counterplay. And Avant now gearing up on the top side of the map. Obviously, Baron spawning in 1 minute from now. Spooks seeing the opportunity if we can get another pick onto the support would be a big deal now in the warding ward that is about to unfurl with a minute towards the big purple worm here, because Chippies in the top lane trying to dodge out of Swiffer. Does so, and will now click from Minion Wave.
Yeah, North jungle control is exactly what both teams want right now. You can see Mira just planted on a pink ward, has the help of multiple teammates to try and defend. Order just trying to set up the vision control, get themselves some flank wards if they can, to spot AV's eventual walk into the pit. Order right now, top inhib also doing work. Super creeps means that another lane that AV kind of has to deal with that is put on a clock somewhat. Baron spawning in 30 seconds, not long before what may just be the team fight to end the gauntlet run.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be red for taken here. Swiffer still just fishing. Just get the one shot on that ward. Miro connects the
Oh, he
Q, goes in. 1 versus 5, backs away, has the shield out from Chanchuan.
Chippies.
This is going to be Gunkrab diving into the backline. Swiffer low. Still trading off against Miro. Meanwhile, root down onto Spooks. He's going to back away, but this is a very tanky Sejuani. Swiffer actually survives on the backside. Still no deaths on anybody. Root down onto Jake, but turn around is going to be a kill onto the Vladimir, and this Tally is popping off. Moves onto Chanchuan. He burns out. Double kill. Looking for the triple onto Shock. 4 kills onto Avant.
And that's going to be it. Last team fight, Swiffer. This time, Tally with a triple kill. Pings immediately onto the base. Inhib already gone. 50 seconds on the strongest member of AV. Or do they want the win?
That's it. Doesn't even need the Baron. 33 minutes. Order. It all came down to this singular game for Avant and Order, but they pull it out at the last moment. They have pop-offs in multiple roles, and Order will move on to the gauntlet.
And all 5 teams now cemented, jumping for joy out of his chair. Hugging the top laner, an insane game there. So tense in so many respects. Scaling heavy in favor of AV, and it looked like they were going to get it. Until that like 3-man Kiana ulti, Swiffer throws them into the mid lane turret. And from that point, it was just a pick. It was a pick after a pick, and Order found themselves in a sketchy way to close that one out, but close it out they do.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't know who was going to win that game up until I saw everybody dead on Avant, right? Like, up until that final fight, anybody could have taken that fight. That would have been Baron for Avant into probably needed another fight, another Baron, but still anybody's game. But that was just, outplayed by individual members there.
Because if you think about the trajectory of that fight, like if Tally doesn't just say, no, like I win, turn into 3, one-hit them all, or to lose. Swift is basically dead. Already Stopwatch was going to die to Chippies on the other side of the fight. Dream was nowhere but where to be seen on the screen right now. And that was AV's fight, right? Like Chippies flashes onto the backline. Miro takes a Q into 5 members to kick it off, and that could have been the turnaround for AV, but just got shut out by a Corki.
Yeah, I honestly want to see what happened on the bottom side of that fight. Obviously, it just kind of became split up in the end. Swiffer bought a lot of time as multiple members were chasing him. But, I mean, it was just the rest of the team were able to do the dirty work. And, obviously a big congrats to Order. Obviously came down to a single game right at the end of the split, and it was within their own hands.
Yeah.
But rough for Avant at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Like it was literally a 1 win away from making Gauntlet or not.
Yeah, because like going into it, you heard Choo-Choo's in the interview, and it goes for both teams. Like having your fate in your own hands is exactly what you want. You get the high of the high that Order now feel like they get to celebrate, not backstage watching other people that you have no control over. They get to win the game of League of Legends that gets them over the line. But yeah, you mentioned it, AV. Like they were a team that started very strong this split. Like had a pretty rough slide towards the end.
Yeah, they were top 2 for the first couple of weeks.
Like there was top 2, top 3 up there with Mammoth Chiefs, 100%. And roster changes, some things going wrong behind the scenes, obviously, and not the closeout that they would have liked. Yeah,
unfortunate for the roster, but once again, congrats to Order. And for now, we are going to send it over to Spawn with a player interview.
Thank you very much, Pulse and Ejim. I'm joined by Tally, victorious member of Order. Congratulations on making Gauntlet.
No, congratulations to you.
Thanks, Jimmy. So there's a bit of meme in Order. If you get a scaling champion, the game's done in Champion Select.
Yes.
Was that one of these games?
Oh, I actually think when we got we banned out all the early pressure champions and they were forced onto to match scaling. I feel so comfortable in that situation. So props to Aaron and Draft. I think we did a really good job.
So what is it about scaling champions that you enjoy so much?
I'd say it's just you have so much freedom. You're able to make mistakes, and also you don't fall out of the game when you're down. If you just farm and you play however you want, you're just gonna win with time. And I really like that play style.
All right, and now a couple of rocky moments. Order notoriously an emotional team. How was the vibe in the camp during those couple of moments? There was a couple of realm warps that gave me some heart attacks.
Usually it's Sam who brings us back, but since his voice was really struggling this weekend, he asked me if I could be doing that, and I was really focusing on when we made the mistake in mid that we were still focused and we were working towards our game plan.
All right, cool. And now this has been back-to-back splits where Order is in a situation where the destiny is not in their hands. They're relying on other people to lose games, and they have to win as many games as they possibly can. What was the week like leading up? Obviously I know, but for the people at home, what was the week like leading up into this tough moment?
I I would say it was probably one of the most stressful weeks I have had in like my competitive career because it's just so much on the line, and it's not in your control, which feels pretty bad. So when Dallas picked up the win over Gravitas in the first game, and I knew that like if we win this game, then like we're in and it's in our hands. All the pressure that I had on me just like went out, and it felt really good to be able to play like that.
And now you've played for a while. You've played since like 2014.
I mean, you could say that.
You're kind of an old man, but you're quite young.
Yeah.
You're playing with some old men who are quite old. How was it like? Were people rallying around Spooks and Swiffer? Not alluding to any retirements. I haven't actually talked to them about it. But like, was the team rallying around them? Were like you trying to get Swiffer and Spooks involved in this week?
I would actually say a big shout out to our sub Paris. He was very he was leaning towards like hyping everyone up and making sure we're all very like focused on the fact that this could be like maybe their last game, stuff like that. And I think everyone was just really confident and wanted to like do their best for like Sam and Simon.
And now I don't often get to do this, but obviously you personally have a pretty good Twitter following and people that follow you. And have you got anything to say to everyone out there now that you've made Gauntlet?
I mean, thank you so much, I guess, for supporting me throughout Gauntlet. I mean, the regular season up towards Gauntlet. I mean, I'll just try my best like I always do, and I hope that we can provide results that everyone expects from us.
Well, thank you very much, James. I'm very proud of you. We'll throw to a break and come back with some more League of Legends action.
Hello, welcome to day 1 of week 3 of Split 2 of the 2020 OPL. I am your host, Nick Boy Richardson. I'm delighted to be here. Thanks very much to our sponsors, Macca's, Neosurf, and Epos. And most of all, I'm delighted to be here because I'm joined by 3 of the most delightful people I encountered during my week, at least. We've got Spawn, Rusty, and Skimmy. And I'm most excited to be here because when we get here, just before we go onto air every week, someone out of the 3 of you asks a question where I'm like, why are we asking this now? Save it for the broadcast. So, Rusty, you can start us off.
Okay,
Please.
so I've been thinking over this now. You've made me hold on to it, Nick. So my question was, is all dust human skin? And you said yes. My next question is, are we a part of the fossil fuel that we use?
That's going deep.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Because
absolutely.
fossil fuel is made out of the skin of like
But how
long-born
many
animals,
years would you need to reach that point? We could actually put it into your car, yeah? Millions, surely.
Yeah, because it's all dinosaurs, right? Like, it's all just, like, sludged out dinosaur. And unless you live in Adelaide, you don't get sludged out too fast. That's a really deep serial killer reference. So yeah, are we petrol yet? I don't know if we're petrol yet, but I think 2/3 of the, I think it's something like 2/3 of dust is human skin, right?
It's a lot. That's
a lot.
really
It's a lot of
like,
skin.
I'm going to be much more clean than I normally am knowing
I'm
that.
so sorry. I am so distracted because it looks like Nick has genuinely taken the throw off his bed behind him and just put it around his shoulders and said, you know what? This'll do. This is the outfit that I've decided to go for today on the OPL.
I think that's part of
Nick,
IKEA's new range.
That is so courageous. That is some of the IKEA range.
It is.
That's
you know,
okay.
that showroom, I'm pretty sure it's a green screen. You know,
What
like
is it in Swedish? Skimmy.
Rusty's obviously got a beautiful backdrop behind his, but he's put up the curtain the right way. And what is it in Swedish? Who knows? I can't think of anything funny on the spot, but it's beautiful regardless.
It's, look, we don't know how many more days we're going to be able to do this show from home. And when I can be as comfortable as humanly possible, then I will be. I'm sorry, Spawn, that we can't all look like Russian gangsters. Some of us are comfortable, loving human beings.
This is the IWC All-Star Melbourne jacket from 2015, you uncultured swine.
Honestly, I've seen you in every Guy Ritchie movie. What are you wearing? Send us a picture using the hashtag #IamOPL. Gentlemen, how are we? Welcome back. Welcome back to League of Legends. Welcome back to the OPL, everybody. Have we had a good week? Rusty, you've been to the gym, right? Surely. That's all you care about.
Yeah, have I been to the gym, Nick? I've been to the gym a lot, actually. But no, I've been swamped with work, man. So I've actually, because my studies are doing at a practical period, right? So we're doing a lot of coaching and training. So I've been training 3 times a day because I want to go to the gym, and my studies are making me train as well. So I'm just bugging.
Spawn,
Look,
you're in a suspiciously good mood.
I am. I'm really happy today. I don't know why, and it feels weird. It kind of feels like this is what illness feels like to other people, I assume. Because I woke up this morning and I got to spend 2.5 hours. So I woke up and Jasper was already in bed with me. He was hugging me. I got out of bed. I got to spend 2.5 hours alone with Jasper. I'd had a really good week with Order previous to this. I've got my new coach in, so I get to be on the broadcast full time again. There is just, you know what? Things are finally coming up Millhouse. Like, things are really coming up Millhouse. And I was reading some, like, feedback on other broadcasts around the world, and some of the feedback was, like, pretty much it needs to be more like the OPL. And I was like, well, we are the OPL. And isn't it good to be on the OPL today?
It's pretty cool.
That's lovely. And Skimmy, sorry, I cut you off before.
No, I was going to say, to really add to Rusty's point, I've got this theory that, you know, when you actually do some adult responsibilities, you play games better. I feel like it's that sense of purpose of, like, you know, you're not being a lazy dog, you're not foregoing everything, you're not ordering Uber Eats every night. I've got this theory, okay, that Rusty...
Oh, yeah, please keep going.
He's got 50 assignments. The guy's swamped with work. He has a fire alarm go off. He is forced to go outside the house. He comes back, Instagrams the story of, like, a 12-page essay. He's got all this work. He's doing 15 workouts a day. His muscles are exhausted. He's looking like a Chad. He's alpha as hell. Then he's like, okay, now it's time to play some video games. So the body's exhausted, but the mental is still there. Then he gets an ace and then finishes it with the Odin, the worst gun, mind you, in Valorant. Gets an ace, gets the clout on Twitter, gets all the validation. The dopamine is absolutely rushing to his head. He's feeling good. He's like, I am honestly the ideal gamer. I look good. I feel good. I am good. That's the point.
So that's it for the show tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
He was casting your brain. I like someone in chat. Who was it? LMAOLP said Rusty hasn't actually left the gym. He just brought the backdrop screen with him, which is a big advantage of that thing. So it's very exciting to be back.
How's your week,
for
Nick?
another week? Oh, thank you very much for asking. No, my week has been. How was it? I can't remember anything beyond this morning. I think overall my week's been pretty good. I think I've had a pretty good week. I've had a busy week, and that's it. I literally cannot remember a single thing that happened.
You sent me a book. Thank you very much for that. I'll say it on the broadcast. Nick Boyd, good guy, sent me a book about Jasper being a big brother, and he reads it every morning, Nick, so thank you very much.
There you go. I'm like a second father to that kid, and God knows he needs it. All right, a second father to us beyond obviously Riot is NeoSurf. They are the parent that we want, and we're stuck with Riot. But it is thanks to NeoSurf that you can be a part of the OPL family as well. They can be your parents too, because you can join our opening video, win yourself a $500 NeoSurf voucher to use in the League of Legends store. All you need to do is take a video of yourself joining our video call, follow OPL and NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, then send via DM to @OPL that video for your chance to win. You've gotten to week 3, which is this week. I think they're closed tonight. They could close tomorrow. Don't take anything I say for law. You just have to go to watch.lollysports.com for full terms and conditions. So I'm going to say it's tomorrow. Screw it. You know what? I am the law. You can send it in by midnight tomorrow. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lollysports.com. First prize is $500 NeoSurf voucher. 5 runners up get $100 each. So that's a total of $1,000 of NeoSurf goodness that's been sent to you for use in the League of Legends store. So a massive thanks to our partner /parent NeoSurf, the only solution that lets you pay in cash online to thousands of websites, including League of Legends. Unlike your actual parents, who don't give you any money to spend on League. And that's why you... what's it called? Emancipated yourself.
Nick, do you know if we have any sway over who the winners are?
Yeah, we pick them. Sorry, we pick. Do you?
Okay. Well, no, because I'm feeling like, you know, like when you have one of those good school projects back in the day, right? And you put in all that effort over the summer break, you come back and somebody's like, okay, you must have had a good school holidays. I'm really looking forward to seeing that one person put in all that effort, and maybe, you know, they got the fancy outfit, they got like a bit of a narrative behind it as to what it represents. We obviously had the meme last week of Dab Daddy, be it King Spawn there, the Russian gangster, but I'm wanting to see somebody sort of take that inspiration, bring it into their own and say, look, this is why I should be chosen. So,
do you know why I'm looking forward to that as well, Skimmy? Because I can't wait for that person to show up and for me to go, wow, what a great person. And then for Davo Erlo to cover himself in excrement and for you guys to be like, Davo Erlo has done it again. And I'm just going to be like, what is going on in this broadcast?
I want a story. I need to see something, a bit of narrative, you know, make that introduction, make the pandemic. Have all these
God, we're for a big day.
I don't know where we're going. I don't know where we're going. Champ Select is coming up, isn't it? It's coming up. It's soon,
Rusty, I was like, we've already peaked on Skimmy, and then we hit Davo Erlo covered in excrement way earlier than I was expecting. Like, this is still a reasonable time in which sponsors and Riot staff would still be watching this trash broadcast. We normally hit this stuff around 8:30 at night when we know they're all having dinner with their families. Let's jump into game number 1 because we've got 4 games coming up for you. Do we have time for a quick schedule? We haven't even done that because we've been so busy talking about human skin and excrement.
Yes!
Today's schedule, game number 1, Direwolves versus Gravitas. You've then got Chiefs versus Mammoth, Legacy taking on Pentanet.gg, and rounding out the evening order versus Avant. These games are all pretty good games. I'm even looking forward to number 2 because who knows what can happen. But before we get to 2, we have to start with 1. It's Direwolves versus Gravitas. It's game 1 of the OPL, and it is coming at you after this short break with the Macca's Champ Select.
What are your thoughts on versing Prayless from Gravitas?
I think Prayless are probably the best player on the Gravitas, so I'm so excited to verse, but yeah, I think he's trash.
Turrets are falling. The Nexus turret, the second one to go. And Direwolves, they destroy their opponents.
K-pop, Trashly, or Beats in the bottom lane against Gravitas this weekend?
I think all 3 of those players are probably like the worst in their position right now. They're all like fairly new to the scene. Me and Vital should just blow them out of the water.
Easy win.
Kweku, I'm pretty disappointed in him. He used to play good champs like Alawi and Fiora, but now he's a bit of a one-trick. I think Kweku's probably the nicest guy in the OPL, but unfortunately it doesn't translate to League of Legends skill, so should be an easy matchup.
And welcome back for the very first game of the day. I'm absolutely loving the content that's come from this pandemic era, Rusty. Direwolves just showing up each week with montages, memes, and everything else. And I think there were some very valid points in that one. Vital, after the performance of last week, I wouldn't put it past him to have that confidence of saying it's going to be an easy win. He got the unofficial Penta. They went back to the aggressive nature of the Misfortune and Leona. This is why we were first such a big fan of him when he came in Split 1.
Yeah, he's the young mechanical player, and I think, you know, making his life easy is very important for the Direwolves, right? If you want to succeed, you just want to be able to let him focus on clicking those buttons and doing them the best that he possibly can. Let the team have the brains around him while he is the brawn. We saw that last week being possible again. One of the bigger changes, you know, one of the reasons that we're able to see that is often, you know, Chippy's playing his tanks in the top lane, but also the rest of the team playing more engage-centric roles around him, right? The second we start going to passive business, the Direwolves started to feel out of sorts and losing. So we'll see where they go again today. Again, because it is Decoy playing and it is not Cupcake. We're not seeing as much Bard, but they've got the Trundle. You know, they have the makings of that style of composition. And what we've got from Gravitas already, Skimmy, is taken the Thresh away to help that a little bit.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pick that we're going to look to find, I would hope, a lot of value. We've seen that Puma and Beats are very much a work in progress, but they've got a lot of flexibility. I feel sorry in a way for Beats, given the nature that he's had to flex in 4 different positions, but Puma showing that, hey, look, I can play the Syndra in that bot lane. Whether or not that's now going to be a respect ban that goes that way, quite honestly, it still did leave a lot left to be desired. It didn't have the kind of pop-off performance that you'd expect for a mage to find on that bottom side of the map, but it is still an area where they'll find strength. I think for me, what really is the identity so far for Gravitas has to be their mid-jungle link-up. We saw last week, we've always been so vocal about it with Praelus. He is the captain, he is the flagship, right, of this team, but Seaman, when he got that chance to pop off there the Yasuo, you know, the combination just looked flawless.
Yeah, I mean, he may be the flagship of the fleet, but there's still a giant destroyer next to him in Seaman. You can never forget about that guy, right? He's a monster. And yes, he got the Yasuo, but he's been... I feel like he's been having just a very good year individually and mechanically. So when it does click, you know, they're the type of team that can always make those upsets. So it's just about, you know, finding what makes it click for them more consistently. And Gravitas then start to try and push themselves up into at least, you know, playoffs contention, we would say.
Let's see what these bans are coming into that second part of the phase. LeBlanc, Akali taken away, so no aggressive nature. We've seen Suman flex in multiple directions. Actually played the Zed as well, so definitely feeling a lot more comfortable in his position on this team. Once upon a time, it's all about those control mages, but we were told he is this assassin player. And that's definitely becoming a lot more prevalent now. Looks like they still want to be aggressive, however. They've denied away, obviously, the Morgana as well as the Tahm Kench. Some fantastic denial tools to keep the likes of Vital protected.
Yeah, waiting to see what's locked in here for the rest of these compositions as well. Gravitas is the one who'll be obviously showing first. We are just waiting for that solo lane position. No, AD carry position is actually what we're waiting for. The Fiddlesticks threw me off. We're looking at the other side though, and that's what's interesting to me. So Direwolves, they held their support till last. And I think it's because they just wanted to see their bot lane matchup and to win the game through potentially exploiting that bottom lane itself. So now they know it's the Ezreal. And they have just been, you know, veering much more towards those engaged champions. Morgana, Tahm Kench, Yuumi already taken off the board anyway, so options are limited. You could go something like a Karma, be super aggressive, have lane priority and lane control with the Aphelios, but I'm a bigger fan of seeing Decoy play the Nautilus, play the Leona, you know, play something that's super aggressive. And this one's a better choice. Leona soft-countered, obviously, in the Thresh lane, with him being able to flay you away from your E constantly. So Nautilus, I like this pick a lot, and I like what Direwolves have put together.
And it does feel like they're catering to their playstyle of old, right? What works at the start of Split 1, and it was that aggressive nature. It was playing through the bot lane, having that win condition in, and obviously you then had Chippies playing those bruises on the top side. But that has obviously been the biggest transition coming from playoffs now into Split 2, that he's a lot more willing to pick up the likes of the Malphites, of your Vladimirs, and even the Ornn here. So the adaptations there. What was interesting and why I highlighted the Syndra is that once again, you know, they first picked the Syndra. You're always thinking, where's it going to go? And as we can see here, they're putting it in bot lane again.
Yeah, but that, like, does that mean it's an Ezreal mid lane going with the Lee Sin?
It does look like it. It does look like it.
So I guess we're seeing more and more. Death's Dance is broken, Skibby. Death's Dance is just a real,
How many games have I watched where the third item comes along? I'm pretty sure it was you that told me, just build Death's Dance, third item, regardless of the AD carry. It feels like when I'm watching those matches, you're like, just wait, and you get that point, and suddenly the Ezreal has like 250 armor, and you go, what do I do?
Yeah, it's like, you know, when you're playing as a Philios and you're like, I hit my 3 items, the game's over, 200 years of experience. It's now almost like a 220 years of experience deal. Like, they're just like adding layers on top to that thing that's already pretty broken. It's really good with Ezreal because he is, like you mentioned, super tanky. He can go for the Glacial Shroud, get that Iceborne Gauntlet, build a Death Stance after no one that does physical damage is going to touch the man. But then he still has magic resistance if you go Merc Treads with it as well. Or even a Hexdrinker build. So can't be killed, has permanent wave clear, never runs out of mana. Like, I could see some merits in it. I'm very curious to see how this will go, of course, in a solo lane mid, however. And when you're looking at the matchup against an Orianna, one of the things worth noting is that Ori's resistances are very reliant on the ball being connected to her. So if she's ever playing aggressively with the ball forwards, then she's a lot weaker for an Ezreal to actually dash forwards. And there's, of course, Elise in there. So high kill threat between those champions.
Well, let's see what happens in this game here. Rusty, it's our very first game of the weekend. It is Gravitas taking on the Direwolves. Back to business for them. They're keeping with tradition with the aggressive tank in the top side. New addition at Chippies has been really busting out in the Rift here, but the aggressive nature of this bot lane, why not? Vital had a standout performance to come into week 2. He's looking the goods. And Decoy now being the mainstay here. will be looking to facilitate that even more. But it's that hybrid flex really coming out here from Gravitas. A few narratives to follow. Obviously, how do Beats and Puma, now they've had another week to practice this bot lane Mage Assassination setup. How do they fare? What does Suman now do when he's flexing this Ezreal? And what is the form for Quaku? Because I feel like last week we got to see a little bit more of why he was so strong and successful on Mammoth.
Yeah, Quaku came into his own just a little bit. Of course, he was able to play one of his comfort champions of the Poppy, so things like that will be very handy for him. Of course, he's going to be going up against Chippies today playing the Ornn, one of the champions that he put some serious time into, making sure that he was a master of the champion where he wasn't in that first split. And so one thing that we have to look at again, Skimmy, while it is on our screen, that bottom lane, remember that it is a teleport for Puma. He hasn't gone for the heal. They haven't got an exhaust in that 2v2. So there is legitimately kill threat for Decoy and Vital in just the 2v2 if one of those hooks starts to hit. I'd say one hook would be a decent amount of chunk. 2 hooks and probably a kill would happen in that bottom lane. So that's something we're going to have to keep our eyes tracking, just because, again, they could do that by themselves without the need for a jungler. But when you look at those junglers, pathing, very similar at the moment, working towards bot side, just about the camps that were cleared in between that's different.
You're pretty stable in the jungle department right now. You kind of expect to see the likes of, your Trundles, your Gragasons, your Graves, and so on. If they're banned away, you're looking to try and get those up in the likes of ADC contention early on in the draft. And we're going to see here the onus really going to be put onto Praelis here to find a lot of advantages, at least before level 6. With that aggressive ganking nature. We have seen a few variations on the Lee Sin build as well. Some opting for the Tiamat for the increased camp clear. Well, I'm not the biggest fan of that, as I tend to imagine that, the strength really of Lee Sin. He's looking for picks, looking for kills, and utilising that strong early game.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of preference with that. Like, there might be certain matchups, very specifically, where I think that is actually decent. Generally, I agree with you, though. Like, if you're picking the Jarvan and you're picking the Lee Sin, you're going to be looking to be at least a little bit active early. And especially with the top lane matchup that he's got going for himself here as well. Renekton into Ornn is very much like, it's a war of attrition in very unique ways. Renekton has healing through his spells. Ornn can buy items and purchase his way into the lane a bit further. This is our first real look at it in this game. Quaku might be in trouble.
Quaku may indeed be in trouble. He's pushed all the way towards Chippy's tower. Now double buffs on this Trundle. The pillar comes out. Red buff slow as well. The headbutt into that pillar. That's going to force out a flash. The response comes across. The chomp will be up in just a second. First blood to the Direwolves.
Yeah, very easy there, actually, from the Direwolves going into that top lane gank. We'll see some damage happen in mid. Human very aggressive.
Yeah, playing incredibly aggressive right now. Does have the flash, does have the heal, used it for the movement speed.
Oh,
Praelis actually fails it, but gets the safeguard off, and that could be enough to secure the kill. Flash for flash, the ball still survives and takes out a crippled Ezreal. Chaos in the mid lane. Flash is being used. Flash has been failed, but all things going the way to Direwolves.
That was a comedy of errors there for Gravitas. Direwolves are the ones who come out on top from that one. Oh, you hate to see it. I'm not even sure why Praelis was flashing there. I think he might have already been in W range, but he went to flash the wall, didn't even make it over the wall, and then had to use the W to get there. Regardless, they will find themselves a kill. I think compliments of the minions more than anything else at the end. As Human, way too aggressive. We said this at the start, a lot of this priority, like, if you're going to pick the Ezreal and you're going to put it mid lane when you've already got a Syndra, you can just put the Syndra mid, right? Like, you have to be able to play around this matchup or you wouldn't put it there. And that's the way that this starts. I mean, come on.
It's not the start he was looking for, especially with this pocket pick that they've obviously brought to the game here today, and Shock will find a lot of value in that one. We'll come back to the lane, has used that teleport, so isn't going to miss out on too much, despite the wave being where it was, but this is looking a little bit better now in the bottom side. Bear in mind, last time Puma ran the Syndra into this bottom matchup, he was going into a Braum, so a very passive matchup. This one obviously looking to be a lot more aggressive, so the punishment potential won't be as forgiving as it was once upon a time.
As long as the bot lane lives here, they are okay. This will still be some serious damage, but like, this is the side of the map where Mir's playing towards. Top lane just kind of boomed itself. Quaku tanked some turret shots there. He didn't have a lot of health to his name. So that was actually being held in a freeze. And bot lane for the Direwolves was the lane that was pushing. So if they're able to get control of that lane, even get a kill, they would have been way too far ahead, potentially even out of control 5 minutes in. Things are already pretty rough, I think it's fair to say, for Gravitas, but you don't want that blown open.
So, Mir got the first reset off, and he's now a little bit behind in camps, but he is actually posturing himself for
Here
a
we
two-man
go.
setup. A shot comes to this bottom side. This will be a four-man collapse with the wave coming in for a beautiful crash. Death sentence to start things off. The shockwave onto two. That's one already falling on down. The turret aggro juggles around. The kills galore. Now 4-0, the Direwolves in red hot form.
I mean, Direwolves, if they played that even better, they may not have had to waste a heal. Like, that's how good it was from them overall. A teleport's going to come into the bottom lane just to try and catch these minions from Cuba as they get dove. It's so easy from the Wolfpack. And they are just slaughtering Gravitas. 4-0, 6 minutes in. This could just become a wash real quick.
It definitely could be, and this is what we looked at last week, was when Puma did play that Syndra and had the strongest laning phase, and then when it came into those mid-game fights, wasn't the biggest factor. A lot of that was obviously banked on the fact that Yasuo and Gragas were so far accelerated, so his responsibility for being that hard-shoving AP mage on the bot side was all forgiven for the most part, but as a result of how the lane state is for all three lanes in combination, all three picks I should say, not looking too good at the 7-minute mark.
Not at all. And the thing, like, the one thing that they do have going for them is the cost of their items. There is some pretty cheap item spikes that come out of a lot of these champions. I just need to keep banning people in chat. Just give me a second. Go,
Man
cut
of
it
many
out.
talents. You're
Cut it out.
multitasking once again.
You can't stop me. No, so they've got pretty cheap item spikes, right? Ezreal is decent when you go for the Iceborne Gauntlet build instead of the Trinity Force. The Manamune is actually a very efficient item.
Yeah.
So you can also get that once that scales up and you'll be fine. So it's one of those situations where some of these champions, even if you're 3,000 gold behind, at the timing that you hit your spikes, if there was like a Drake fight potentially that happened, you'd actually just be even. So you could consider taking, and that could be the thing that gets you back into the game, but I don't think that happens in enough places here for that to be too big of a deal.
Well, it looks like they made the trade of saying we're going to forfeit bot lane, we're going to invest heavily into these neutral objectives. They get the very first dragon and now taking their team to the top side to try and invest in that Herald, which you can see Prellis is now set up. The cost though, Rusty, as it appears to be here, is you're going to sacrifice so many turret plates.
Yeah, and you're looking top lane, right? Are they going to get enough plates to compensate for that? Hook's on in bottom lane as well.
If they find Quaker as well, it would be an absolute disaster, but that has to be the trade-off, right? A tower's going to fall on down. If we can pan topside and see what the damage is done there, it's going to give us a clear indication as to how much value this Herald actually represents.
Well, this is the damage, right? They're going to get Herald. The question is, where do they place that Herald? You presume it'll be straight in the top lane. Chippies may even use his ultimate to try and clear the wave a little bit more. We'll see how this plays out. They don't have any teleports.
Well, that turret is looking very healthy right now, and the Ornalt will be used to clear, at least trim that wave.
Yeah, he clears the whole
for a
wave.
little bit longer, and you saw Prellis pathing to the top side for what you'd imagine was to be that deployment, but that's going to stop him dead in his tracks.
I mean, they just hard win that, Direwolves. There was no trade from Gravitas. I think that, you know, the choice of going for the Herald, I can understand it. He didn't want to place it straight away for the charge, it feels like, just because it wouldn't break the turret. They wanted to get maybe another plate before they summoned it. But that's the thing that Ornn can do, you know? He's able to clear the wave from so far away, no concerns whatsoever. And so it's just an extra 610 gold, by the way, into the pockets of Vital, getting that first tower by himself, and the gold lead grows.
The absolute dream for an AD carry is to invest heavily, and we've seen many a times when they look to try and donate as many plates in their favor. Sometimes when these flips on the map happen, to just leave their AD carry on their own to acquire as many of those as possible. But you talk about those item spikes, and now what does it mean, given that both have reset and actually stayed on the top side of the map? Well, you've got a BF sword and completed boots up against a lost chapter.
Yeah, slight. I mean, BF sword versus lost chapter is the same amount of gold, right? It's the other stuff that you have to look at. There's 2 amp tomes against the entire Berserker Greaves, a pickaxe and a dagger in there, so very far ahead is the AD carry of Direwolves, but I guess we shouldn't be comparing those two as much. You know, they are laning together right now, so which is why we are. But the AD carry of Gravitas is the one in the mid lane, and he is not item spiked yet, so definitely pretty far ahead is Direwolves.
Sitting on the Sheen, and he's invested in that Cole after the initiation that happened in mid lane. It did not fare his way, so looking to try and get himself a accelerated farming spike, if they can find it, as we saw a lot of action shown towards this top side of the map, where both junglers being very proactive and Prellis sniffing out any form of opportunity for which they can use to then try and claw back at this gold deficit.
Ooh.
And that's that beautiful lantern. Pixel perfect, denying decoy of a well-timed hook.
Yeah, that was real close. If that hook hits, it would cancel. It's a nice kick.
Out comes the kick. Pick target has been found. It is going to be shocked, smited, and deleted. The hook is the retribution as they try to turn it around. Down goes the pillar. Can they find anything with this? No, they cannot. Decoy in trouble as well, and that's all Gravitas was sniffing for. Hanging around in the top side river, waiting for an opportunity, and they finally are finding it.
Yeah, they play the numbers game there, most importantly, to be able to get those picks. They'll get some plate damage here as well before the Herald is summoned. This will be very close to just one-tapping the turret now. The amount of damage that they have been able to put down. They'll survive for the moment. Mid may even be able to push them back just because the teleports are available. Here we go.
Yep, they do not want that turret to fall on down as Chippy's rocks up. The TP comes in from the Orianna as well. Flash to flash, shockwave for the execution. Suman survives, however. That will force out the dominus from Kwaku, so the initiation, the skirmish potential has been diminished.
During all of this, Vital has just been farming pretty freely in the top lane. He actually cancels it.
He's actually found at Moonlight Vigil at the very last possible moment. That denies the synchronized recalls, and Puma gets caught out. And I was just going to highlight how they were down roughly 4,000 gold and how that play in mid, getting at least 1,500. They've got to find something again, and they will, back to back. Shock is the target.
Yeah, Praelus is putting in some serious work onto Shock. Now, why is that kill even possible? Is because Shock flashed forwards to hit a shockwave onto someone and wasn't able to even find that kill. So very nice follow-up play there, standard jungle practice. The problem is elsewhere on the map. You know, while they're getting these things done, they get the plates in mid lane, they almost break the turret, they'll get the Drake as well. They are getting some money back into their hands, and it's very crucial that they do this now. There is still trades happening elsewhere, and you have to be deathly afraid of this Aphelios.
2 turrets now completely picked up here by Vital, and this is a player you cannot afford to be left to his own device. And it feels very much like Gravitas are playing into the strengths and what was successful for them last week. The mid-jungle, as we highlighted, they're linking up. They're making sure that what happened at the start of the game is turned around now, so it can allow Sumin to find a form of advantage. And they're looking to really drive home that tempo by saying, you can push those structures. The trade-off for us is we want to go for these objectives instead.
And so now we've set ourselves up with both, well, let's say AP carries sitting in side lanes. Shock is going to be stronger than Puma just because he has been solo laning this entire time. It's a level 8 Syndra, right, versus the 10 of the Orianna. So there will usually be more numbers around where that Syndra is placed. They would be strong siding him. Shock in trouble.
He's
just
been
dead.
absolutely bullied right now. Used the shockwave, gets the phase rush proc, managed to live, but forced out Puma's flash. He connects with the orb. As Direwolves once again look to say, what can we do to turn things around? Kwaku teleports in on half his health bar. He's going to fall on down, flashed away, gets ignited. Kwaku he's going to do whatever he can as he swipes, dashes, and prays for a life bar. He will not find it, however, as the Ornn ult goes flying, but does not connect. The death sentence will land, and it's trouble in the jungle.
They will push him away in the end. It is just a 1-for-1 from the looks of it, depending on what happens with the follow-up here. Praelus about to cop a beating. Just fires back and trades, even trade in the end. So it is just a 1-for-1. Gravitas are repelled. They are pushed back out of Direwolves jungle, but they have the vision control in that area as well. And now the opportunity is theirs. They've got the health advantage to push forwards. Maybe threaten for this tower. Direwolves ever vigilant, won't let them.
Gravitas definitely don't want to force and stick around for those sustained fights. You can see the discrepancy between Ezreal as well as the Aphelios. That's much in part and thanks to the trades that have been taken across the map right now, with Gravitas investing heavily in those objectives and killing Shock's Orianna. We've seen how many times this guy has played the Orianna, hit those breakpoints, and those shockwaves have been decisive, critical. A big component as to why they've been so insistent on locking it in, but those fights were to be drawn out. Aphelios definitely packs a punch.
Herald started here. Direwolves are looking to take that one outright. Looking at the trades available for Gravitas, unlikely. Most likely is that they'll step into the area. They are looking, they are posturing maybe for a fight here. Eyes on Shock.
No flash is available for Gravitas right now. Very hard to try and force that play as Chippy's buffers the hook. Will not get CC'd. Lantern goes out to make sure no member gets caught out as the pillar gets dropped. CC will not connect out. Gravitas looks trying to assert control of the mid wave. But it will be Direwolves trying to force the invitation of come at us, let's force a fight. We have a lead, and we want to show you what it is all about. Gravitas won't take that opportunity. They won't explore any further. Direwolves will get themselves the second herald of the game.
Sumo level 11 is starting to become quite an issue for the Direwolves to deal with. Gravitas still have their strengths. One of the biggest outstanding problems is just their top lane. You know, we are, once again, I feel like every time we see a Renekton, except maybe the one order game that we saw from one, they've been struggling. They've been falling behind. And I don't want to always say it's the fault of the Renekton. You know, junglers tend to play towards Renekton lanes, and in this case he got ganked. And, you know, if that was the fault of just Kwaku, then fair enough. Like, he's put himself into this rut. The jungler not being in that area is a noted factor, however. He was playing towards mid lane, and rightly so. They picked the Ezreal for it, so it could just be a draft thing, right? There's many layers to it. There's many factors that could be considered. At the end of the day, Renekton now is just behind, and Ornn is ahead, and so he stays there.
He certainly does. It's only going to get worse from here as those ornaments in the next few levels start to come online as well. But now we take a quick stock check of what is available for these two teams. Stoneplate completed for Decoy, going to be incredibly tanky. The response from Beats is that he's got the stopwatch. So both will be looking to try and set up some plays, look to try and soak up as much damage and control in those fights as possible to allow these carries to work their magic. Next dragon up in 10 seconds as the Direwolves with a 3,000 gold lead look to set up creatively here.
Rook not going to be able to find somebody. Once again, the Lantern proving to be just too big of a nuisance, but there's 5 people here, and the Ornhorn could come out at any moment if they wanted to force Gravitas away from this turret, but it seems like Herald's just going to be a distraction. It will get the charge off, of course, not the full damage. Direwolves' ulterior motives lie at the Drake pit itself. Drake number 3 if Gravitas can snag this one.
So, the dragon starts. It's down to half. The attention goes elsewhere because they really want to fight onto Gravitas right now. They want to show how strong they are. Kwaku once again walks in, but has no power. Brayless steals away the dragon. That's a lifeline for them to play around. The attention is distracted. Beats flashes out of the Orianna Shockwave. They reduce the casualties. They get themselves a dub. And now they have a real win condition of playing for Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really good. If you were Gravitas, you'd be very happy with that. Even Kwaku, you know, the one casualty of war in this exchange, it's super worthwhile. Yeah, what's 0-3 when you're already 0-2-0, and your team gets a soul point, and it's an Ocean Soul at that? You'd be absolutely laughing about it.
Direwolves' hunger to try and force these fights is perhaps putting the blinkers on them as to what the objective is actually at play here. Now, that's not detract away once again from just still how strong they are. They've still got time on their side, still waiting for that Manamune to evolve into the Muramana to give Sumin a very notable power spike.
It'd be close now. Well, we cannot see that just by looking at him. Unfortunately, he would be very close. Usually around 19 to 22 minutes at the latest. Generally, you'll have that upgraded, particularly with a champion like the Ezreal, who just throws out spells constantly, even while walking to and from base. But we'll see how he continues to progress. As right now, the way that this game is set up, Skibby, Prayless is legit doing a 1v9 move. I think the biggest win condition that Gravitas have got for themselves is around that Ocean Soul.
I 100% agree. They have definitely set themselves up for a win condition of we don't want to go toe-to-toe with you in these fights. We look to really assert control of mid-wave. We've taken Shock out of this game, really hampered his ability to be a major threat. We've invested heavily in you saying Vital has to reach that 2-item breakpoint, which he has now. But they have not taken the bait of engaging in these 5v5 fights around those major objectives. So Gravitas don't need to force anything at this stage. Played the ping-pong. And wait for that Ocean Soul in 3 minutes.
He might take that, yeah, he's gone for the kick.
But they continue to find Pix in the river that's proved to be so successful all game long. Now why not? As the Stoneplate will not protect Decoy, he will fall on down. That's a 5v4 right off the bat. Flash across the wall, headbutt. And Chippy's locks in place, Beats, separates him from the rest of the team. Beats down to half, no collapse, no damage, and no response. The Shockwave at the last Imagination comes on through. That evens out the balance now, 4v4, and a Aphelios from downtown.
Oh my god. Okay, Aphelios. Okay, mate.
Red buff everything, I don't know.
Cut that out.
It's just disgusting. I don't think I'll ever get sick of seeing it, but I know as a player, you'd be so tilted receiving it.
Well, it just hops out of his cloud cutter. Just snag an easy kill on the way through. They also net themselves a bit laid out a turret for it. We're seeing a lot of, like, it's really hard for Direwolves to close the distance, is what it's worth pointing out here, when Direwolves are chasing Gravitas around. They just run away so well. And you're seeing the capabilities of their kiting, of course.
Yeah.
But then Aphelios just exists and all of that goes away. He just completely turns the tide simply by existing.
Praelis is the one leading the line, playing as the kit facilitates them to, right? To find picks, to catch members out, try and make that numbers advantage work in their favor. And you can see why they are so reluctant. There was the proof in the pudding. You know, Vital given only a few seconds of uptime, but with the disgusting weapon setup he had at the time, and with red buff obviously as to be what was the killing blow, just able to claw away kills that just aren't possible on a number of other champions.
I'm just upset still. Like, there's no way you can tell me that that's okay what he just did. It was a turret that did most of that damage, by the way. And it was onto the 0-4-0 player, so he is pretty weak right now. We'll give him that. Vital well on his way to his third item here.
Yep, 2 to 3 components required.
Infamous Death Dance well on the way.
The dream item, the power spike that you'd argue is even bigger than the 2 items that precede it. It's very, very disgusting. Muramana is now there, as you say. So now Suman will have a lot of armor. And will be well on his way to hitting that 3rd item spike as well. That's when things start to get a little bit juicy, a little bit luxurious.
Oh, wow.
That's a massive pick, found at the right time. Puma, no chance to respond, and it could not be at a worse time. 5 seconds, and the soul point they are wanting to play for is thrown right back in their face. Decoy is giving Praelis a bit of a taste of his own medicine.
I mean, Skimmy, we're all League of Legends players here. If Direwolves win this game, because the amount of years of experience going into this one is just baffling, we'll see how this plays out though. Praelis flashes the wall.
Great flash. Can he find it? He can't this time. He jumps into the pit. The true shot barrage combined would not be enough to secure that one.
They go Baron.
And for sure, that's the dragon, and that is the jungler. Baron is the call.
They may even use it as just a bait, potentially. We'll see how they play this out. Gravitas will be very aware that they are going to be on it. They have enough tanky members to just sit there and tank it in the first place. They also have an Aphelios who, if you want it, he can overshield the whole thing. There is a ward still there for Gravitas, both the Scuttle Crab and the ward that Decoy is standing on, but they might just not be able to get here in time at all.
Baron will go the way of the Direwolves. How heavy, or how hard have Gravitas committed to this one? Looks like they've got a clean disengage. They're not going to lose too much, although Beats has run into the middle of Africa. Despite that, has vision down, so they won't know where he is. Or maybe they just don't care.
They'll let him live this time regardless. He's not going to be a prisoner of war. He's going to get to recall, go back to base, no problems. Outer turret going to go down here as well for Gravitas. So they'll get some extra gold into their pockets, but it is still soul point left on the cards if they're able to withstand this Baron push that will be coming from the Direwolves, because they secure the Baron. They get some kills in there as well. They've got their 3 item spikes on most of their members. I'm not counting the Medjai, as he's only got 9 stacks if you're shocked, but a one-team fight, it counts. Gravitas have done everything that they can, Skibby, to try and be as strong as they possibly can be for this coming push.
Confidence from Direwolves as they are just walking in blind through the enemy jungle right now. They don't care who they find. They don't care who they go for. Kwaku, he's not tapped into that magic of last week. Unfortunately, he has had an absolute rush showing here today. And the Direwolves have found conviction in these picks, always forcing 4v5s, displaying supremacy in their team fighting ability and finding strength with their characters. Despite all the attention shown towards Shock, he's still managed to be an absolute threat here.
And I do want to praise the Direwolves for still hitting the abilities that they need to, right? Decoy is still hitting those hooks. Some of them maybe they shouldn't be. Some of them maybe they're curving, but what matters is that he is hitting them. Now they get the pick once again onto Quaku. They'll push forwards. The threat is on the inhibitor. I think they should still be able to look towards this one, even if Decoy cops it because he has the stone plate. That flank from Praelis is there, but can it do anything?
Well, he finds himself a two-man kit. Once again, Shock is the target. He falls on down. The response is good, though. Vital is a machine. AoE galore. Double kill from downtown. There was nowhere to run or hide. Get back to your fountain. I'm still gonna kill you.
I think they might just push towards the end here, Skibby. No real troubles. We'll see if anyone can stop them from doing this. Quaku's back alive, but he's just a bit of fodder.
Alive for a mere moment as Direwolf shows so much strength opening up the week here with a victory and with a win that cements their position. You heard Vital say it would be easy, and with a performance like that, did you ever question him?
That was, look, it was a 26-odd minute victory. Like, you give credit where it's due to the Direwolves. They had a very strong early game, nice little early ganks there from Mir. There was still some shaky moments, right? Like, this is one of those teams that we saw in the finals of Split 1, and it's a team that should be bouncing back and staying near the top, but I feel like if you have a mid-game like that against one of the other top teams, they could maybe get more back on you, even more back on you, and turn that around.
Yeah, absolutely. Direwolves definitely got shown a bit of respite in certain areas of the map, in the areas of strength that we expected to see come out there from Gravitas, but they were unable to transition that into anything meaningful. Direwolves take the victory to open up our third week of competition here in the OPL. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's our second game of the day. It is the Chiefs taking on Mammoth.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
It's got it! This is deadly! It's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play, got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill. It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Oh, welcome back. Spawn, at some point there, Gravitas, who for the first 10 minutes of their game played League of Legends like I do, cowering under a turret, just please don't hit me, getting ganged up on and just annihilated. Looks like they may have fought their way back into it. Was not meant to be though.
Yeah, and I think kind of a weird game of League of Legends, because I think that Orianna is a fine matchup into Syndra, but I would think a lot of Syndra players would say during laning phase, Syndra can still win that matchup. And Ezreal is also a fine matchup into Aphelios, and a lot of Ezreal players will skill check that matchup, especially pre-BF Sword purchase. And swapping those two champions did something really interesting to the draft. Ezreal has no way of generating priority, and it also meant top side of the draft was Ezreal, primarily AD, Lee Sin, primarily AD, Renekton, primarily AD, into Ornn Trundle. And guess what that means, ladies and gentlemen? Your top side of the map sucks for the first 15 minutes of the game, because they're going to build Ninja Tabby, and you ain't killing anyone. And I think that's why the early game was so rough. Credit to Gravitas. They certainly stuck around in that one, and they picked up a lot of dragons, which gave them a soul win condition. And I know the guys were talking about the mid-game flaws that they saw in the Direwolves that game, and I think if you ever lose 3 dragons whilst we're heaping this praise on you, it probably is a case of, where did this game go wrong for Direwolves? But I just think that that's one of those, that's a coach getting too fast. Smart. In theory, all of that makes sense. But when you actually put it all together, you end up with fairy poop in a cup, Nick, as we found out the hard way in LCS.
Why every seg is just feces what you have on the brain?
He loves it. I don't know, man. He's got these things in his line 24/7. Maybe that's parental life, right?
No, I think it's just the tracksuit. I think it's weird that even though we're all broadcasting from different parts of the country, It's like I am in maybe Norway where it's dark for 23 hours of the day, and Rusty is on the sun. There has never been... I actually do think you have stayed at the gym, and because that is not the normal amount of light that beams into your room.
But it surprisingly is. I know it's crazy to consider, but... No, this thing... Okay, so I was having this conversation the other day. I reckon I could put LED strips behind this, because it's see-through, right? That's the natural lighting. And then we could have some wildness, like maybe some green radiation. I could be on Mars.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah. Well, we'll look forward to seeing that next week. Just
By
make
the way,
sure you don't put the
Mars,
strips
red
upside
planet,
down.
third planet from the sun.
Yeah, it's got green radiation around the rings of it right now, doesn't it?
Fourth planet from the sun. Yeah, no, I mean, I think... Why would you want to be on Mars when you could pick any planet in the world? In the solar system. In the solar system.
Okay, that's a good question.
It has oxygen in it.
Okay, so when you're not allowed to live on Earth, which planet are you living on?
It does have oxygen in, like, the planet.
Assume
the atmosphere.
That's in the atmosphere.
Is
that's
Mars's atmosphere primarily oxygen?
But that's not enough. It's not enough.
No, it's not enough. Like that's...
So at that point, it's like, isn't that just like a tease? Like, there's a little bit of oxygen out there. You think, oh,
you would just pick a planet with none?
Yeah, no, that's why.
It actually has very little oxygen. It's 100 times thinner than Earth's. I'm not sure that's a good reason. It's mainly made up of carbon dioxide. They need some more trees, Rusty. You're gonna have to take
pick
some
Saturn because it's got a ring. I like it.
Oh, that's someone in chat said, "Can you choose moons?" Yes, you can choose.
Yes,
moons.
because that's what I was going to say. Apparently, the most habitable thing in our solar system, apart from Earth, is actually Jupiter's moon, Titan.
Really?
Yes. Apparently, it's got just past the. I'm going to call it the first asteroid belt, but I think that it's got some ice on there. If you could heat it up just a little bit, if you could bring Jupiter somehow into where Earth is and heat it up that moon, it would be a livable planet, they believe.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I'm going to say we're not allowed to move moons. You have to. You have to pick something as it is, but you can have a habitat on there that can support you. So basically, you're allowed to go there, and we will figure out a way for you to live there. I guess
absolutely.
We're talking aesthetics, really.
Pluto is every gamer's dream. Then it's never daytime there. The sun's so far away that it's like you're gonna have the perfect atmosphere. It's always dark, no glare on your computer screens.
Yeah.
I'm sure the internet at Pluto is much better than the internet in Australia as well.
Infrastructure than
the infrastructure is probably a little bit better, so I'm going with Pluto. Like, give me the dwarf.
Okay, so I'm looking at Europa is oceanfront property. See, I'm going towards like a Neptune situation. Like I would like something where there's a weird gas thing going on. Like you could maybe fall into it. And then throw it and then out the other side. Yeah, but I mean, Pluto's a good get though. I wouldn't do Jupiter; it just seems way too hot.
I'm waiting for SpaceX to become a big thing, right? You know when they said about you'd be able to fly from one side of the world to the other in like 40 minutes? I feel like that'd be insane.
Do you know Jasper's actually obsessed with it? For those that don't know, SpaceX, these rockets like come up and down and they like land and stuff. It's insane. Skimmy's right. Everywhere in the world under 48 minutes.
That's gonna be so crazy. You think about like what the times we have to go to Europe, and it's like what a 40-hour mission. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and there's only like a 3% chance that your rocket will blow up as you land. So, like, those are pretty good odds for
practically odds of going outside and surviving at the moment, Nick. I don't see any downside to this.
That's very true. Russian Dude 4 in the chat, which I believe has just spawned, said scientists found 3 habitable planets in our galaxy so far. So we're extending this to beyond just our solar system, and then we're going.
Yeah, no, you can't go galaxy because you have to be able to get there. And What's our galaxy? Bulges in the middle, 16,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. And what's a light year? 12 million miles a minute.
Yeah. How do you... what's the word I'm looking for? Long is a light year?
Yeah, how long is a light year? It's 12... no, it's not. It's like how fast. It's 12 million miles a minute.
1 light year is 6 trillion miles.
Yeah.
That is insane.
That's long.
Okay, I'm going to throw out... Rusty, and we need to hear from you because you started this. I'm going to throw out an option. Can I live in that car that Elon Musk shot into space?
Oh, I mean,
can I just camp in that thing and then I just float through space? Does that count?
why would you want to do that?
Why would you
Because-
not? That sounds awesome.
Like what are you doing? You're stuck in a room that's like smaller than what you've got there with your partitioned wall on a planet that you can't go outside of because you'll die, and you'll always just see the same view until that happens. Whereas at least when I'm in my floating car, I'm going to be drifting past interesting things.
Well, so that's, I guess, depends how much of a thrill seeker you are, Nick. Because every now and then, you can't control where you're going, right? If you're in the atmosphere, let's just say you're floating aimlessly through space. There could be asteroids getting dangerously close. Who knows? That could be wild.
Yeah, well, like, if I'm going to go, then I may as well go in a blaze of glory. I don't want to go, like, choking on my own, like, lack of oxygen on the surface of the planet. I want to be in a car accident in space.
Because we definitely have a satellite still that's still connected to Earth. Like Voyager 1. So Voyager 1, like, when was that launched? 1980 something or something? It's so far away now. Like, that's out past, like, it's about to get, I think it's in Kuiper asteroid belt, which is like the asteroid belt that includes Pluto and a couple of other dwarf planets are in that Kuiper belt.
It's way out.
But did you know something fascinating about our solar system? Is that they think now, so picture a solar system, because people picture it kind of 2D, but imagine it kind of 3D, like a sphere, right? So we have an inner asteroid belt that separates Mars from Jupiter, or the terrestrial planets from the gas planets. Then we have an outer solar system, which is the Kuiper solar system, the asteroid belt, which has all the dwarfs in it. Apparently, if you go back even further, there's another asteroid belt, and they think this is why our solar system is really unique, that like 360 just has engulfed our solar system and kept it like really safe. So maybe that's why the aliens haven't come yet, is we just have like super asteroid belt around our solar system that's keeping us safe from all the aliens and stuff.
This is like space attack on Titan business going on here.
Yeah, that's like it's that thing from Iron Man. It's Tony Stark's like shield for the planet.
Correct. It's like the thing that keeps the steel out of his heart is the thing that, like, you know, protects us from everything out there.
So does that mean we technically are part of that solar system?
No, sorry, not solar system. It was an asteroid belt. I said I said solar system, said asteroid belt. But yeah, it's a big asteroid field around our solar system.
That's actually super cool.
The things you know because you visit the NASA website every day.
Yeah, no, I know a lot about dinosaurs and Peppa Pig. So if anyone wants to
Next
pick
segment, dinosaurs.
which house in Peppa Pig you want to live in, then let's do that. All right, well, we'll talk about what we were going to talk about next seg, because we spent nearly 10 minutes talking about which planet we want to live, and we didn't even get to an answer. So I'm going to live in Elon Musk's car. Spawn?
I'm going Pluto.
Skimmy?
I just want to live on a spaceship all day, eh? Just a little bit more glammed up than your car.
I mean, I'm committed to Mars, aren't I? I feel I'm not going to go backsies on it and take a second swing at something.
You can't. You started this. You have to end it. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. Chat, let me know what planet you want to live on. That sounded insincere, and that's because it was. It's time to jump into the prep for the next game. I've lost my notes because all I see is questions like, what is a light year? And a CNET article, the best places to live in the universe after Earth. All right, game number 2, it's Chiefs versus Mammoth. How much analysis can we do about this? Because the Chiefs are back. Mammoth have not arrived yet. Skimmy, is this the day that Mammoth make a comeback?
Short answer, no. I think Chiefs definitely are just well
What's
and
your
above
long answer?
better. I mean, okay, so like if you want to extrapolate it into multiple fronts, you go Chiefs. Okay, they've got a new support. They're experimenting with things. You maybe taking a note out of Pentanet's book in terms of running a 5-range composition that has no engage, but they can just still outscale and just play to TN's strength, right? Like. Put Kale on the side lane, let him farm up a storm. Hang on a minute, it's 35 minutes in. Kale just 1v5s, right? I think for Mammoth, I think the most success I've seen is their link-up between Bass. Bass seems to be like a standout player for me as their jungle, but then the link-up for Mboma and Artek. I feel like they're definitely looking to try and play through those guys in the bot lane. I think when they went up into Legacy, they went even, but they were just too far behind as a team to actually make anything happen. You look at top side, obviously Liv is still trying to transition into that top lane role, has been bullied by the majority of these Titans, you know, going like 0-7 up against, say, Tapoon, and then you got Chungi adapting to the pro life. comes from OCS, comes into OPL, has got a few pocket picks, but will have to make that adjustment from what worked for him as to what now works for this team as an identity. So I think it's, for them, looking for signs of improvement, whereas for Chiefs, it's polishing what hasn't worked in the first 2 weeks.
And at least we have one person that preps for the bloody broadcast, because I haven't seen anything like that coming out of you, Nick or Rusty. How am I now?
That was, like, as that went on, we all just started going, oh my god, oh my god. Skimmy never ceases to surprise. It's either incredible analysis or just like, how is this a person and why did God give him a voice box? And it is there's no in between. It's just one of those two things.
I'm here to impress, mate.
We're going to get to the game, but before I do, I need to remind you about the NeoServe competition that is running. We want you to be a part of the opening titles, so please send us a video of you joining our opening titles in any way that you want. We're going to judge the best one. It's our last week to enter, so please get your entries in. The winner gets $500 in NeoServe voucher credit to use on the League of Legends store. 5 runners up get a $100 voucher each. You head to the website lol.esports.com to check out the terms and conditions, and we would love to get you involved and be part of the show. So a massive thank you to our sponsor NeoServe to make that happen. And before we jump into the game, Spawn, something to make you hate Davo Erlo even more. He said, what is the closest thing to Pluto? Your Plu foot. So with that, we're going to jump into a break because we're all going to need it to recover after that awful atrocity. And we'll be back with game number 2. It's Chiefs versus Mammoth, and it's coming up with the Max Champ Select.
So tonight we're versing Chiefs. They have a pretty strong lineup. However, we've been putting on some pretty good performances over the last week, so hopefully we can now put in the extra hard work and hopefully come away with the victory this weekend.
So we're going up against Chiefs tonight, and I think their team is very tough, especially the jungler. I think he's the best jungler in the league, and hopefully we can come out with the win.
I think compared to last split, Chiefs don't look as scary, and I think the finals loss, like Direwolves, probably had a big effect on the team, and I think going into split 2, Chiefs look very mortal, and I'm pretty sure any team can take a win off them.
I think Chiefs is a good team, although they lost their support career CK. He was probably one of the best players on the team. They're still quite strong though. I think Ian is probably the second best top laner in OPL, so it'll be an interesting game.
Welcome back for our second game of the day, and if I'm learning anything from these Mammoth hype videos, Rusty, it's that they say that every team is beatable, and they will need to continue with that level of confidence because they are currently without a win. So they will want that victory, but as I mentioned, it is going to be a very tall order up against a formidable organization, and the strength that this team possesses in all of their lanes. The Chiefs definitely going to give them more than a run for their money. They're going to give them a battle.
Yes, every team is beatable. Skibby and Mammoth are proving it because everyone is beating Mammoth as well. And they are the ones who need to change it. You know what I was thinking before? We were talking about what this game is really like. And I'm going to preface this with, I hope I'm wrong. Okay. I do hope I'm wrong. But you know when you first start playing video games with your mates, it's like your first time you have like a LAN party or whatever it is, you're playing some Smash Bros or something, and you're the best. Like, none of you have ever played before, and you're just naturally so much better than everyone else. And then you stay at someone else's house, and they've got the game as well, so you're pumped. You're like, yeah, let's bloody play, and they just slaughter you. That's what it feels like when Mammoth came into the OPL, and we're still waiting for them to catch up to the rest, you know. And I do hope that things turn around, and that we don't continue to see a moo-moos in results.
Yeah, that would definitely be a span in the works. That's definitely something I would not be prepared for. I will tell you that much. We'll wait and see if they do decide to lock it in. But they do go for the Lulu instead. And this is looking to be now more of a stable response when teams are locking in the Ezreal Yuumi. Is to then take the Aphelios Lulu, have a battle of the AD carries, but then the enchanters behind them to give them those buffs, to give them those stats, Fiends, Ardent Sensor, you name it, they'll have it.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting one of those games. You know, last game there was the Yuumi ban. There was a lot of mages starting to be taken off the board, but the enchanters are alive and well in this one. Dragku, I mean, it's not a surprise that he's going to be playing the Yuumi. The man's got the biggest bench press, biggest biceps, the biggest Yuumi ability you've ever seen in your life. We're going to get it all witnessed here once again. You know, Katsuri also is just fantastic playing with those enchanters, and Ezreal Yuumi is a dangerous combo if you ever let it get going. And I suspect that we'll see the Ezreal in Katsuri's hands this time, not Flex Declare.
I would definitely expect it. It's all he's played so far. Been incredibly strong when he's had that opportunity. Always been paired with the Karma or the Yuumi. So they're always looking for that empowerment, that ability to make sure that Katsuri can get the job done. Bear in mind, you know, this is the player that last split was the only one to get 2 pentakills. The guy's a monster. He's called King Robert for a reason. But I do like this response from Mammoth. Fight fire with fire, as I highlighted only moments before, right? And Boma Arctic, I believe that they have a lot of power on this roster. They will be that factor that Mammoth will be looking to try and prop up. So for them to have this composition here, I'm not the biggest fan of Set Jungle. I think it's his weakest out of the 3 that he can be flexed into, if that's where they decide to go.
That's correct, but you don't pick Set to be a jungler usually. You pick Set, and then you either pick a top, like, you do this a lot on red side, right? And you do that because you get to then counter top lane or get a better top matchup and sacrifice the jungler. It's something that we're seeing a lot in LEC in Europe as well. Yeah. A lot of that Set flexing, where I don't think we've really seen it, if we have very infrequently, as just an outright pick in the jungle role.
And it might now be that they've obviously flexed it because we see the response. Trundle was locked in here for Croc. We know how good Croc is as a jungler, but they've banned away some picks that will definitely give him a tough run for his money. Nidalee, obviously a power farmer, will definitely accelerate and find more farm, much like a Graves, to out-tempo what the Trundle can do. And the Echo, a staple pick here for Best. So you'd imagine the Lee Sin now is going to be where they go with that one. And then that Set can once again still be flexed.
Draku's just going to go through some champs. He's not doing anything right now. Waiting for their last pick. We'll see what they choose to play. Most likely into the hands of Tien. What he wants to play in top lane. He knows that it's going to be a Set now, so unless they flex that one to mid lane, but then you could just match lanes anyway. So they're going to go for the Renekton. They're going to play the Bruiser matchup in top lane. Lots of healing between both of those characters, and I want to say it's a very volatile lane as well, where that Lee Sin and the Trundle probably want to be active towards the top side. And that makes sense, right? You've got your Ezreal Yuumi, you've got your Philios Lulu in bottom lane already. It's all going to be about the top side of the map and then bringing them down to bot lane, generally for both teams now.
It's going to be an interesting adaptation, actually, because Tien never, ever actually played the Renekton last split. So a new addition for him to show what he can do.
The Ahri player, Skimmy?
Yep, this is a pocket pick for Chungy, and this is what I mean, right? You know, this is a new player coming in, he's got those pocket picks. It's going to be about that transition, kind of similar to how Gravitaire said, right? When Suman came in, he said, look, this is what I want to play. But as the split's gone on, they've changed things around. So this is what we're going to have in terms of our options here. I look at Mammoth and I say, they want to pick. The question is, who are they looking to pick? They have some backline access, you'd imagine, to try and get that Ezreal. But to try and get through the front line first and foremost, it's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, it's not like Ahri scales poorly. I just, you know, you always look at an Orianna versus an Ahri and you think I'd rather have the Ori on my team as a general statement. There is a lot more skill involved in the champions that Mammoth have picked. And that is forever going to be my biggest concern, right? If you're currently a team without a victory in the OPL, and a team that struggled through the first split to find those victories until about halfway through, you just want to play, like, honestly, like the Direwolves compositions. You just pick things that can press R buttons, right? You make the ease of access for a composition's win condition simple. Like you just press R, you group up, you're able to win the play. Because then you can fix the other things, right? The things that you need to fix. Maybe it's macro, maybe it's team cohesion, whatever it may be. They'll become more obvious. But these pocket picks, you know, these things, these individualities that exist within the Mammoth draft right now can make the game just a little bit harder.
And that's what we're going to be looking for, right? Is that ability to try and find strength in your 1v1 or your individual matchup to give Chiefs a run for the money, because there's no denying how strong Chiefs are when they group as 5. How many times have we seen both Tien and Claire link up, come with conviction, destroy you? And then if you say, okay, we've taken these guys down, then Katsuri comes from behind as well. So looking to see, especially what happens in this bottom lane. But once again, Chungy is going to rotate with this Electrocute version. We're not going to get the activatables. He wants to be
twice
the
in a
damage
row.
dealer. Absolutely.
He's gone for it, so doesn't want to go for that Glacial at all. One thing that would help their pick is, of course, having the Glacial build. But nevertheless, what we're seeing now is a different style of Mammoth. Last time we saw them skimmy, it was a set in the support role, running that Hex Flash, being super aggressive, and Bass and Artek worked together to get all of the objective steals they could possibly muster, and it wasn't enough to get them the win, but God, it helped them a lot between the two of them. This time around, less engage, less standard, going forward type of League of Legends, much more about the kiting, the outplay, maybe the pick before the objectives. So there is a lot more reliance then on the vision control, their ability to set up in advance. As we've got our Yuumi emotes ready to go. Dragu knows his role in the team. He's a top laner that's just switched. He's picked his champion.
We memed about it before this game even started. I said, are we going to see the Yuumi again today? He just gave me a smile, and I think that tells us everything we need to know, is we're going to get to see the most hated champion in the game, probably more so than Aphelios.
Hey, and he is a top laner, so we have to scrutinize his micro. There's no excuses playing a support champion like Yuumi. You don't get to just attach to someone and not exist. There's mechanics in play here. He's under the pump.
Certainly will be. As we enter into the second game of the day. Chiefs currently in second place, sitting at a record of 3-1, whilst Mammoth are still searching for that victory. So, highlights for them, things to watch out for is these signs of improvement. It's going to be a tall order here in the top side. Liv's still trying to find his way in this match. Obviously, a lot of those champions can transition. There's a bit of a blur between top and mid lane champion pools. Chungy's still sitting with his pocket picks, but as we said, this is a composition that is looking for picks. I would love to see them try and find some early advantages in this bot side to get their hyper carry style online first.
Yeah, definitely. I think if any lane starts to snowball for either of these teams, it can start to really cascade the game out of control. If that set gets ahead of the Renekton, we saw what can happen when a Renekton falls behind. And I think a lot of this then comes down to how these junglers can really come into play. If they're able to get successful ganks off, even if, what Croc's doing now is successful and that he's looking for an invade, then it could completely turn the tides of this game. Lane priorities then forced from jungle control and things could go crazy. They are currently looking at each other. All we saw was Bass Ward hop over the wall away, though.
Yep, he's going to dash away to his golems, and that's going to give Croc the information that is necessary to say, well, I'll just steal away your raptors instead, as the mid-wave is held in a standstill, and I'm sure Claire was not too keen to actually engage in that 2v2, given the fact that his mana pool is incredibly low.
He's going to deny that camp as well. Of course, Bass is going to walk through and clear that one straight away, most likely. It also means that he does get Scuttle Crab control, so I think we look at Bass now. Claire, while he doesn't have a whole host of mana, he could actually play for the bot Scuttle pretty free here, Bass. That would be sacrificing a bit of top lane priority, however. And so if he chooses to stay up here, which he very clearly is,
okay,
he could fall behind in the jungle just by staying here and wasting this time.
So, Sweeper goes out, isn't going to get revealed by that ward based on the line of sight. Both are going to recall topside, expecting something to happen, but that gives obviously Tien a lot of free protection to crash that wave in and follow in quick pursuit as well.
I think it's fair to say that's really good tracking from Bass. While it wasn't something to get himself ahead, he is prioritizing his laners by making that decision. There was a wave crashing in top lane. He protects Liv to ensure that it at least stays as a neutral lane state. Now he's going to be back onto the bottom side of the map. So both junglers should be keenly aware of the general location of one another being on the same half of the map. We'll see how they play this one out, fighting for the next Scuttle. Lane priority is pretty neutral in all lanes.
And this is why I say this matchup is going to be so volatile, right? Because in essence, you're looking at very similar setups here. You've got the Enchanter to back this one up to try and make that carry as strong as possible. But all it's going to take is one kill to try and sway the balance and disrupt that focus. How many times have we seen them look to make that a living reality? Mid-jungle get a little bit aggressive, as you highlight, towards this bottom Scuttle. But Claire this time does have mana, as Tien is dropped rather low, but with the Congress stacked up, might just go for lethal and goes to the flash. He trades and he gets the first blood.
And the Chiefs are just pushing them back everywhere right now. We saw the skirmishes happening in the river. Chiefs in 2 different 1v1s were controlling it. Mammoth choosing to take these fights. Top lane, of course, a little bit of an exception to that one. We're just getting rid of chat for you right now, so don't worry about that. You didn't see anything.
Nothing toxic, nothing to worry about.
The Chiefs would pretty much outright control from that trade in the end.
That's the early game strength, as you see there from a Renekton. So low into that trade, but he knew the numbers, he knew his output, and he was able to give Lived, once again, a top lane tutorial.
And there is something to be said about what has happened in top lane on a micro level, right? I think most of it through wave manipulation. You know, Tian's able to play the wave back and forth so that it comes towards him, brings pressure from Bass up there just to protect the top laner, just by the way that he played the wave. Then it comes back towards him. You know, he's able to get massive heals of having a big wave there. He could have played safer if he wanted, but he was confident that he had the 1v1, confident that he had the solo kill and the Armored Sloth. Puts his work in and Tian gets it done.
So those successful skirmishes allowed him to get control of both the Scuttles, and now they can transition that pressure into the very first dragon of the game. Chungy is hunting. The pillar goes out. The shockwave connects. He's forced to dash away with the ultimate as he hangs on to his flash. The mobility coming in clutch there. As Chungy avoids death.
Don't know what he was doing though. He does bait a shockwave out of Claire. He has to use his own ultimate in trade, but he doesn't have the teleport. He's already used that one. He's copped most of his health for it, and he's got the flash. So the kill threat's still pretty low in mid. But it's just a pointless loss of health. Like, you can see them doing the Drake, congratulations. What are you actually hoping to achieve? And then Claire places the ball behind him and he had no way out.
Well, I mean, if you look at it from a standpoint of what he was actually trying to present, Bass was in base, so there was no jungle pressure. His bot lane were locked underneath their towers, so yes, you're scanning for information, but you know that the dragon's been taken there, so as you say. Now going to make his lane state just a little bit more difficult as the blue buff transfer goes across.
You know, the crazy thing about this wave in top lane is, you'll see Tian trim this down now, is they tend to just continue to build back and forth. This might be the first time it is a pure reset, but because top laners have both chosen to go back to base, nothing doing. But that was like 7 minutes of just big waves crashing and building and crashing and building, and that's very volatile as a lane state. You can see that coming from one of the solo kills in there already. Those types of waves are the most dangerous.
Mammoth is going to be proactive here as the first to respond to the map flip. 8 minutes on the dot is when that Herald spawns, and that is what they are now looking to try and play for, to try and break open a lead. And those Chiefs have accrued already the starts of one.
We're getting none of the new maps. Cloud and Infernal are going to be the first two Drakes. We're even get a cool new map.
Yeah, 10-12. Where's the volley there? I'm sure we'll see it. Probably from Pentiment if anybody.
Yeah, they could probably, knowing them, just as the players that they are, they could probably flex it to 3 rolls.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Rogue chuck it out there.
Yeah, exactly.
But pertaining to this game at least, the map flip as it stands hasn't proved beneficial enough to warrant the start or the engage on towards the Herald just yet, as they are now playing for vision control, and the charm lands. Chungy now looking for some damage, connects, and it sticks. That's now clear, drop down to half, which may disrupt his attention to look to contest or even back up crop.
Yeah, they might just be able to take this. Actually, there's a very early teleport coming in from Tian. It looks like the Chiefs want to fight.
Well, despite everything, they do want to force that fight right now. Out goes the final chapter, locks them all in place towards that Baron pit. 4 members there. And Chungy is searching for that charm. Shockwave catches them on the retreat. They are still locked inside their base. Wild Growth and a flash on out. Make that a double. The trouble so damn strong here. The Chiefs just showing so much finesse.
And I'll give the credit that it's due. Drake, who had some pretty good micro in that team fight. He was someone that I said we'd look towards, so we'll give him that. The Chiefs, yes, they will. They'll win the team fight. They'll build the gold lead for themselves. They're unlucky, of course, they're not able to get the Rift Herald. That was taken by Mammoth. It was picked up by Liv, so it doesn't go completely lost there. There is some kind of trade available for the boys on the red side of the Rift. But so far, so good from the Chiefs overall. They don't look like slowing down anytime soon. Any type of contest, any type of fight that happens, they are skill-checking Mammoth, and they're the ones coming out with the kills.
And we were talking about how volatile the spot lane matchup would be. Well, yes, you can make an argument that the BF Sword will definitely give the Aphelios a small power lead if those fights were to take place, but we mentioned how one kill could be a difference maker here to really accelerate. We've seen Ketsury have some rough showings where his Ezreal has been put back, unable to hit those power spikes early on, and only really been relevant from the 30-minute mark onwards, but to get a kill, to get an assist, has definitely put him in the driving seat, and I think get him well on his way to getting that sheen and being able to continue to be the bully.
I'm wondering how this is going to play out as well. We've got the Drake in 45 seconds. There's no teleports for both top laners, but there is the Rift Herald. So that means that Tan is essentially stuck in lane. He is pretty much locked in lane, and there's even a point where Liv could just walk towards mid, summon it there if he wanted, and just threaten 2 different lanes at once, knowing that Tan wouldn't have been able to get to the fight. But the rest of the map is in jeopardy. You know, Katsuri, Dragku, and Croc have control of the river. Claire's now fresh off that reset with 20 seconds to go, so he'll be able to clear the wave in mid as well. They're pretty much poised to take the Drake once they get control of bot.
As you say, they have control of the map right now. What did Mammoth lose from that? Well, obviously they lost a few players, but they were able to hang on to the Herald itself. That was what the play was all revolving around, and that's what they were able to achieve. So there is a silver lining there if they can find a chance to use it.
Katsuri's just done the hardest ward in the game. That's a sick ward, by the way, for those who didn't catch that one. From the river, he placed it into the tri-bush. The red side tower. I've seen so many people fail that one.
Must have paid the observers to show that a masterclass on how to ward effectively. Is now attention shown the top side of the map. The dragon is picked up by the Chiefs. Bastos' attention shown elsewhere, and Tien is a bit of a monster right now. 1v2 with that dominance, forced to flash away though, respects the damage output, and will not fall on down.
Yeah, I mean, if we consider that it was a trade, it was the Drake for his flash and his ultimate, but still doesn't have the flash, doesn't have a lot of health, and he's going to be pretty much stuck dealing with top lane. Remember, we spoke about the Herald that's available, so that's going to be plates up there as well if they choose to summon that one, maybe even the whole turret. A bit of a mistake there for Tien. Maybe not expecting Bass to be where he was.
Do wonders right now to make Liv remain relevant and be an absolute monster when that showstopper comes on out to try and...
Oh, the timing was...
lock members in place, but as you highlight, the timing isn't the cleanest. It does definitely still get a few of those plates.
Yeah, it'll get the charge off. They'll both collect the gold as well, so it was shared between them. But the Herald wasn't alive in time for the tower to swap its aggro to the Herald itself. It went to the champions. So they just walk it out. Nevertheless, they get some plates up there. Good little punish.
So the Chiefs, 30 minutes into this one, translate a 600 gold lead, and they double down on that one. Successful team fight, back-to-back dragons, proving to pay off right now. And for the most part, Katsuri really being left to his own device, not really being bullied out during this weak stage, but he's scaling on up and charging up that tier.
So this is going to be one of those moments where there's not a whole host of things that can be happening on the Rift. Just a couple of turret plates with 20 seconds left. People will try and get what they can. They're not even going to go for the plate in bottom lane. They're more concerned with the tempo of their reset. We're getting close to that first item spike here as well for that Aphelios. He's gone for the Berserker Greaves instead, so he's going to delay that one a little bit more. Boots obviously very important. And things will hit that low. We'll have a couple of minutes with nothing, and who can get picks is the only question that we'll have left. If you can get a pick, you could break a turret.
And that's what Mammoth's composition is set up to do right now. Their bottom lane a little bit crippled. You can sort of see the difference, or the actual example, case study, if you will, of what that one kill represents. Now the Sheen is online, the boost, as well as the Fiend. So their 2v2 skirmishing potential is through the roof if they were to force a fight around this next Herald, spawning in just under a minute.
And we've got the big Renekton this time around, right? We've actually got the early Black Cleaver completion. We've got the early capabilities of moving towards the Blade of the Ruin King as well for legitimate side laning, which I think is the first time we've seen this in a little while with all of our Renekton. And it's also the Renekton that could have a Yubi running around on top of it to be an absolute raid boss when those team fights start. We are very much set up for the Chiefs to be very dangerous when these team fights come about. We're on Mammoth's side. You know, they're by no means very weak. You know, they've actually got the Luden's Echo done for Chungy. He's 11. Level 11. So starting to ramp up on his cooldowns and damage. There's still some threats. We're just really waiting, and we're yet to see it for them to be able to bounce back and do something in this game.
Yeah, it does beg the question as to, do Mammoth look to try and play a little bit hasty and try and over-force their hand, or are they quite content as things are? As you can see, both solo liners do have their teleports available if they were to try and join this fight, but once again, the priority favouring the Chiefs, controlling once again these lanes, where the numbers advantage presents itself. This time the Herald will go their way.
Yeah, Bass is in the bot side jungle, so he was never really looking to contest that one. Might just be looking to get some deep vision is what I was suspecting before the Drake spawns in 40 seconds. There's only the one ward play so far, and Artek's finally getting that chance to move in there. Tien wisely backs away.
Bass been very active in looking to try and shut down the Tien split push tactics. We talked about it briefly before, but it tends to be a bit of a catalyst to their success, especially in the mid game as they break away from a traditional laning phase and trying to cater to their pick-oriented style. Will allow them to get the very first turret and break open bot.
Yeah, and it's a trade for top lane turret, and Claire's also now run all the way from top to mid. He's going to catch this wave, and then they'll be able to group up and ideally get towards the Drake, but they don't have any vision control yet. They've been very separated, and Tien's been weak-sided in bot lane, which is the lane that Mammoth are pushing, and also the closest one to the Drake. So there's a window of opportunity here for some picks for the composition of Mammoth to really be its strongest. That window is dwindling.
Good vision right now on this river here, Rusty, as well. Not going to risk it by going that way. They're going to go the safer option. Let's see who looks to try and lead the line. It is going to be Croc, who opens up the account there with the pillar, and that buys them enough time to then go through and assert their own control.
Yeah, the Herald does get the charge off. Liv walks past the Herald essentially just to try and help his team clear some vision, at least contest for the wards that Chiefs are just chatting their way through. Mid lane priority basically forced from that Herald as well. So they do have control now, the Chiefs. Mammoth, I really think they're going to be hard-pressed to make this trade happen. Or they'll be sacrificing turrets now as mid and bot are in jeopardy. I think it's just another objective. I mean, it's Soul Point and it's an Ocean again. You don't want to give that over if you can help it.
Both mid laners have the Dark Seal, would be looking and loving to get themselves some stacks. Can they still? No, they cannot. Croc does not miss those. The final chapter locks them in place. That's one. That's now looking to be a 1v1 actually as Tien jumps in, but Mboma hitting in stride right now, sitting on the Infinity Edge. Emits a lot of pressure, but will get dived underneath his tail. Receives the Wild Growth. The wrong exhaust goes out, exhausting onto a Lulu.
Ooh.
And Mboma from afar having to now switch the weapons. Is unable to execute that much more. He's burned both summoners. The teleport comes back on and Liv looking for the 1v3, make it a 1v4 with a cat on the head. A slam dunks, he gets a slow onto 2. That's going to force out some disengage. A flash from Claire Moore. Oh, the teleports keep flooding on in after the fight. The contest is all gone on out. Summoners being burnt galore here, Rusty.
Yeah, lots used, and most of it on the back end of the fight where there wasn't actually anything happening. It was Mammoth, you know, these teleports trying to force picks, and there was still decent damage from the Chiefs overall, but Croc, first of all, he's in trouble.
Oh, Charm doesn't connect, but he flashes forward and connects with the orb instead. Bass gets himself a kill, and these are the picks they've been hunting for all game long, and 19 minutes into this one, yes, they've conceded a few of these objectives, but they're keeping the gold within touching distance.
Yeah, and that extends beyond just the fight at the Drake to catching Croc. I'd say pushing a little bit too far there, maybe looking for one extra cab too many. Good punish there from Mammoth, you have to say. But that was wild. I mean, the things that I want to highlight first and foremost is that Mboma was playing very well in that engage. He was dodging a whole boatload of spells that were getting thrown at him. Katsuri was struggling to hit those abilities. I think there was even a point where he used his barrier and it might not have been necessary because he was just dodging so well. But at the end of the day, like, it's not going to be a crazy amount that goes their way. It was still the Ocean that was picked up, and Bass sacrificed his life for it. There was still the 2 teleports used, and now even an ultimate used in top lane there by Chunky as well. So the cost is high for Mammoth to try and take that fight in what was basically just a 1-for-2 trade. 2 for 2 if you count the Drake.
And you highlighted how impressive Mboma was there. He had to burn the double summoners to facilitate that play, but was able to try and even out those scales. And that was even before Artek had the Ardent Sensor. So that power is going to continue to ramp up. The question is, they are a pick comp, but they cannot themselves afford to be picked, as they are going to find that to be the absolute case here. And it's gone to the worst person possible as Katsuri snipes those kills, makes himself 3-0-2, and is living the absolute dream. But are they stopping there? No, they are not. Actually, hang on a minute. Chungy finds the trade, but the fight continues on bot side as well. No summoners, but no problem. These guys just want to fight.
Katsuri's dead. We didn't get to see how. What we saw was bot lane engages, and we saw a turret that'll go down eventually from the Chiefs down in that bottom lane, and will be traded in mid. Croc has Dragku on call. I don't think they'll be wanting to take that trade anytime soon, as Chungy's ultimate is getting ever closer to being available, but we've just descended into madness suddenly.
Pretty hard to keep track of everything, given that there were multiple fights happening on many different fronts. We're going to get a replay here and might actually get some context as to what happened after what looked like the easiest double kill.
Well, yeah, we saw this double. Well, Artek gets hit by a pillar. He's very much out of position, and Boma tries to assist his teammate, and he suffers the same fate. And we see the disengage from this point. And how Katsuri dies, it has to be a charm. Yeah, it just gets caught. Very greedy pathing, trying to get back towards mid with no knowledge of where they both were. Nice little pick there from Chuggy and from Bat.
Feeling confident with his ability after that double kill, but gets the punishment. Well, Yumi is unable to sustain through that, at least without that death stance. Not tanky enough. That's what they're looking for. They find the pick and they make it stick. Now, the Ahri has a Rabadon's cap. A lot of damage. Both mid laners sitting on 4 stacks of that Dark Seal as well. Definitely looking to try and pull ahead of each other.
Yeah, with the Wizard's hat on, there is a whole lot of threat coming out of the mid laner here of Mammoth, but we've got 50 seconds till the biggest threat potentially in the entire game is up for Mammoth to contend with, and that is going to be the Ocean Soul point. They're pushing into the river now, and they're doing this early, which is very important. They're going to try and get as much control as they can. If they can find a Lee Sin kick, they can find an Ahri charm. Maybe there's the Gravitum available for Mboma at that point. We'll see how he continues to cycle his weapons first.
They are so heavily invested in this right now. Rusty, they're just leaving Tien to his own device. This is systematic. This is what he does now. He's going to walk on down. It's a big win for him. Gets to hang on to his teleport. They get control of the mid wave as well. Mammoth are stuck in this river. They want to try and force this fight. They want to try and find that moment. Final Chip is going to come on out. Grit will keep him topped up for the meantime. Pillar denies that ability to run on out. Damage from afar. Command attack.
Katsuri.
And yep, you can see their poke is really starting to cause some problems.
They've pushed him out. Look for the charm. Good damage.
Oh, Chungy's found it again. Charm off the charm. Exhaust comes out late, but the damage has already been done right now, and that is stuck across that wall. Two-man drop wave. That's Claire going huge. He gets himself a double. The man shows up when he requires it. And that might be what they wrote that allows him to get the Ocean Soul. There is nothing that Mboma can do to survive this outcome. Claire gets himself an absolute triple. And they are going to find themselves an ace at the best possible moment.
Yeah, Claire's basically the OPL's Gandalf, I think it's worth saying. He arrives precisely when he means to. They'll get the T5 victory. That'll definitely be the Ocean Soul as well as the bot lane that they are going to continue to push out. Chiefs hit their team fight stride. There is no response from Mammoth, unfortunately, as it was already done. The cards were dealt even prior to that fight happening. They got poked out so aggressively by Katsuri and by Croc and Dragku working together and just being too tanky. So by the time they got to this fight, even though it starts so well, you know, the barrier saves his life, the damage had been done. Look at Liv's health bar. You know, then the shockwave hits, and then he's done. Chungy used his ultimate so much to disengage, but it is easy like they'll get the second kill. Lived here. He does use the shield well, but their jungler unfortunately sacrifices his life to get that kick in. Maybe not the trade that you want to be taking. The rest of the Chiefs will just push forwards. Nice little dodge there from Claire on the end, knowing set ult could kill.
A huge win there for the Chiefs, and on multiple fronts. I mean, if we break that play down a little bit more, Chungy goes from an open front to his team then being funneled into a choke spot where, you know, these picks find infinite value. Obviously, the Orianna, the Trundle pillar. It was too easy. As the kills now go from 12 to 5, and they have themselves the Ocean Soul. That is the buffer that they need. And, well, Claire is now sitting on the dream position 404. Damage not found.
I think you'll find his damage is very easily found.
Score the opposition to try and take him out.
Score may be lying.
They aren't doing anything.
Mammoth haven't found their victory yet, unfortunately. They're the ones 4-0-4 currently. Sorry, 0-4-0ing. And still Chiefs in the driver's seat. I really like... The goal difference isn't that substantial yet. There isn't like a game-winning amount of goal difference between both of these respective teams, but there is an Ocean Soul working against Mammoth, so that's a pretty tough spot to put yourself in regards to the goal difference. The relative strength of Chiefs is much higher.
Well, they're strong and they know it, and they will break through the mid turrets. And Chungy sits to those side lanes and tries to even out the deficit and try and claw back at any possibility by putting pressure on the top lane tier 2.
All right. We're looking for some pressure in mid lane. We're resetting. We're not actually going for the Baron just yet. Cloud now has a pocket cat. Of course, remember that Yuumi can also buff the AP and AD stats of people. And there you go. Left, right, good night. See you later, Mboma.
And that is the damage. Damage is well and truly found.
There's a couple of extra stacks into the hands of Claire there as well.
Put the Magi's only moments before. Why not? He knew it was going to happen. And it's paid off big time. Big purchase here for the
Chungy.
Chiefs as Death Dance is there, so they have power upon power. TP's coming and Chungy says, I can't do anything now.
That was a freak out. He saw the Orianna use spells on him. He instantly ulted.
Well, with Venom and Boma, it'll be very hard for them to try and contest this one.
Eyes on
They can
Bass,
maybe
though.
find a charm. They can find a kick. They can isolate out a member. Potentially, they can turn things around. They bought enough time. Hey, have Mammoth has allowed Chungy to walk on back, but the damage from Claire is literally disgusting. Forget Katsuri, put the cat on this man's head, and he will run
Claire
you
and
down.
Draku.
He is deleting a third of their health bar in one fell swoop. Throw everything at this man. He will survive. He gets shut down in the end, but he acted as a pseudo tank that for sure guarantees the Baron, and Chiefs reign supreme.
The Chiefs are doing Baron, and then everybody, literally everybody except for Croc leaves the pit. And they just go hunting. And Croc's left by himself. He's like, guys, you gotta help me kill this thing. You cannot abandon me. As the rest of the Chiefs, in particular Claire and Dragku, go a little bit too far. Maybe they shouldn't have gone that far into the jungle. Nevertheless, it pushes Mammoth so far away from the Baron that it was easy picking.
I think they were just feeling themselves there, Rusty. They were having a lot of fun with the current state of this game. Definitely in the driving seat, and with 90 seconds on that Elder spawning, this is a big turning point now for Mammoth to say, we need numbers, we have to contest this one. We've got to find a better way to open up this fight and not fall victim to the AoE clump.
Whoa. Another attempt of a pick here, but note that Croc still hasn't used his ultimate, so there we go.
Croc, well, he's going to get charmed, he's going to get kicked away, and despite everything, laughs in the face of adversity, receives a heal from the cat, and says, thank you for committing. Those are two ultimates that you can no longer use. We're going to siege bot.
Yeah, a little bit too tanky now, right? They've got the Ocean Soul first and foremost. They've got the magic resistance and the armor starting to build up in their team. And try as they might, Mammoth, pretty hard to stop this push from happening. And Boma's the one person that you have to look at and say maybe he's the beacon of hope. Hasn't got that death stance yet, however.
Does not, but he has an Executioners, and with the 2 core items online, the right weapon set up, be a big, big threat coming into this Elder. Up it now in 30 seconds. They managed to only lose 1 inhibitor, and it will be in the bottom side, so an easy transition for them to clear that and then walk in to the Dragon Pit. But how do Chiefs want to push this one? Do they want to keep up the threat or assert themselves control with the vision game?
I mean, more often than not, you'd be wanting to plant yourself in 2 lanes at once. They've got bot lane now starting to build naturally just by it being the super minions, and they hadn't had any time to set up their top wave. So they're looking at mid. They're just going to use the Baron to hold them at bay, because in 4 seconds the Elder is up. You can see already a teleport from Liv. He's in Zimbabwe. He's going to run very fast, however, as he's coming over here. So he'll be here in time at least for the fight.
Shockwave onto 1. Artek instead the fight has to cast Wild Growth on himself. That's a big win for the Chiefs right now. Liv jumps in aggressively. Tien deletes Chungy. Ari is gone. The pick potential is well and truly lost right now. What can Bass do to try and even out those odds? He finds one, and Boma is low. He finds one, but he falls on down regardless. The Chiefs are far too strong. There is no chance to contest them. 1 by 1 they fall. You cannot outrun these men. Pillars, slows, you name it. The Chiefs have got it. That's an ace. And that's a GG condition.
Yeah, you got to respect Mammoth for going for the fight, right? Taking the attempt. They had no choice. They get it there as best they could, but they were no match for the Chiefs today in this game whatsoever, as the Chiefs will just run over them.
Classic Chiefs there, closing out this one in 30 minutes, netting themselves a 10,000 gold lead.
Oh, they're going to try and one-hit Juggy.
Let him... It's not going to happen. Saved by the bell. The KDAs will not be padded any more than they were. Chiefs are going to be happy with that one. They found strength, they got their pocket picks, and they showcased that ease of execution is the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, and we said this going into the draft as well, right? It feels like Mammoth did make it a little bit harder for themselves than necessary. And it's not just about the champions, it's about the composition, right? Like, it's not a Malphite that just goes in, the team follows it. They've gone for the Aphelios Lulu. They've gone for the Ahri in mid lane as well as the Lee Sin. It's not straightforward, even though they may be masters of those champions. And that's one of those things that, like, you are a team without a win in the OPL. You're against one of the best teams in the OPL. I personally would just pick that Malphite Ahri composition and just try and take it to them like that.
And as you highlight, very tough to try and find those pick opportunities that your composition flourishes in against an opponent of that caliber. They're not going to give you too many opportunities. And if you don't land them, they will punish you. And that's what happened here today. We're going to finish and jump to a quick break. And when we return, it's a big one. League leaders, reigning champions, Legacy, take on Pensnet.gg.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits. So hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online. Preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! This is dead! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play onto multiple members. He gets himself a double kill. It's Ray's doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
And Skimmy, are you using a fork for that salad, or is that like a chopstick situation? What's going on with that salad?
That definitely sounded like a fork salad.
I think so, yeah. Is he gone?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
I think so.
Skimmy's off having a salad. So you're stuck with the three of us. Welcome back. Chiefs, still good. Good draft, good comp, good team spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have a situation like that where you come out onto Summoner's Rift, your jungler wins you first crab fight bottom river, gets 2 waves of prio, sneaks dragon, locks the lanes, and then your top laner gets solo killed. That's a scrim where you go back and you check the first 3 waves and you have a chat to your team about those ones, and then you say, well, golf clap to them. Better team on the day, unfortunately, so we just move on. We take those.
And Rusty, welcome to the evening.
Hey. What's up?
Because the sun is gone. It's the nighttime now.
Oh, right, yeah. The stage lights, dude, let me tell you. It's so bright that I would rather have the natural sun. My eyes cannot take it.
How do you reckon Skimmy's going with that salad right now?
I reckon he's munging on it. He sounded like he was really looking forward to it. I had some cheeky Mickey D's, which I also thoroughly enjoyed as well. So dinner time's a good time, Nick.
It's a very good time. I need to eat something pronto. And I think McDonald's is probably sounding very good right now. Something else that's sounding good is some of the changes that are coming to League. They've either coming or they have come and they're now entering competitive. So let's take a little jump into the patch notebook.
I wrote you every day for a year.
What happens when old wounds heal?
No, Volibear, you were so young and pure, and now you've been nick-tongued.
You should all be so lucky. There's a couple of people in chat who definitely want to be Nick Tund. Also, he's not young at all. Like, there's an old ass bear. Rusty?
Yeah, he's a demigod with. I think he's like thousands of years old, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. He's who is the oldest league champ?
Zoe, surely.
Surely Aurelian Sol.
That would make sense.
Or Aurelian Sol, because he's a big galaxy boy. Zoe's like 6,000.
Is she?
Yeah.
She's 6,000 years old?
Yeah.
Damn. She looks good. For 6,000? Tell you what.
She also looks
so lucky.
12.
I'm saying for 6,000. She looks good.
Okay.
My God.
I'm disengaging from the conversation. I refuse to take part.
You're allowed to say that someone looks good for 6,000 years old when they look, everything is still just, oh, you know what? I'm just going to move on because the point is she's not a dead fossil. All right. The next, while we're covering the patch notebook, we've got Volibear has entered competitive. Do you want to start there or do you want to start with map? Rusty, what's your poison of choice?
I reckon we start with Volibear. This is something that I think is quite interesting. When you look at the changes that Volibear got, the list is almost exhaustive, and most of them are bug fixes. I think that's the first interesting part. You know, when he first came out, I played a few games of him in a row. I thought he was decent in lane, but he felt clunky. Like I couldn't play him to the fullest because there was things that just weren't. Like if you get crowd controlled while you're using your Q dash, like it just doesn't go off. And then my brain's like, why'd that not go off? Even though I've been CC'd, other champions don't do that. And like stuff like that existed with him in a lot of his abilities. And so like having those bug fixes, having those quality of life changes, it's amazing how much of a difference that does make on the champion and how much better that makes him feel and suddenly how much better he actually is.
And I love champions like Volibear because they're exactly what they are. And what I mean by that is, like, this isn't some weird Aphelios situation where you don't actually know what his role is in the team. This isn't even a set situation where, like, he's just got such, like, good base numbers that his kit can be played in 4 different roles, and I think 5 different roles, really, if you count farming set with a center support. So, like, Volibear is a big lane bully because he's a juggernaut, and he has really good shove and really good control over when he wants to shove and when he doesn't. If you take early trades with him, he will kill you. He's a straight up, does have kill threat on a lot of champions. And then, when he gets to 6 items, is completely and utterly useless. And welcome back to the good old days of League of Legends, where this is what your top laner was. Your top laner can kill an 80 carry at 1 item, and then the 80 carry, if he has 3 items, Volibear runs the other direction and is no longer fearsome. I actually feel like it's... Like, it kind of gives me, like, you know, how I would have liked to have reworked Garen vibes and stuff like that. I think he's a real fun juggernaut. I think, you know, he is going to push a lot of things out of top lane, and he's going to warp the top lane meta again. And it should be warped, because top lane was getting further away from bruisers than it's ever been. And I want the bruisers back.
And you know what I like about juggernauts, Spawn, and what I don't like about some of the meta tanks and juggernauts is that you can target them. The thing with like a lot of the other champions, like Maokai, is you just can't target him.
Yeah.
And so he's a tank that you can't even chunk his health bar. Like those things they don't make sense. And this makes sense. Set makes sense. Like even if he's broken, he makes sense. So yeah, I like them a lot.
Yeah, no, and I think. Oh, sorry, you go, Nick. It's your show.
No. You finish.
How
off.
rude. No, I refuse to speak.
I'll
only talk when I get addressed from now on.
All right. Well, we're just gonna the next 6 minutes. We'll just sit here. I was going to say, who do you think, because Volley's now entering competitive, who is most suited to this playstyle within the OPL? Who's going to pick him? Who's going to take him?
I know the answer to this, so I'm not answering.
Yeah, you're not allowed to answer. I guess you've spent weeks practicing and preparing stuff. I don't know. I said this during the last game with Skibby, like the types of teams that could play it. I think. Pentanet are one of those weird teams that could just play it in many roles because that's just their type of players. Like they are the types of people that will play new things first week that it comes out and make it work. So I wouldn't ever be surprised if they play it. I think they're my most likely culprits.
I'll use my opposite thing, right? So I always look at people that have pulled out new champions in the past really, really quickly. So Swiper was the first on set. I think, pretty much in the league. It was a real DOS champion. I think this is also a DOS champion, just Big Bear in top lane, whacks things with his claws. Biopanther was the first player in the world, I believe, to play Aatrox competitive, when it was at Rift Rivals. So he's really quick at picking up new things, and I think that Biopanther will probably give it a crack. And then I think that you have a look at the people that can play like really unique things bottom lane, and I think like maybe Volibear would be good with a center bottom lane. He's got really good lane shove, he's got a couple of really good ganks set up in his CC, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was going to be funny stuff. It would be someone like an Avant, because, you know, maybe Paprise can play it, and maybe at the same time Appy can play it. Or maybe someone like the Chiefs, you know, maybe Dragku can play it as well as Thien can play it. So that would kind of be the teams I'm looking at. If Topoon plays it, he'll kill everyone on it, so I want to see that. But I think that there are some likely culprits in the league.
Cool. So we look forward to seeing Volibear when he does appear. And then the other stuff that will appear soon, the map changes that come with 10.12. So we've got some elemental map changes here. Who wants to talk us through this? Spawn, do you want to just give like a brief explainer about what we get with this?
Yeah, absolutely. So pretty much what we've said is that the elemental terrain based off the dragon that spawns third wasn't good enough, and we're going to add more terrain changes within Summoner's Rift. And I think that for a lot of League of Legends fans that have played different styles of games, and maybe even different games within the genre, would really welcome changes like this, because the League of Legends map for a while now has felt pretty uninteractive. Scuttlecrab changes were the last big changes that made like a mini objective in the river that felt interactive. And I think people have been asking for that. I've thrown some ideas around on the broadcast before. I make the map bigger and add a few more things. I like the idea. I think it originated from Kobe. I'm not sure, but flip the buff alcove on your side of the map. So even though the red buff is on your side, it is actually technically easier to enter from opposite side river, because you walk directly in. Does that allow map splits and things like that to be a little bit more easy? But I think that this is a good step in the right direction, because it shows that Riot is aware that their map is quite... It's not boring, it's just stale. There is a hierarchy of objectives right now, and you have to eventually be able to break that, and you do it by adding or removing things. I also think that there should be another camp added. It's too easy at the moment if you're playing super... I like the jungle experience changes, don't get me wrong, but I think that there should be a shallower camp, that if you're getting real hard counter jungled at the moment, that you can take a shallow camp on either side of the map. I think that... shallow camps close to the base is something that's like a little bit overdue.
Near the base gates, something that's like absolutely. A weaker camp that has like less experience or something, or like...
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be less experience for sure, because obviously it's further away from river, but I just think that like you have to be good level 1 to 3 at the moment to be jungled competitively. Otherwise you can't be jungled at all. Like, how do you jungle like something like a Rammus or something at the moment, like, or an Amumu? I think there just needs to be a camp that is safer to take.
What about, this is a little bit separate to that idea, and I do like that idea, but like, what about the terrain affecting the camps and what they actually are? So like, why not when it's a mountain terrain? Because like, it's less water, the characters become like they have more armor or something, right? Like, or they just become a completely different unit because survival of the fittest with these different terrains.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good idea. And I think what eventually Riot will move towards, and I know that a lot of people wanted this from the start, but I think we will eventually have a game where you'll be able to declare Drakes. Like, I'm playing a Zillion Kindred comp, and because I have side selection, I forfeit my right to side selection or something, and I declare that the soul that we're going to be playing for this game is air. Like, I just straight up get to pick that Air Drake is the third Drake of the game, and Air Soul is going to be the soul that spawns. And I think that the more you change the map, more lends itself towards stuff like that. So I guess the TLDR of the patch is it's not huge changes right now, but I like the fact that they are trying to change things on the map itself.
All right, cool. Well, there you go. There's your breakdown for 10.12. Let us know what you think. Either send it to us on Twitter, chat it in the chat. There's a lot of stuff going on in chat right now.
Most of it's the word no.
Yeah, most of it, I don't quite understand where that came from, but that's fine. Speaking of changes, though, we are going to be changing our opening titles. We want you to be a part of those opening titles, and so do NeoSurf, our wonderful sponsor / parent. We learned today. That was a surprise. They want you to be part of the OPL opening video, and you can also win yourself a $500 NeoSurf voucher to use in the League of Legends store. All you need to do is take a video of yourself joining that phone call from the beginning of the show, follow OPL and NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and then share that video with us via DM at OPL. You've got until week 3, which is this week, to get your entry in. So that is midnight tomorrow, I believe, to get it all done. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lollyspots.com. First prize is $500. 5 runners up, $100 each for use in the League of Legends store. You get a ton of skins with that, so a massive thank you to our partner NeoSurf, where your privacy is protected with no need to provide a credit card or personal information. And I believe that store is also for merch. I think you could probably use there. Maybe, maybe not. If you can, you should buy something for me and send it to me. That'd be nice. All right, let's jump into game number 3. It's Legacy versus Pentanet.gg. Legacy, I mean, the unstoppable juggernaut at the moment, Rusty. What are Pentanet going to bring? Because they've been a little hot and cold over the last 3 weeks.
I mean, I'm going to say this every time we see a Legacy play, I think, but we're expecting the perfect split from them at this point. I think it just goes without saying, honestly. And so for Pentanet.gg, what do we expect? Well, I think innovation, some strategy, something different might be expected from them. That doesn't surprise me from them anyway, but you're against Legacy, right? So I think that might be your best entry into a winning early game to then try and snowball through a mid game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely need advantages in draft if you're Pentanet, because you look at the individual players and you think maybe they don't stand up as well. So I think that, yeah, a lot of pressure on Western Way to get his team a really great draft.
I mean, that is a slightly, the advantage there slightly is that, like, you have to be perfect if you're Legacy. That is the thing that everyone's looking for, a crack in that armor. So if there is something that they don't get quite right, then maybe there's a chance to exploit that. Let's see if Pentanet.gg are the team that can stop this perfect split so far. Let's get into game number 3, Legacy versus PGG and the Macca's Champ Select.
Of course.
So cute.
Paddle star.
My goodness.
That's close. I like it.
My goodness, that was way too close. Hit again.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you slightly took it.
Alright.
Victor Q. Death Ray.
No, it's Siphon Tower. It's Siphon Tower.
No, it's Death Ray.
He said Q. He said Q, right? Siphon Tower.
He said Q, yeah.
Yeah, he's Death Ray.
My bad, my bad.
That's 2. That's 2, baby.
I rally it. Defiant Stance.
Do that one.
Baleful Strike. Oh my god.
I got him. I'm on it.
My
Did I play it? Vega.
He's on it.
I'm the Vega kid, don't worry.
Darken Blade.
Is that it? I legit have no idea.
It's a Dark Blade.
Welcome back for our 3rd game of the day. It's the undefeated Chiefs, or the undefeated Legacy. I tell you, Chiefs, I've got it still stuck in my game. It's still stuck in my mind from game number 2 after their convincing performance. But it's the undefeated Legacy. Looking for the perfect split, taking on Pentanet.gg. And Spawn, my question already out the gates is, we have been looking at which team is looking to try and challenge them, which is looking to try and hand them their first defeat. I think really we looked at this performance from Pentanet in week 2. They tried some things. They went for a composition with no engage. They've stuck with this Yumi Jana composition. They tried to do some weird and wacky things. I think, honestly, it's a bit of a blip on the radar. They like to experiment. I feel like still from what we saw in week 1, they have a lot of strength, and they'll be no doubt looking to try and, once again, put that on full display coming into this match.
Yeah, I think it's going to go one way or the other really quickly, Skimmy, to be honest. I think like either they will get back to the form they showed in week 1 and be legitimate contenders, or they were a team that was like a little bit surprising just in the areas they had strengths, and teams have figured that out now through scrims. Because the one thing about League of Legends that's different to like a lot of sport in the world that you have to remember is the way these guys practice is by playing full games against another team. So if I am, like myself and you, like we play basketball against each other and you kind of don't look that quick on the court, and then I play against you and you're surprisingly quick, I don't get to teach myself how quick you are or how you move until I play you properly the next time. Whereas if Parbu is this surprising jungler, and he beats me week 1, I then get like maybe a scrim set a week, which is 5 games, to actually play against him and figure him out in practice. And I think that's why in esports specifically, teams and players get figured out a lot quicker than in traditional sports, because you do have all this time during practice to go towards that. So just a little bit of insight to actually what happens behind the scenes, I guess.
Do you think it's a fair estimation to say that you can crack onto a team's identity or their strategy within, say, a week or two?
Absolutely. There are some teams that I, like even myself, like we call it downloaded. Like there are some teams that you can just like download their gameplay. That doesn't mean you can necessarily beat them, but that means you know exactly how they are going to play the game. A good example is Direwolves. When they had Shern, you just knew exactly how they were going to play the game. Like no one beat the Direwolves, but everyone could tell you exactly how they were going to play and around how they were going to play around Shern and kind of how they were going to use their laners. Mammoth also very predictable, but it's just about whether you have the skill set to be able to beat that team.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what comes out here. What is the identity for Pensnet? We know that they're all about looking to do weird and wacky things. We had a discussion only moments before about the Volley Bear and whether or not that would be a pick that gets contended, give everyone 10-12, or whether or not it'll go through for another week and another time for us to consider the possibilities. Quick stock check on some of the bans. Obviously a heavy influence towards the jungle. I think that the Fiddlesticks could be a mainstay here, especially against this organization. But otherwise, I see Legacy just get comfort.
Yeah, they got comfort kind of across the board, but very similar comps from both teams here. Skimmy, I would expect to see hyperscaling in the mid lane from the Chiefs as well. So you're going to have double tank into double carry junglers, very good scaling bottom laners with, you know, enchanters. You would say Aphelios as well as Karma, a little bit better early game, but Ezreal and Yuumi on those 2-item spikes going to be certainly able to take over a mid game. So I think that, you know, very reflectable comps. Like, all of these champions do very similar things to their counterparts. So this is going to be an execution-heavy game. So if you are looking for those advantages in the draft for Pentanet.gg, unfortunately, I do not know whether they have found them.
Yeah, it can be interesting. It's going to be a little bit similar to the game we saw before, where you've got similar setups and looking to try and break open with that initial kill to get the ball rolling. We laugh a bit about Tally and his hero ball in terms of what he plays, and you know, kind of spins that wheel. What's it going to be? Is it going to be Galio? Is it going to be Victor? Is it going to be Ornn? Obviously today it is going to be the Victor. But you know what? You can meme it, you can laugh at it, but it's provided him a level bit of consistency, right? You know, he's able to hold his own, he's able to do his job and just facilitate the likes of his powerhouse solo lane is in both Tapoon and Raze.
Yeah, and I mean, Jimmy's always been a fantastic Victor player, right? So this isn't like something that he's had to pick up in the mid lane. And he was also a really predictable top laner, Skimmy. When he was on the auto lineup, we blind picked him Gangplank, like I think 60% of the games that he played on the overall team. He's just a really, really great Gangplank player. Now he's a really great tank Ornn player. So in a lot of drafts, they're just happy to blind pick him Ornn, right? And that's why they left the Ornn for the flex in this. So I think that, once again, predictability is used to kind of, you know, say weakness in some areas, but there is just no, like, whilst Tally, I need to stop calling him James, whilst Tally is a predictable man in League of Legends, that does not mean you can find very many weaknesses in his game. Like, it's about, can you stop him? And the argument so far has been, like, absolutely no, you cannot.
And I think you highlight a good point in that both of these teams very similar in what they're looking to achieve. It's all going to come down to execution, and if history taught us anything right now, that history or that execution would definitely favour Legacy. And so we get those nameplates up the top, this change there. Maybe that's why I was confused and called them Chiefs beforehand. We'll never know. But anyway, coming into this one, Praedyth does get his mainstay. It's his most played this year long. It has been the Aphelios. He's got the highest win rate on it from 7 games.
No. You hate to see it, Skimmy. Every mid laner plays this game, which is, you know, when you're against Yuumi. So in mid lane, we don't get to talk about this very much. Can the observers show me mid lane? So the reason that you actually race towards mid lane in the early game is that people will use mid lane to sneak into the brushes and try and like collapse on either where a Aphelios is standing or where that ward is in Pixel Brush. So the mid laners race onto the map ASAP, and they actually stand so they can see both sides, the full side brushes of mid lane, so you can't sneak through that way. And what you have to do when you're against Yuumi is Yuumi jumps on her mid laner, jumps off just at the last moment, and hides around the corner. And as it looks like Victor's about to get vision of that brush, which is very standard play, if there's a Yuumi on the team, Yuumi will jump on and get her first stack of mana flow. And there's a meme in OS scrims that, you know, Yuumi got mana flow, the game's already over from level 1. But it's just about getting that early chip damage, a little bit of early poke and pushing people back, and kind of sets the pace of the game.
Yeah, small advantages are definitely going to be the theme of this game here, I'd imagine, Spawn. And it's going to be a tall order. Obviously, Tapoon is in red-hot form right now. I think the last 2 games in quick succession, we've seen him single-handedly take over the game, finding solo kills, coming into the mid-game, coming into many of those fights, and being, what, 5-0, 6-0?
Yeah, and I mean, people would think, where did this Tapoon come from? But just a little bit of insight from last year. Tapoon was equally as scary as Fudge going into that playoffs. He had a much different champion pool, but there were a lot of people. I know Swiper considers him like one of the scariest players in that time period as well. It just so happened that Mammoth won the OPL with Fudge, and therefore people remember the 17-year-old rookie popping off. But Tapoon was certainly an intimidating force. And now you have a look at how well he's played this year, Skimmy, and you have to just take your hat off to him. It would be very tough for Babip and Tapoon, the only 2 members of that Mammoth lineup that got left in Oceania after the rest of the team went over to North American Academy. But they've done it, they've stuck it out here, they've won the title afterwards as well, and looking to repeat again.
And that's the discussion I believe we had on the cast last time we were doing Legacy, was to their game plan is obviously very much, we're going for Worlds, we're looking to try and get ourselves that international exposure, and we want to prove ourselves on the bigger stage that, you know, whilst we might be, quote-unquote, a scouting grounds for these major regions, that, you know, there is life, you know, there is an esports career out there, right? You can hit those headlights, you can reach the stars, and, you know, see if they can reach the same heights that a lot of these players have when they've, you know, migrated to the likes of LCS and AC.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on the flip side for Pentanet, right, so now you're trying to build yourself towards that. And I think, you know, people like Parbu and stuff have been overseas. They would have had the taste of it and what it's like. And he would certainly be trying in his new role to be able to establish himself as one of those junglers in the OPL. You've seen from his online persona that he's confident that he's going to be able to do it. And this is going to be a great test because, you know, one of the few games that people have taken carry into Parbu. I think he's had a couple of Trundle games himself and then had Trundle played into him. Yep. So this is going to be Graves versus Yuumi, which is a skill matchup. Not Graves into Yuumi, Graves into Kindred. I just saw Yuumi on my screen, which is a skill matchup. Graves farms slightly quicker. Kindred does win the one-on-one if she ever finds it, so this is going to be interesting.
Be a tough folder, as Babip is also definitely finding his footing in this one, and I mean, it's easy to highlight that, you know, this is the team that is definitely in the driving seat right now. They definitely have stars in all of their positions, and you know, Parbu's definitely come into this saying, you know, being very vocal as you highlight on social media, but has played a different jungler every single game. I think last week we had 2 occurrences of the Wukong jungle. Weren't the biggest fans, didn't seem to have much of an influence, didn't have many items online, and the Cyclones weren't finding as much value as we see when they are in, say, other positions, but he's coming to this one with the Graves. One that we know is looking to try and find priority in those lanes, be a carry, and be a menace as he shows this threat mid lane.
Going over the wall.
Yes, indeed. Drops the smoke screen, dodges out the stun, and has get back in there for some protection as the trade works out in their favor.
Yeah, really nicely done from Parbu there. Actually, all that gank does, because Tally was going to teleport back anyway, is ensure a freeze. It might mean that Get Back gets to keep his teleport and walk back to lane. So, once again, when you're playing the same comp, it's all about the small wins that you're able to pick up, Skimmy. In the same time, you know, the fact that Babip was there returns a lot of damage as well. So it is just a little bit more of a 50-50 trade. See Tapoon, however, talking about small wins, actually doing quite a good job on this top side of the map, and he's actually ran Biopanther out of mana. Why does that become influential? Is because Biopanther can't ever push the lane without mana.
Nah.
And if he gets stuck in this laning phase, he's going to start bleeding out just, you know, creep by creep. You might get 5 creep a wave, but if Tapoon's getting 6, then you're going to fall behind very, very quickly. And Tapoon's been able to keep his teleport the entirety of this time, so you're definitely going to get a teleport advantage top.
So, what do Pentenet decide to do if that is the situation? Well, they want to force themselves onto this dragon. You highlighted the priority they're having that bot lane, given the fact it is going to be the Karma, and we know how strong that can be. So he's playing bot side. He wants to find a lead at least in one of these lanes, and that is going to be the first dragon going their way, with Cloud taking off, and let's compound that just a little bit further by taking the Skull as well. The question is, though, I suppose, is will he go top side to try and help Bio, or is he just going to sacrifice more and more of these minions?
I think Bio's just going to have to use his teleport here, and Topoon's going to get the walk skimmy. That's just the power of Karma as a support. Karma just outpushes Yuumi at this stage of the game, and you can see can just determine when she wants to push and when she doesn't want to push. At the same time, you know, Ezreal has got 3 biscuits, and this is one of my pet peeves on Ezreal skimmy. I think you've heard me say it before, but if you're going to play Ezreal, you've got to play him a little bit more aggressively. At 0 items apiece, Ezreal is actually probably stronger than Aphelios. Obviously, based on Aphelios' guns, sometimes that can change, but when you're 0 to 0 items on Ezreal, you generally want to have an advantage. He's got 8 CS up at the moment, but that's probably not enough, because at this stage of the game, when you're BF sword versus tier, Ezreal is definitely at a disadvantage. And this is where Raze maybe could have played a little bit more aggro in the bottom lane, you know, use some of those biscuits a little bit more aggressively and tried to take over.
But this is the most aggressive variation we've seen in Ezreal to date in the OPL. We've seen teleports, we've seen berries, we've seen heals. He's actually going to opt in for the Ignite. Fully confident in his abilities to carry, and why wouldn't you? We know what he's like, especially with Yuumi there for protection.
So in this comp,
well, Bebeth is caught out in a situation where Rogue wants to collapse. The Tibet does make a route go on through as both drop down to half of their health bar. Chaos Storm getting deployed as Tally wants to get in on the action. And Tapoon, well, he's going to shut that one way, but the fight dissipates.
Okay, and that's really interesting because meanwhile, on the top side of some of those rifts, Kratos is going to be able to pick himself up the first turret plate of the game. So that's an advantage going over to Pentanet.gg there. You're going to see this a lot from Bio. Bio sacks so many waves. You see that bottom lane wave? That's pushing out towards Topoon. So if Pentanet didn't get this objective right now, and they're keeping Biopanther on this side of the map to ensure they do, they would go down so much farm. You see that huge wave of creeps actually eat all 6 minions. So that means Biopanther's lost 6 minions worth of farm and experience. And you can see he's not going back bottom lane anytime soon either, Skimmy.
No, he's grouping up with his team. He wants them to find an advantage, and that is what they will. Lamb's spike goes down, gives Raze a chance to live. He flashes over, he survives, but the team follow, and they find themselves first blood. Biopanther, he sacrificed himself to CS, but he'll get those kills. That's what they need, and that's what they'll find.
But you'll notice, Skimmy, that the gold didn't move. And how can the gold not move if you got a kill? Well, it's because you gave away a kill's worth of gold on the opposite side of the map to these 2 farming solo laners. Tally didn't move. Topoon didn't move. They are going to get themselves first turret, so more gold will go over to Pentanet. But there's only so many times you can sacrifice your tank's farm before this comes back to bite you in the bum. Because Biopanther now down 30 CS skimming. And whilst Ornn does say tank in his description, I have it on good authority. He is a tank assassin, mage 80 carry, all-round awesome champion. You can see that's 500 gold. Obviously mirrored in the 80 carries, but that's because of turret plates. So overall, really nice play from Pentanet. I'm definitely not saying that's a bad play. I'm just saying you do always have to watch what Pentanet is trading on the other side of the map.
And you can see there, highlighting the gold discrepancies. A big lead is found here by Pabu, who's invested heavily into picking up these objectives, being very proactive on the map to get themselves some win conditions online, and by breaking through with the first turret of the game. They do manage to actually shift that gold lead now, so 1,400 in their favor. Unfortunately, Praetor unable to find an assist, and that could have been a critical moment in trying to swing the balance and really slow down the empowerment that Ezreal's working towards.
And I wonder what is going to happen here, because Biopanther is currently laning mid, but they haven't shown Corki on Summoner's Rift. Corki's actually taking some jungle camps. You can see dragons about to spawn. And Topoon's doing a really great thing here against Pentanet, in my opinion. He's stacking this wave. And you can't ignore CS forever, Skimmy. Even though I wish you could. I'm one of those people that if you could just fight forever, I would be the happiest man in League of Legends. But
that's why we have ARAM.
Now, at this time, has crashed such a big wave that he has guaranteed his team a 4v4 on the other side of the map. And he has first move now off this wave. That's what we call priority.
Hang on a minute. He might look for the execution here as well. Get Back is very flashy, very nimble on his feet there.
Huh. Played that well, Get Back. He probably was in kill threat range.
He was indeed. Jukes it out twice. Will not fall victim to the gank and will not give Tapoon those advantages he's found in the games prior.
And now Pentanet really starting to get a sizable lead for themselves because they didn't actually have to sack anything for this objective. They traded Flash for Flash. They kept Biopanther, who at this stage is a way better team fighter, on the objective side of Summoner's Rift. You know, now he can go back topside if he wants to be the person that's going to deal with Bjorn. And they've done a really great job of distributing farm. You know, they did miss that earlier 30 CS, but it hasn't really grown since that stage. And they do maintain themselves, you know, that 12 to 1500 gold lead, and they do have both dragons.
These were the characteristics we got a glimpse into when we had the mid-season clash as to what Pabu's style would be as he transitioned into this role. We saw aggression, and that's what we're seeing here, being very proactive on the map right now and taking those camps, taking those initiatives, if you will, to say, this is what we're doing. Come around and stay a while. And it's proving to pay off at the stage of the game as that gold lead continues to grow.
Do you know the funniest thing about Pabu's transition to jungle, Jimmy? And I actually haven't heard anyone speak about it yet, so I was wondering if it was like a taboo subject. But he actually tried to become a jungler, you know, move roles, in the summer break. This wasn't a Split 1 to Split 2 break. He created a jungle-only account, you know, after he was let go of the Gravitas lineup the first time around. Spawn in-houses over the summer, you know, when I was just streaming games.
Yep.
Where he was queuing up primarily as jungle, and he was playing against like Cubes and Carbon a lot, and obviously wasn't picked up by a team. And I don't know why that happened, but then he went back to play for Gravitas, obviously in Split 1 as a top laner. And now Split 2 has been picked up over jungler, but it's just really interesting to me that no one really mentioned that over the summer break, this guy actually was spamming out jungle games. So he's been jungle now for the better part of 6 months in my mind.
It's definitely starting to show the proof in the pudding, as they say. Despite it being 30 minutes into this game, there's only been one kill. It's all been about the macro, about small advantages in terms of CS discrepancies and achieving summoner advantages, as I see Pabu forced to flash away.
Yeah, actually went for the flash, the smite steal there. Then he was hoping he was going to be able to proc phase rush and just book it right, but wasn't able to do so. Had to instead burn the flash and didn't even get himself the Scuttle Crab skinny. And now this is where you start to get worried. Because look at that top lane wave. It's completely neutral, unattended farm right now, and you can see that they don't have priority mid, they don't have priority bot, and they're starting to lose out on more plates. Still 1,000 gold lead for Pentanet.gg, as well as the 2 dragons still. But no one attending to topside farm, Skimmy, means that you can start to fall behind a little bit. And if Raze gets to take this turret, he's going to even out the gold amongst the 80 carries.
And it's interesting, right, because we've been critical at times with Praetor finding these big leads, maybe an item or an item and a half lead, and not being able to force fights as a result, them being too reluctant or them being too keen on, you know, attending to those waves. We've seen other times when they've had these compositions that are looking to try and control those waves and then sacrificing the group up to try and force those fights. It's either one or the other is what we're seeing at times. This time it's obviously the latter. They've been aggressive. They've been very much the ones in the driving seat, forcing their style of play on their opponents, finding the priority, and whenever there's an objective available, Pabu is the first one to answer the call.
Yeah, and I think the Pabu's actually jungled really well this game into Babip. He's kind of stifled Babip across a couple of objectives, made him burn some smite charges where he wouldn't have liked to, and he's taken all 4 major objectives. So credit to Pabu, certainly having a really great performance so far in this game. He's also, I think, about half a level up if I saw the experience bars correctly. So doing a really, really good job. It was just that was a trade down for the first time from Pentanet. We said their trades have either been, you know, really good, that Rift Herald trade, or at least even, you know, kills per farm. But this time, whilst they do get to bank the potential Rift Herald for future, that charge, sometimes the game doesn't play out that way. They did lose out on about half, you know, 500 gold. Half 1,000 gold.
Would be a lot of gold. As if Philios needs any more right now.
Would be a lot.
He's obviously delayed his build a little bit by rushing the executions for that trading potential into the Raze Yuumi combination. Be interesting if we'd actually see a comparison between the two, right? Because even in CS, but they've both been fed many of the turret plates. I want to say that Praetor has a small lead.
Well, let's do the quick math, right? He's got himself an Infinity Edge plus Zerka Greaves 1100. And it's going to be plus 900. Yeah, he's about 6,000 gold worth of items, somewhere around there. Have a look on the flip side. It's 2,000, about 5,400. I reckon he's about 300 gold down, something like that. I don't know when Ray's shop last. But I'm going to say that Kratos has a slight item advantage at the moment.
Yeah, they've definitely invested both top and bot sides. Now, Legacy, characteristic as they are, 2 dragons going the opposite way. They now decide to look to try and put up a fight. Topoon, group with the team, cat on his head, very tanky, very willing to full search engage. True Shot Barrage finds a lot of value onto multiple members. That's the flash, that's the stun, that's the dash, and that's the kill. As Yuumi takes out the Karma, a 5v4 right off the bat. Characteristic here for Legacy. They've got the sustain, and they should have the secure on this dragon.
And this is just such a Legacy game, Skimmy, so far. You see the first 4 objectives, but you trade gold, you stabilize the game. Finally, you get to an objective first. You're looking to actually turn around and fight this one. And who is it that's able to carry out and tank so much of the damage? Topoon in the front line, as he has been the entirety of this year. And this is why it's so hard to beat Legacy, because they're one of the only teams in the OPL that you have to beat at every stage of the game. Sometimes a good early game is good enough to beat the other 7 teams in the OPL, but against Legacy, you have to play good early, mid, and late, otherwise they crush you.
You can't afford to make a mistake. And I mean, how many times have we seen Split 1 when they had this new style of play of, look, we're just going to give away 2 Drakes, we're going to give away all this because we want to set ourselves up with control of the map. That could be structures, that could be minion management, that could be just reaching key item spikes on some of these characters. So, characteristic as it is, textbook if you will, a lot of that gold lead that Pentanet had worked so hard to achieve in the first 15 minutes has definitely been undone.
Yeah, just dissipated, right? You have a look at the jungle position, that's 800 gold right there in items, effective items right now. And you would say that probably is a gold across the board. Everyone else looks fairly even, Skimmy. And you can just see that Legacy, fine farm, but other teams don't find farm. 26 CS on the mid laners. There's, what, 40 CS on the top laners? And 80 carries are dead even. Jungle, pretty much dead even. So Legacy just doing a better job at finding, or last hitting, if they, are in neutral waves, these creeps, and therefore have more money than probably what they should.
It's interesting to me as to how proactive Pabu has been trying to force these objectives, and Babbitt has just been keeping up. Hasn't really been out there to force ganks, force objectives, has just been farming away, saying this is cool, nothing to worry about.
I was laughing at Chippies, hold the thought. I was laughing at Chippies on his horn because I thought, you know what, good on Chippies. He's become a real post-Ornn player. And what I mean by that is, he played Ornn and he had 130 farm at 23 minutes, I think. He just grouped in frontline for the boys. And this is the difference between, people that do that and the people that are willing to farm on their tanks. We actually have a little bit of a turret race here, Skimmy, and I don't think we can beat a Phelios.
No, it's definitely appearing to be what is a turret race into a base race, as we have our eyes set onto, well, achieving a very early inhibitor, it would seem.
Very well done there from Kratos, because what he actually did, Skimmy, is he kept the creep wave alive by using his health. That actually might mean they can get themselves a cheeky Nexus turret, as all the bases are stopped.
Okay, well that means they're going to go for the end. It seems they're working their way towards the first of the 2 Nexus turrets. That's going to warrant both these top solo laners to come on back. That turret is going to fall on down. The damage is done. Biopanther stopped them in their tracks, but falls down eventually, but that's all she wrote. That means they will go for the recall, and that was just a chaotic set of events.
Certainly was, and good on Biopanther for being actually able to buy so much time for his team. It means they get a turret, and look at how many creeps down there on that top inhibitor. They're going to be able to clean up all that additional farm. Fantastic trade coming out of the Pentanet.gg lineup, and normally I don't like taking inhibitors this early in the game, but as it is that Baron inhibitor, Skimmy, that bottom lane inhibitor that can open up the Baron buff so easily, and we've seen how much damage can come out of a Phelios and Corki. Not to mention they've got a Graves for themselves as well. This could very well be a very early Baron, and with those creeps in the bottom lane pushing, it gives you more space to be able to do it.
So let's take a step back and a quick stock check of what this actually opens up as a reality, right? So the inhibitors fallen on down. There's now only 1 Nexus turret between them and that GG screen. Legacy weren't able to replicate that same amount of success based on the fact that Biopanther responded to it first. But the difference has to be surely They have 2 teleports, and they have an AD carry that is going to continue to scale up in Corki. That could, if it were to become a late game situation, just melt through it and end it very quickly in the back door.
Yeah, it could definitely be a backdoor scenario, especially if you're able to take Biopanther. I don't think you're going to be able to tank up that turret with anyone else on the team so far, but Biopanther with a creep wave certainly could. I think it's more that normally Legacy don't make mistakes, but they are now 1 mistake away from definitely, right? 1 mistake, you know, even a 3-for-0, a 2-for-0 fight could be game with those creeps in the bottom lane. So now you have to play the rest of the game flawlessly. Like, you lose this dragon fight, it's not, oh well, they're on soul point. It's, oh shit, the game's over.
Legacy haven't been pushed this hard just yet in this split.
Are they just going to teleport for it, Skimmy?
We get to test their resolve. How do they look to try and do this one? Because you can see Pentanet are dancing around, knowing that those minions are flooding into the enemy's base. Do they even have their eyes set on taking this dragon?
I don't think they can take it. Biopanther can just teleport right now.
Well, you'd imagine they're far more distracted on trying to actually force this fight, get a numbers advantage, and actually then go for the end. As a result, the dragon goes the way of Legacy. They force it to fight. Biopanther jumps on in, but he takes so much punishment. And Legacy, in characteristic fashion, turn things around. The 2 members that are below receive the Lamb's Respite. They get topped up. They do not fall on down. But those minions are flooding into the base. Now, what do Pentanet do? Can they stop the recalls? Well, they got baited, it would appear. Flashes are being burnt.
Okay, Skimmy, they didn't ace them, but they got 4 flashes at the end of that one. And Harbu picks up a kill.
Okay. This is it's an interesting game.
Yeah. This is the original word of Clown Fiesta, my friend. Game getting very scrappy is the word I would use here, Skimmy. Ray's sitting in his power spike in that team fight just did no favours for the Pentanet.GG's lineup. Obviously still waiting on a Felios to get the 200 years of experience he needs to be able to take over a game. But I think that there was an opportunity there for you to actually end. So if you have a look at this, if Biopanther backs right now and teleports to this creep wave, especially given the fact that only Ali has teleport and he's not in a great position, I think he nearly could have won the game. But obviously that's not what they went for. They went for the team fight. You have a look at this. Raisin and Tally just not touched at all in the back end of the team fight, and so much damage onto the DPS threats of Pentanet.GG. Sometimes a little bit deceptive when you look at the tank's health. And then on the back end of this, really clean re-engagement as everyone from Pentanet.GG has to get out. Kratos versus Raze one-on-one. How does Raze get cleaned up here? He goes forward and he will just die to a very nice end of the line.
Yeah, Raze saw blood between his eyes and thought, well, that is the play. That's an easy triple that I can clean up here and really try and slow the tempo of this game down. It's descended into chaos, and the discipline factor that was so well renowned for is being slowly undone. That is a crippled Nexus turret down to half once again. Giving Pentanet that 1 ace, 1 win, 1 opportunity, really. Moment in this game to play around.
However, now Inhibitor's back up, so a lot less dangerous if you are the Legacy lineup. Still only 24 minutes in, so death timers are probably low enough that you're not going to be able to go kill the Inhibitor and get a creep wave into the base. So I think a lot of the danger that downed Inhibitor and Nexus turret had in it has now dissipated. And Legacy just looked to be like in firm control of this game. Death cap picked up, marching towards Death stance as well for this Ezreal. And the Yuumi is just too strong at this stage of the game.
Certainly is, with the Fiends complete and those Dark Steel sacks continuing to ramp on up. And now we're starting to really see what actually it meant by Tapoon continuing to nurture those minion waves. He's got a completed item over that of Biopanther with the Sunfire Cape complete, as opposed to just a single Cinder Hole.
And it's not even just that fact, Skimmy. It's like he scales so much better with levels, and he's 2 levels up. So he's about to give over completed Death Cap to Tally, which he's done. You know, Trinity Force upgrade's going to be there, Black Cleaver upgrade going to be there. You've given the scariest member in the game with experience out of maybe Kassadin, who does it himself. Free experience the entirety of the game. And Tapoon, you know, level 14, equal with Get Back. has just had a really, really great run of the map. As you mentioned, 60 CS up, now looking to be engaged.
Raze knows that power spike is there, and they want to try and take away the one that is presented on the side of Pentnet, which they do very handily. Deleted before there's even a chance to use any of the summoners, and bear in mind there were no summoners available based on the Chaos only moments before. That's all they wrote to enable now the 4v5 and start the Baron.
Yeah, I don't even think they have to start it. You can see right now that they're just sprinting into the top lane. They actually burn the teleport, and now that Baron is free, Skimmy. Oh.
What a team in terms of creating pressure, forcing stress, and really removing some of those conditions that were points of strength here for Pentnet. Baron down to half, the Empowered Rocket goes across, but he instantly gets exhausted as he shows up towards Babbitt. Count his head, baits out the ultimate. Now Raze in a bit of trouble. He's being attacked there by the Baron for a fair bit of time. The buff for that disability on its damage could have come in clutch there, but both teams decide to walk away.
Okay, so they don't get the Baron. You saw how quickly they were doing it, Skimmy, but they just didn't commit to the objective. Obviously, too much of the threat coming out of that Corki with package, and they have kind of, stuffed around a little bit too long. That means Pentanet.gg going to be able to get themselves the rebound Drake. Very well played there. And are they prioritizing farm on Pabu over Biopanther right now? Because I saw that Pabu was a person that pushed out bottom lane last time. They are. Skimmy, I understand why they're doing it. Graves with items, very, very strong. When your jungler is in the bottom lane, you are inviting Baron to be restarted.
Decision making galore right now. Take your hands and take your pick. What is a better shot call? Well, Legacy are forcing their hand once again. There is no package. The ultimates are only starting to come back online once again. On with a two-man knockup. Chaos Storm locking them in place. AoE galore. The Baron gets secured by Legacy. It's the final chapter prevents a big zoning pressure. Yuumi is gone. Philios displaying the full power of his kit. And with the desirable two-weapon setup, can do damage like this from afar.
Okay, so they do not get any follow-up there, but a big shutdown coming across. Isles falling down. Legacy exit Baron with 4 members still up and alive, but this has been such a back-and-forward affair. Credit to Pentanet. I thought after the first couple of trades, Skimmy, that they looked like they were missing a beat, but they've been right there for a lot of this game. And to be able to say that against Legacy, the defending champions, the only undefeated team within the OPL at the moment, is certainly very high praise. There is a reason I said this was a banger. Because if you are not prepared specifically for the way Pentanet play the game, you can get in trouble. And Legacy, it looks like a couple of times that they've been on the brink of that trouble, but have been able to pull it back now.
And it throws us back to that initial statement as to what team was going to challenge Legacy. And Pentanet have always been that wild card of trying new things, always being strong, but not necessarily always getting the results that warrant that praise. Well, the early game was strong. The mid game had its moments, but they've definitely challenged Legacy harder than a lot of the teams have done so far.
Yeah, absolutely agree. This has been the best game I think I've seen a team play against Legacy this split. And you can see that now Legacy applying pressure in 2 lanes, actually using Tally to buff up the bottom creep wave as well. Triple range in the mid lane, get back in some trouble.
Yeah, Legacy trying to take full advantage of this Baron buff right now to really create a big gold divide between these two teams. There's only about 1,500 to 2k before that. And they want to try and balloon that to the 3 to 5k mark as a result, give themselves a significant item spike and make sure they have a difference maker to guarantee themselves a successful teamfight win.
And Legacy always fascinate me with their setup, Skimmy, because they had an open inhibitor topside, and if they thought that this was the Baron buff that was going to end the game, I would expect that you just put Topu mid, march 4 people topside, you just push into that open inhibitor. But they obviously think they're not that far ahead at the moment, and they need to continue to scale just a little bit more. So instead, they've taken all the outer turrets off the map, given themselves about a 4,000 gold lead. This stage of the game, still not the most meaningful gold lead. But I think they were only up about 1,000 when they took the Baron. So good gold play coming across just from the choices that they're making on some of the drift.
That will even things out here at 7 turrets apiece. Given the amount of attention that Pentanet showed in the bottom lane. Baron buff only moments away now from expiring as they look to try and extract any final bit of value out of this Bottom lane push.
And I love that play, right? You just create maximum pressure, you push all your waves in, you always base with, you know, tempo or first move, whatever you want to call it, depending on who you are. And now they'll be able to come out onto Summoner's Rift as strong as possible with a minute before the dragon, full wards. You can see multiple members of the team buying 2 control wards as they re-enter the map. Even their 80 carry getting in on the action for all you gold-hungry 80 carries out there in solo queue. Buy your pink wards. And now they've got first access to what should put Legacy on Soul Point. You know, see whether the 4,000 gold is going to be enough to overcome Aphelios, who has got his death stand. But this should be a very close fight. If Biopanther was level 16, Skimmy, and Get Back was level 17, the same levels as the Legacy solo laners, I would actually say this is a very winnable fight from PGG. They might lose this one just based off experience alone.
Especially if members get caught out of place like this as well. The package has to be burnt as Get Back disengages away and lives to fight another day.
Out of Babbitt. Very interesting. Should be able to heal up off this wave. A couple of those auto attacks will do it, Skimmy. Baron about to come up, and they've actually gone for the... Not Baron. Dragon about to come up, and they've gone for it through bottom.
Well, both teams are looking to try and force fights on either occasion, catching out any member on the rotation. Tally fails to flash, but gets the Lamb's Respite. Kindred there to act as a protection barrier. Blast cones himself away, Tapoon going in, but Ray's trying to be the absolute hero, the team fight king. The perfect player as self-proclaimed, but without the Yuumi, all that power that Israel possesses is lost. It is diminished. Can they win 4v5? Tally takes one. Supports are gone. He goes for a double kill. And he is hunting for more. They have to play off cooldowns. Exhaust is still available. Flashes are being burnt left, right, and center as both junglers are incredibly low. He needs something to hit to get some life back. Pablo might just come in here and go for the 1v1. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he definitely still has a lot of damage. Exhaust comes out and it's picture perfect. They both fall on down, but Aphelios is alive. And this is where Praetor flourishes. 280 carries. Pentanet will get the soul points.
And what a team fight coming out of Pentanet.gg. They've been able to finally pick it up. 4 members fall on the side of Legacy. They get themselves their soul. And that was just because of the fact that Praetor positioned a little bit better than Raze. Raze went on a little bit of a solo mission there, Skimmy. Don't know if he caught it. Went over the wall and just got chased down. This all started with a really good pick from Pabu onto Tally. And when you're behind, you need to make things spicy. And Raze on the wrong side of Lamb's Respite, a little bit of a solo mission, flashing away from the team. As you mentioned, didn't take the cat on the book with him. And Praetor and Pabu catch up, take him down, create themselves that 4v5. At this stage, however, looks like Legacy, especially Tally, right back into this one. Had the Yuumi, had the 80 carry jungle with them. But some very good positioning from Praetor. Now means that he's a 4-item Aphelios and definitely the strongest person on Summoner's Rift.
That's an absolute gift for Pentanet. It's not very often we see Raze make uncharacteristic mistakes like that, but they'll take those. And you said it was a very winnable fight, even favoured if the levels were a little bit different between mid and top. Well, they have been given a very real opportunity now. 35 minutes in to make this game close, but can they turn things around? They've got that resolve, that championship mentality. And Bio is gone.
What guns has he got? He's got white and red. Not good enough guns to fight this Baron. You definitely have to let it go, Skimmy, unfortunately, if you Pentanet. And they were doing the right thing. They had 4 members faced into the super creeps, but Bio is just too far up. Bio has teleport. If his team gets in trouble on that super creep wave, he can always teleport to them. They have enough shielding and healing to be able to buy themselves the time. But he thought he could catch the wave maybe a little bit deeper than what would be considered necessary, in my opinion, Skimmy. And now it's still dead for another 10 seconds. Might be a second inhibitor taking.
Punishment as a result of this is absolutely insane right now. The mid inhibitor will fall on down as Pentanet wait patiently for the respawn of the big tree. He returns back to this one and will live to fight another day.
Okay, Skimmy. Silver Linings Playbook. Movie about something I have absolutely no idea. However, definitely was a movie. So if we're going to look at the silver lining of what just happened there, Baron buff doesn't last very long. You know, a couple of minutes. Infernal Dragon buff, that lasts forever. And you've got Infernal Soul right now on the Pentanet lineup. Also, the fact that 2 inhibitors have been taken also means that they're going to get some much needed experience onto this Maokai. So if I'm Pentanet right now, I get, you know, Mark Lewis, Kratos, off that top lane wave, and I go send Biopanther up there. Say, Bio, go get yourself some level 16, mate. People forget about levels. Well, you get to level up your abilities, but you also get a ton of base MR as a tank, as well as base HP. And he really needs those stats right now, because he is currently 3 levels behind where Topoon is. And that base has just been cancelled as well.
That's
what a
really
great
good.
ultimate.
Great true shot barrage
He hasn't
there.
even realised.
That could actually be a very big win from just such a small, minute play that allows Legacy to find a big advantage in this successful siege that surely just opens up a second inhibitor.
Gonna be the third. They're gonna have double super creeps in now.
Supers. Now we'll flood that base as you highlight.
Yeah, even further silver lining, Skimmy. We get all the creeps in the world right now. Biopanther gonna be level whatever he wants. Maybe you lose an Elder Dragon for it, but should be able to get it. Very nice ultimate from Raze, as you pointed out.
Now, how do Legacy play this one? Because you would argue, well, you'd actually state that, as you say, Praetor is far stronger than the Ezreal. Get back Skorky seems to be putting in far more work despite the scoreline. Vantali's victor. They should have the siege, they should have the wave, they should have the ability to try and hold out this space, but will Legacy afford them that moment of time? Biopanther spawns, he takes the brunt of the damage, but he falls on down. Up comes the Halo Crown, making everybody golden, but there's no trophies to play for yet. Oh no, there's not. We're into the third week. Members going down, one by one they fall. Pentanet hold on through the brink of defeat and take down 3.
But now the game is doomed, Skimmy. There is an Elder Dragon coming up in a minute. You have no structures left in your base. Sure, they win themselves the team fight 1-3, but at what cost? Everything right now in tatters, and you have to be able to leave the base in a minute to be able to fight the Elder.
It's classic Pentanet, isn't it? Long games, they're never short. We're up to 40 minutes now.
And this is where Pentanet is impressive, because you can speak about all the things they do in the early game, the fact that they play the game differently, that they're sacking, that they're making smart macro trades, whatever you want to call it. But the last 3-4 team fights have just been straight up micro checks. And they're still good enough to be able to take a lot of those skill for skill matchups. And finally, Biopanther, my man on the tree, has got himself level 16. And looking a little bit more robust, Skimmy.
Oh, this is a tough shot call to make right now. You've got Nexus turrets that are very real, very under threat, as you would say. But Legacy have the advantage that their inhibitors are all online. 10 seconds. And their Elder becomes a condition that both teams are chomping at the bit to put online. And, you know, Raze has been under a lot of trouble this game. He's been trying to make those plays, those outplay opportunities, and has been punched accordingly.
Certainly has been, however. You see, Legacy being patient, just waiting for those creeps. Biopanther goes in.
He jumps in indeed, but dropped down so incredibly quick! He's deleted instantly to 4v5. The ultimate comes out and keeps Beverth alive. They have a smite. They have a real opportunity at getting this Elder Drake. Now, what do we have? There is no package, but there is a boatload of damage on this Aphelios. He has no summoners, but he has the ideal weapon setup.
Cannot give the Elder Drake over. You must fight it. But look at the base.
Look at Raze. Once again, true shot into the final chapter. They get a kill. Get back is gone. Now, what can Praetor do? Conqueror stacked on up. Raze doing it again. He's made the hero play, but he's got the cat on his head. They get the dragon, and they will find those execution. Can he 1v5 Season 10? It's not going to happen. Shutdowns galore. Legacy. Well, they've given us a roller coaster of emotions. The TP comes on in. Topoon will end this game. 40 minutes in, they played into the Pentanet strategy, but boy, did they have to work for it.
Certainly did. Teleport's going to come out, Skimmy. Nexus will fall down. It took 40 minutes, but Legacy remain undefeated in the OPL.
Oh my gosh. That will be a very fun VOD review, I'm sure, inside both camps, quite honestly, for them to say, where did it all go wrong? So many opportunities for teams to be back and forth the gold lead. I mean, there was really no buffer You could talk about ornaments, you could talk about discrepancies, you could talk about where those gold leads were being invested into. The fact is, you leave it late game, the respawn time has been that high, you can't afford to make one wrong move, and Legacy, they really did have to work for that one.
Yeah, I think that's all it came down to, Skimmy, is the fact that, you had a look at what stage of the game the teams were uncomfortable. And at 20 minutes, death time is still quite forgiving. I'm sure if Raze had made that mistake in the team fight at 40 minutes, we're talking about a different game. But Pentanet, just under all that time pressure of their base, BioPanther knew he had to make the call, went for it. Unfortunately, it did not pay off, and Legacy pick up the victory. But you got to say, for a team that's 2-3, Pentanet looked the most dangerous against Legacy, I think, out of any team so far this split.
That they certainly did, definitely giving Legacy a run for their money and making it so that the narrative is not a one-horse race. There are definitely teams that are looking to try and challenge them at the best. The league isn't concluded just yet. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's the final game of the night. It's a big one. It's Order taking on Avant.
Today is the NeoSurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got this! It's deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play, got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill.
It's Raze doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Welcome back. Spawn is off doing what he's been talking about for most of the broadcast, and he will join us when he's done. Rusty, I'll tell you what. That was an enjoyable game to watch. My goodness, PGG looking like they could potentially do it. And you were saying that the early breaking of the base there by PGG, a bit of a flashback to the past for you.
Yeah, it took me back to the point where you probably got sick of me talking about it, but it flashes back to the lane swap meta of a very long time ago. Of course, a little bit later in the game, this one, happening about 20 minutes, but it made me miss it a little bit, Nick. The ability to have League of Legends on so many intricate levels that just looks so incredibly boring. But this one was obviously very exciting because it happens 20 minutes in. And it was a good game overall from Pentanet, and Spawn mentioned it. They looked dangerous.
They did, and I mean, it happened 20 minutes in, and it happened from a team that we may not have expected, but certainly to a team that we weren't going to expect that from. Skimmy, we were so hot on Legacy. We were talking about the idea of like small cracks. Is this a crack appearing, or was it just like right time, right place for PGG?
I think it's the latter. I think there were a few, I mentioned it during the cast, right? There were a few uncharacteristic mistakes there, like Raze trying to be like a montage play, if you will, getting separated from the team, trying to flash forward aggressively, trying to be a solo man mission. Obviously, the punishment in the end doesn't reflect it, but I'm sure he's going to be pretty hard on himself when he goes back to do that VOD review and go, hang on a minute, that game was far closer. Pentanet were one good decision away from closing out that victory and handing Legacy their first defeat at the split.
Rusty, when you're on a team, either as a player or a coach, and you have that kind of game as PGG, are you walking away disappointed that you didn't secure the win, or are you walking away enthused by the idea that you got that close?
Well, I mean, you have to look at expectations and reality as well, right? You'll be upset because you didn't win when maybe you could have. But if you take that bigger step back and look at the bigger picture, you push them, you challenge them, and you should be celebrating the good things that you did to get to that position, and then either building on those good things to make them better, because that could be your way in, or remedying the mistakes that you made, right? Like, there's always something good to look at. And I think that if I was the coaching staff of Pentanet.gg, you'd be saying, honestly, like, even if the players are upset, you'd be very happy with that.
They would be very happy indeed. I'm also happy about BioPanther Get Back. That's a very charming duo, that little video that started us off at the beginning of the broadcast. They got good on-camera chemistry. Bio's funnier than you expect.
He also knows a lot. about League of Legends champion names. That was, I think, half the video that they put in that little, so it was a little tease. But like that man, he knows ability names. Not even all the casters in the world know. We're just talking about what they do. For some reason, he's got the names memorized.
Use QWER. At the same time, though, not throwing flame, I heard you guys talking about at the end of the game, and I don't know whether it was mentioned. He doesn't know how to hit creeps. He was 160 farm at 32 minutes in that game. That's 5 CS a minute. I have supports that tax more solo queue farm than what BioPanther takes as a solo laner at the moment. That is...
Yeah.
Weren't happy. I'll tell you what though, you talk about he knows ability names. I'm hoping that you guys know ability sounds, because we are jumping into the new game on the OPL, and this one's called the LEC.
Only you can hear me, Summoner.
Some big ears.
That was good. I like that.
That was a good job.
I like that.
Kent, that was a good job. Well done, buddy. All right, this is the LEC. Listen extra closely. I'm going to give you some champion
Has anyone
ability
complained to
sounds.
us about these titles so far, or are we just good to keep doing it?
What regions are we missing? I feel like we have most of them now.
We've done LCK, which was League Cooking. No, we've done LCS,
That's
which was
LCS.
League Cooking Sucks. We've done LEC, which is Listen Extra Closely. What was the LPL? Was League Playlist?
Yeah,
Or
League
something?
Playlist. Yeah,
Yeah, was
Yeah,
music?
we did LPL.
So we have.
we need to do LCK.
We need to do LCK. We'll figure it. We'll figure it out. And also, no one could complain because Riot owns all of those trademarks. We're not infringing on anything. I could have called that segment Froscurin, and there's nothing you could do about it. But it's not. It's this is listed extra close. So I'm gonna give you some champion ability sounds. You need to tell me who it is and the name of the sound. All right. It starts easy. It gets harder. We'll see how this goes. Can we get sound number 1, please?
Oh, Zoe Bubble.
Yeah.
Treble Bubble. Zoe.
It was too easy. That was too easy. It was arguably too easy. Now, look, I don't know anything about League of Legends. And even when I was like, hey, go find some sounds, producer comes back and sends me this list. I'm like, I know that. Come on.
That's
Give
it.
us a
That's so
challenge.
the best way to play this challenge now is we don't blurt out the answers if we know what it is. Nick goes first. So we hear the
He
sound.
has a list, though.
I've got a list.
Oh, damn
I've got
it.
the list.
He's cheating. It's easy for him.
Yeah.
Damn
but
it.
I should have said I don't have to listen. It would have been amazing. All right, sound number 2. Let's get it.
Elastic Slingshot.
That sounds like Zachy.
There he is.
Zach?
There he is. Okay.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. Too easy. Too easy. We should have it should have been harder. It should be like a mashing sound, and that's the sound of like my head smashing the keyboard when I die in ARAMs. All right, sound number 3, please.
Alistair Headbutt?
Oh,
It is.
Well done, Rusty. Well done.
Okay.
I was expecting you not to be able to get that one. Chat doesn't even have a chance to play.
I was like wondering if it was like Malphite for a second, but yeah.
No,
Makes
there you
sense
go.
now that you say it.
All right, listen extra closely to sound number 4.
Oh. That's Bard, Coco.
No,
W,
it's not.
Bard W.
No,
it's
oh.
That is the first incorrect answer.
Can we
I'm
play it
very excited
again?
by it. You can play it again. Can we play it
But I
again?
think-
I don't know. We never spoke about this.
It's not
So it's a heal. It's a champion with a heal. I think it's either Soraka or Rakan.
Ah, it is Rakan Q.
It's Rakan Q.
Yeah.
It is
Okay.
Rakan Q. Because Jake looked at the chat and was like, oh yeah, they've confirmed it. It's Rakan Q.
No, I did not. Why would I look at anything those degenerates say? I
Mate,
don't
it's-
have chat open.
It is blindingly obvious, as if you don't have chat open. All you do is read chat. You're on the toilet reading chat. You're obsessed. You're a man obsessed. All right, the final sound. Listen extra closely to this.
Oh.
Oh. I don't know what it is, but it sounds like it hurts.
It's like, I don't know, is that a recall animation? Like Lucian or...
No. No. I don't know.
It's metal, it's something going repetitive.
Would you like it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting sweaty. It's getting so sweaty.
Is it a specific skin sound, or is it just normal
It could
bass
be a
skin
project
sound?
skin.
No, it's not. It's just bass.
Okay, so what has repetitive strikes in it? Urgot W, no. Pantheon E, I don't know. Lucian R, no.
I don't think it's the Wizzy wand, unless it's a skin.
What else has repetitive strikes? Is it Aurelian Soul Stars hitting something?
No, it sounds like metal.
It's like a Master Yi Q.
No,
But it goes for too long. The second one goes for like 6.
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
This sound makes the same sound, whether it hits someone or not. If that helps.
No.
Do you want?
I like what
want
Jake
a
mentioned,
key?
either Urgot or Pantheon. That seems
It
likely.
is. I can tell you, it is an E.
Well, then it has to be like chat's got it, don't they?
Chat have it.
Yeah.
Chat had it.
What did
Chat
chat
had
say?
it friggin' 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, the chat's right on this one.
They didn't actually. Some people did, but lots of people are guessing different things. It is
China
Pantheon's E.
Tornado. I love that.
So it's the Pantheon's E, and then it's Pantheon's E, but empowered. I think that's what threw me off, because there was 2 different sounds in there.
There you go.
So
Yeah.
the thing is that I enjoyed the minigame of how many multiple strike abilities are there in League of Legends, more than the actual game that I was playing. So then I stopped thinking about the sound and just started thinking about how many multi-strike abilities we have.
That's good. It's almost like when you don't know the answer and have the ability to win, you then shift the blame onto the game rather than your lack of game
Correct.
knowledge.
Talia Q also multi-hit ability, by the way.
Yourself.
True.
So there you go. That was LEC listed extra closer. We got to knock off one more major region.
Syndra R, multi-hit ability.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about abilities that hit multiple times.
Nick's like, get me out of this segment.
No. I'm like, you can't show off because you already failed at that. So you can't now impress me with anything else.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm having a genuine conversation, Nick. Nautilus
Sorry.
Ultimate, multiple hitting ability.
We've lost him. We've lost him as a person. He's
Nautilus
just now,
E.
he's now just
There are
listing
so
things.
many multi-hitting abilities in the game. This is fun. I said Urgot W already, LMAO LP.
There you go. We've completely lost. Also, you changed your jacket again?
Well, you made fun of the last one. Then I got cold and I saw Rusty wasn't wearing this one, so I put it on.
We're going to go to MPL. The beanie's going to be on. I'm telling you.
Absolutely. That
Then he'll
beanie's
say,
coming back.
"Oh, it's Melbourne. Melbourne's the best state, but it's really, really cold."
Is it
Just wait.
cold right now? Because Skibby's right. That beanie needs to make an appearance.
It's not cold at the moment. My ears are burning.
We'll talk to Jenna. She'll do something about it. All right, we're getting ready for game number 4. Before we get to that, I need to tell you about NeoSurf. It's going to be the second last day that I can tell you about this competition. So please, 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 if you haven't entered, you should jump in right now for your chance to win $500 dues to spend on the League of Legends store, thanks to NeoSurf on a NeoSurf voucher. All you need to do is join our opening titles for the broadcast, film a video of yourself joining that phone call, follow OPL and NeoSurf Esports on Twitter, and send that video, DM that video to @OPL. You have until midnight tomorrow to get your entries in. We'll be judging them. Skimmy is relishing that idea. Full terms and conditions are on watch.lollysports.com, and like I said, first prize is $500. There'll be 5 runners up as well. Each person gets $100, all for use in the League of Legends store. So a massive thank you to our partner NeoSurf, where your privacy is protected with no need to provide a credit card or personal information. As we've spoken about before, NeoSurf, better than your parents, because your parents didn't give you a credit card or anything when you were growing up. So, Neosef, thank you very much for such a valued part of this broadcast. What was that, Rusty?
I said thanks, Mum.
Thanks, Mum. Yeah. I mean, no, thanks, Mum, for not allowing me to get into horrific debt. But also, like, I should have been able to buy whatever I want. Game number 4. We're heading into it. It is Order versus Avant. I mean, we just saw the banger, I feel like. But this one does have, well, Rusty, I'm going to say bang potential.
Yeah, it could slap pretty hard. We'll see how it goes. Like, Order... It was kind of highlighted before. I'm very curious to see how they adapt to the new patch. And AV are very much, to me anyway, they're like an enigma. You're just not sure what type of AV you'll see on the day. And we've spoken about the potential of some of these players as well. So really seeing it shine through is important to me. Chaz is the person that you're always going to look at. Can he have that hero's performance again with his team to get the W?
It's interesting for me, Rusty, because it felt like they were banking a lot. This is for Avant. They were banking a lot on the early game leads they were able to achieve in the bottom lane. Obviously, the first game of last week, the Caitlyn was banned away. The game got stalled out. Obviously, then the 5-man range comp that the Chiefs had just outscaled them and had opportunities to outplay. But then the second game they go into it as well. You know, they... in uncharacteristic fashion, they have a very passive bottom lane, unable to do anything there. They lose the mid lane as well, and then Yasuo and Gragas just took over the match. So I don't want to say that they've been exposed or found out, but I definitely found a new strategy coming into Split 2 to start things off with, which it has made them look like a new team.
Yeah, yes and no. I think that Gravitas had a really good draft versus them, right? So I think that one you can kind of write off. I think the Chiefs one was a little bit more of an enigma, where like they just stalled the game for so long and let Likael come online. I think Order on the flip side of that fighting everything at the moment, kind of to a silly degree. You saw against the Chiefs, like, they didn't have bottom lane priority. They still went for the fight. They got shut out of that fight. Next fight around Dragon, they tried to fight that. They got beaten there as well. Still coin flipping the week 1-1, and it does seem to be based on, can they out micro teams at the moment? I think on one of their new shows, Inside Order LOL, they said that they want to micro check people. They feel like they have good players at the moment, so we'll see whether that is the case in this game.
And Spawn, what are Order going to do this game? What secret strat are they pulling out? Give us the inside goss. What use are you here being a GM if you can't spill?
I'm an unbiased caster this time around, and it's pretty good because obviously Order this week brought on Charlie, who was previously from Direwolves and Avant Gaming. Why are you guys laughing at the moment?
No reason.
So we brought on Charlie, and he'll be doing all the drafting and stuff at the moment. So it's good to be able to take a little bit more of a step back and be able to cast the guys again.
Streaming and it's just popping off right now. I'm so distracted by it, I have to be honest.
What is the first time that you've casted an Order game this year?
It absolutely is the first time I've cast an Order game this year, Rusty, and I'm very excited for it. Nick, you are so unprofessional.
He just wants to talk about Charlie.
There's like 3 things that, like, this, which is unbearable for the audience, because it's like they'll never know what those 3 things are. But there are 3 conversations that just keep propelling through my mind based off the last 10 seconds of conversation.
What are they, Nick? Come on, spill the beans. Share the joke with the class.
No, we're fine. We're good. Well, we're hoping Order and Avant is a good way to round out the day. It won't be the last game of League of Legends you see tonight, because obviously after the OPL, we do have the MPL, where we'll be jumping into some ARAMs. We did Valorant last week. I think we did Valorant maybe the week before, or we did maybe TFT and Valorant. So we're getting into some ARAMs tonight. And do we want to do customs? Do we care about the rerolls? What do you think?
Care a little bit.
We care a little bit.
I don't mind.
Maybe we could do one. You can play along as well, but you have to be bad at the game, because there's no fun when we just get stomped. No, that's not good content. Good content is us winning, because then we're happy and then we're fun. When we get spanked, it's just like we become sad, bad little boys and curl up into little emotional balls. All right, it's time to jump into game number 4 for the evening. It is Order versus Avant. I'm going to take my laughing off camera for a while, and we will see you after game 4 and the Macca's Jam Select.
2-0 feeling would have been like the icing on the cake, you know? It would have been like, just like, or actually no, it would have just been the cake. It would have been like the reward for actually like having a good week of practice and like showing it to fans and to ourselves and stuff like that. So 1-1 again does suck, but you know, still gonna chase the 2-0 every week, so it doesn't dishearten me at all.
There's definitely like some pressure. I'm not letting it impact me too much, but at the current progress so far, we're 1-1 2 weeks in a row again. I sort of don't want to repeat what we did last split, so like I'm trying really hard to improve, and I'm sure the team is as well.
And welcome back for the final time tonight. For the big one is Order taking on Avant, and as you can see there from the video with Ayla on repeat, really basically saying, I don't want to have what happened to us in the past. It is the 1-1 shenanigans. It is our power spike, if you will. But I have a sneaking suspicion, given that we have the big dog himself, Big Spawn here, casting Order. Is that the buff? We talk about playoff buff for your team. Is caster buff a reality here today?
Absolutely not, Skimmy. I cast Order the entirety of the first split. They played as a play-by-play caster before I was sacked from the position, and we went completely 500, I believe. So not the buff that we've been looking for. Yeah, I'm just interested to see how this plays out.
Going to be a big one because both teams currently sitting at 2-2, so equal in the standings. But definitely, as we highlighted, have a little bit of a different design, really, if anything, on what is priority. And we can see that once again, teams still respecting the Caitlyn that gave them so much promise to start things off with. Violet still retaining that starting spot and definitely becoming a real namesake now as to, yes, this is his position. He has been promoted to the front run, and Gun Crab will be the one looking to maybe be deployed in some of those other games. But Order definitely have a real shot at going 2-0 this week. They have Avant today. They will have Mammoth tomorrow. So a strong performance here will definitely put them in with a chance.
Yeah, completely agree, Skimmy. And if you're playing Legacy in week 1 and getting 1-1, that's fine. But would have loved to pick up the win against the Chiefs, I'm sure, Order. And this one is kind of the must-win 2-0 week if you are going to cement yourself as a top 3, you know, try and take Direwolf's spot, who do seem to be a little bit rocky at the moment, Skimmy. I guess talking about the draft right now, really like Avant Gaming's draft actually so far. They've got that keep you at arm's length comp that we like to talk about. They've got a Yuumi, Graves, as well as Ezreal. It's not going to be completely 5 range because they are going to bring a set into the fold as well. But this comp has a really good range advantage over Order at this stage.
Certainly does, and it's becoming a bit of a common theme now. It's something that we've seen actually happen overseas as well, right? LCK, LEC, since they've been back in business, is that if you are going to play the Ezreal Yuumi, the response is, we're not going to try and go into the likes of a kill lane, be it Nautilus, be it Fresh. No, we're going to just match fire with fire, Enchanter for Enchanter, a exclusive trade really on power picks for those AD carries, but saying you can have the Yuumi, we'll have the Lulu. We've seen it for the 3rd time here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw Lulu Karma in last game, and then we've seen, Lulu Yuumi in the other couple. And I like that, Skimmy. I like, you guys can have scaling, we're going to take scaling. Your scaling is on your support, our scaling is on our AD carry. And I think a little bit of a spanner thrown in the works here from Order, because they've kind of bucked the scaling trend with the last 2 picks and gone very early game, Twist of Fate, point click stun, Lee Sin, one of the best early game junglers in the game. So I think this is definitely a different look from Order than what we've seen.
This is a very different pick. One that we haven't seen come out from Harry, all split long. He's never played the Twisted Fate, but I think this is a pick that, much like the Gangplank, gives you a lot of ability to try and play through that bottom side of your map. You can have the Global, you can have the Destiny to try and influence things. We saw when Chaz was shut down in the week past that unable to really contest in the river, unable to ever leave the lane to even make that a situation. So we can definitely see that there are definitely 2 top laners ready to use those teleports to come in and influence. You've got 2 very proactive junglers. They'll be either looking for picks or looking for farm. And these mid laners that will want to be finding targets so they can set up for those wombo combos.
Yeah, and Skimmy, I really spoke too soon. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but Jenna must have turned the aircon off because I am freezing. So give me 2 seconds to just bang out a message.
I always know it reaches that point of the day and we start to get the beanies on. And that's exactly what we got here today as I get myself ready and strapped in to this one. We're going to get another Orianna. It is the staple pick. They have obviously the smoke screen to start things off, lock that person in place, and then if we can bank on the success that Chaz has had in terms of how strong he's been, if he can recapture that performance from week number 1, then he can find those wombo combos that can look to try and shut down everything that Order are thrown their way. Because unlike last week, they started off first of all with a composition that was very aggressive, but then their second pick, they played the Akali in the mid lane. They were looking for picks. You highlighted it yourself actually as the game finished as to if you don't find that first kill, then you feel a little bit lackluster. They've gone back to their old ways, but with a touch of spice, you'd say.
Yeah, I think this game is like we have a great insurance policy in on Aphelios Lulu, but we still want to be able to have some early game proactivity. So, you know, taking an aggressive mid-jungle 2v2. On the flip side, when you have a look at Avant Gaming's lineup, they all scale completely fine through to late, Skimmy. Maybe not the same early game punchiness, but certainly so much late game threat and range.
So, things that instantly interest me as we start this game off is the absence of a Doran's Blade or a shield here for Rare. He's actually opted in for a Cull to start things off.
Ooh, that feels disrespectful. Does that feel disrespectful to you, Skimmy? That feels disrespectful to me.
Well, I wonder, right, because we're seeing now, as the meta in the bot lane transitions from variation to variation, you talk about how Ezreal can afford to play quite aggressive before that BSOR comes online. You know, you're looking usually at the Doran's item for the superior CSing ability, but this says to me, I either want to snowball out of control, or I'm just quite content at farming and putting the onus on you to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aphelios Lulu can definitely farm out this lane, but the risk is if you ever lose control of bottom lane wave and Graves comes to dive you, I think that they do have good kill threat. You know, he's not running barrier, he does have heal, he's not going to have cleanse or anything like that. So I just think that this is, you know, I understand what Cull does, it accelerates your mid game quite drastically, but it does feel a little bit cheeky from Rare 7.
Fits his nature quite accordingly, although I say that in the start of Split 2. Hasn't been his conventional chaotic self that makes those plays that make you either scratch your head or open wide with amazement.
No, aiming for a little bit more consistency, I would say, Skimmy so far. And has been able to find it. I think had a good opening, but Violet,
Absolutely.
his counterpart. I was actually going through this earlier, Skimmy, and you're the stats man. So I don't know if you have them in front of you, but I think Violet is the best AD carry across the board in terms of stats so far in the OPL.
Well, I can compare from what I have in front of me right now, which is the KDA of Violet is 5.9 versus the 4.5 of Rare. He's been far more active in his participation. If you compare the ADC output as a result, he's amounting around about 6% extra damage, so it doesn't sound too much in the grand scheme of things, but it is alleviating a lot of the pressure off Lisa to actually perform. But I think those stats could be skewed to a certain degree given the amount of strength they found with these oppressive Sennas and Karmas with Caitlyn's that just crush all the first towers, do so much in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking at. I was looking at the damage per minute of Violet is 653 damage per minute, which is insane, Skimmy. That's so high. Second highest in the entirety of the league, I believe. Whereas Rare, if I try and find him, is 442. So much less damage per minute than what Violet is bringing to the table. And I think that Violet's also had some big carry performances for himself. So I've obviously been a fan the whole year, Skimmy, and he's really coming to his stride. And I'm really happy that they've started to give him the starting games over Junkrat, because I think that he has performed well and deserves it.
He certainly has, and we were always a big fan when we did get to see him actually in action. So we get to see what this means now in the context of this game, given that these matchups are going to be a lot more even. There is not going to be any definitive victor or range advantage. We've seen how many times he's able to get that Storm Razor online first or the Infinity Edge and really punish the opposition as a result. As well, that's just Lisa literally walking into the lane, saying hello, and walking out again.
So what happens there is Lisa goes in, Doth puts himself between the turret and the wall, and Lisa says, well, I can't auto-attack you anymore, so I'll just auto-attack the turret once. Remind you that I've been around and come back. But what they actually got out of that, Skimmy, even though it doesn't look like it, is Harry's teleport. So Harry went back to base and said to Swiper, I now have full health and mana. if you want to be defended on this dive. And that allows Swiper to stay under the turret. But Carey now had to use his teleport. At the same time, Swiper is getting punished. He is down 11 farm versus Paprise. And I think it was us again that were talking about this, Skimmy. We've had a lot of conversations lately, but Paprise has been a very welcome addition to this Avant Gaming lineup.
He certainly has. I mean, in terms of what he's brought to this team, a level head, a lot of consistency, a lot of damage, and some very decisive interactions. I mean, how many times do we see as Mordekaiser go toe-to-toe, Maokai down, say what, so much CS and still get a kill onto a Kayle, and you can't forget that Ornn, you know, how many times he's getting 3 to 4 man consistent knockups.
Absolutely, and it looked like Order wanted to dive bottom lane, but their bottom lane didn't actually time the wave well, Skimmy, and therefore the dive was off. So Avant, if you look at kind of the two sides of the map that have been played, because Avant split top side and Order split bottom side, you would have to say big advantage for the top side of Avant Gaming. They're going to be able to maintain their teleport, and they are going to be completely even in farm after this wave crashes, whereas Order's bottom side, you know, not as far ahead, I would assume.
Not at this stage, and it is going to be Hayri that...
The Cole really warps it for me though, Skimmy. Because I mean, they're up 2 plates and they're up a fair amount of CS. But he has a cull. I just don't know what that means.
Well, that was my influence in terms of, like, are they looking to try and force some early ganks? Are they looking to try to get some early priority? Are they trying to force things on the map? I've seen Twisted Fate sometimes rush the Swifty boots and be very proactive on the map before the Destiny, so you're not reliant on that as your sort of telegraphed maneuver as such. But he's gone for the Dark Seal instead, so quite content in matching that farm, and regardless, that priority still will be enough to mean that they can get the first dragon.
So very nice dragon take coming across from Order, at the least. Skimmy, as you mentioned, bottom lane farm, still about 9, so it is slightly better than I made it out to be. Meanwhile, top lane farm, however, is 17. So once again, Paprise, despite not having to use teleport, is in an absolute beastly situation, Skimmy. About 1:15 until this Herald is going to be spawning as well. I would be very interested to see whether either team swaps for that. Ooh, Lisa's higher level than Only as well. Chases him out.
Yeah, he's hit 6 first, although Leeson, as proficient as he is, regardless, wins the war of attrition in the bait, the mind games, and as you saw, obviously got that dragon, so still sniffing for any extra advantage if it can be found there, but as you say, in a minute away, and that Herald will be a real possibility. And it's always interesting as to how these teams look to try and flip that map. We've seen some excellent macro today in terms of leaving carries in these positions and spoon-feeding them all those plates to get those small gold leads, and at times they've been quite pivotal in claiming an edge in these skirmishes.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Skimmy, and I wonder if this is one of those games where you try and, you know, bait the Yuumi as well as the Ezreal to walk upriver. They are probably a little bit more combat ready right now, with the fact that, you know, they've got themselves a set, they've got themselves, you know, level 6 Orianna. Always love talking about Orianna, but she is just an insane skirmisher at this stage of the game because she's got a shield, low cooldown on her Q, as well as movement displacement as well, going into a Twisted Fate who is realistically going to have Swifty boots and a bunch of health and mana. So I think Avant in a much better position to fight this one, and it looks like they agree because they are already on the objective, Skimmy.
That they are, top side of this draft, definitely favouring them so far. They've got the power, they've got the CS advantages, and they've got the ability to rotate here first. As Order, well, they're going to force that map flip, but they aren't going to be here in time.
All well and good forcing the flip, Skimmy, but they don't have anyone near the objective. So they just lose on both fronts. They lose out on the creep because they were the ones that flipped first. It costs them about 500 gold worth of experience and 500 CS worth of... Wow. CS worth 500 gold, is what I'm trying to say. And they lose the objective. So very sloppy play from the blue side team there. And Avant, I think, are in pretty good control of this game, Skimmy.
And I think that has been the narrative coming into Split 2, right? For the most part, they are incredibly strong in the early game. They assert themselves with so much control. They get themselves these nice little advantages. The questions have always arisen when it comes into mid and transition into late. What are they willing to forgive, or what are they willing to sacrifice? And is it necessarily always the right decision? Because that's what sometimes come to haunt them in closing out these matches.
Looks like it's going to be a 4-man dive topside onto Paprise.
They want to give Swiper a little bit of a chance to try and exert his pressure, his veteran status in the lead. The Grit will survive for a long time. Flash is out, Gravitum is active. And the kill will be handed on a silver platter to Harry's Twisted Fate.
Yeah, really nicely played there from Order because they didn't even have to use any summoner spells. 3 ultimates do come across, however, Skimmy. But you would say 4 First Blood as well as potentially the first turret, as it is an Aphelios with the white gun available, going to be very worthwhile. See whether Swiper can survive the dive on the other side of the map. And honestly, it doesn't even look like it is coming, Skimmy.
Big win, and this is what we were highlighting before, right? In terms of trying to get as many of those plates as possible, all in the right places. 2 to 3, the gold is going to be shared far better for these two in particular.
Ooh, can they take it?
I think they get this on the next wave. Not going to be any response from Pat Bryce. He's going to return to this one without a flash. Doesn't have his ultimate.
Herald drop bottom though, Skimmy. Who gets it first? Okay, they haven't even
miles
dropped
away.
Why have they not dropped the Herald yet?
Drops it now. We'll need to do a little bit more damage, but has to wait for this wave to come on through for the one shot. But regardless, the headlock will still come on through. But, you know, this was an Avant play to get the Heralds, to get a small gold lead. Completely all undone.
Yeah, I mean, Swiper's just bought so much time on the bottom side of Summoner's Rift that now Avant is what we call tempo stuffed, if you will, Skimmy. Normally use a slightly stronger word there. But what that means is Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds and they're not going to be on the map at the same time as the Dragon. So they now technically have to decide whether they stay and don't have any items for it, or whether they just give up this Dragon positioning completely. You can actually see that Oriana has done this sneaky, Skimmy, and it will come down into the river and will not get chased out, actually. So
Well, there are wards in bottom try right now, so deep teleport flanks are a very real possibility for both.
Ooh, liking where Violet is on Ezreal at the moment as well. Does have Sheen as well as Pickaxe.
Yep.
So very good gold, Skimmy, to be able to fight at this stage. And Order are trying to sneak the objective, but Avant, no.
That they do, as a result of Oriana going for it. Flash into kick into Sonic Wave. Can he connect? Lisa comes in from downtown and spots him out of trouble. Jungle for jungle. That's a 1 for nothing at this stage of the fight. Pat Bryce goes huge, and Ayla gets double tapped for an easy double. Lisa coming up with the goods as he gets himself a triple. Avant, early game kings, and they do the damage.
They certainly do, Skimmy. A very nice kick onto Chaz, but only needed to follow up on it. As soon as he went over that wall, the 1v1 with Lisa was all but over. They take 4 kills. Order only trade 2 back, and the Dragon goes across to Avant Gaming. Gold now certainly in their favor. It's just one of those things. I said I really liked Violet's items in that fight, and he really beat Order over the head with them.
I'm interested as to the decision making there from Only, because it seemed on a bit of a disconnect as the kick was obviously set up. Sonic Wave was there. The polymorph came out from Ayla, but like he dashed over the wall with the safeguard to try and force another fight. We'll see it here in the replay.
So if he goes forward, he has all of the peel that Ayla can give him, you know. Level 6 available from this Lulu. There would have been so much ability to continue it. Rare actually flashed forward into that fight. And you see, actually was able to take Chaz and Violet very low. But just too many tools not used in that fight. Swiper's ultimate not used. Ayla's ultimate not used. So you have to say that Avant Gaming walking away with a very good trade, Skimmy.
Look how many flashes had to be burnt as well. I believe 8 had to be used because I think Pat Bryce has already been gone from that previous tower dive top sides. But as you highlight, Ella the first one to fall on down. No target to find a wild growth onto. No chance to even use it on himself. And we can see the gold lead here. Despite everything looking good so far for Violet, the BF sword items coming out clutch with a massive lead here for the Aphelios.
Okay, so what did Aphelios get this game? Can we backtrack this gold? So he gets 400 or whatever it is off the Cull, which is good.
Got plates bottom, got a full turret top.
Yeah, got 2 plates bottom, and he got the solo gold top. So, you know, that's probably about, what was it, 1,400 gold? So Rare 7 certainly is very far ahead. And the one thing about Ezreal over other 80 carries, Skimmy, and I talk about this a lot actually, is that Ezreal can get Manamune, Iceborne Gauntlet, around about 18 to 20 minutes. if he's farming really well. Obviously, you would have to say Violet not farming the best. It's 14.5 minutes into the game. He's 117 CS. You would expect him to be about 150 if he was farming perfectly. You know, you can see his mid laner is nearly there. So you have to say, could be a little bit further ahead of the clock, but he's still probably going to get it around 22. Rare shouldn't have his 2 item spike at that stage. However, this game, he probably will, just because of how accelerated this Aphelios has become through the turret plating that he's been able to pick up.
And then it becomes a very real question of, I have the item advantage, we just need to set ourselves up so we can utilize the kit behind it. We're talking safeguard, we're talking knock-up, stuns, wild growths, and a lot of it. But will Avant get another opportunity?
The better question is going to be, how do they actually get onto them, Skimmy? Because I think that's actually quite difficult, although this could help.
Well, if you've got the right weapons, you can definitely look for it. Gravity goes out, they flash away, Shockwave onto 2, turn things around, All Not comes out, they find 1. Lisa gets the kill. As he takes away only for the 2nd time in a row. 1 by 1 they fall, shields are coming out, mitigation is there, Swiper running away. He led the line, he soaked up the damage, and he lives to tell the tale.
On the back line.
However, on the flank, 1v2, on the tower, 1v3. Paprice continues to show up. My gosh. Avant are loving life.
And Order just lost a 4v5, and then Paparized came in and absolutely decimated them, Skimmy. You have a look at how this started. It's going to be TF ult and only diving in, but a really well-played Shockwave blows them up. You can see that Swiper already here, Paparized in the bottom lane, and the fight was over. Order trying to retreat, but just look at Paparized on the back end of this fight. Rare going forward, when really the team needs him, hitting this set. And we'll be able to get 1 kill, I believe. It was a shutdown, but Paparized with a triple kill in that fight.
The first time we've actually seen Ornn be behind here today, and a very different narrative when the set is this far accelerated. We've seen how many times they can look to try and jump into the backline with that showstopper slowdown free. Just delete, as they both sit now on these Black Cleaver spikes. Lisa and Paprice having a good time now, pulling out their counterparts.
Rare's items, Skimmy?
I wonder if he's taking a crash course in how to play Caitlyn.
Potentially.
We saw what, double Zeals from Violet last time?
Yep.
And I've got double
Probably
cloaks. Flashed away. Full combo there from Avant, will not stick. But that flash will not stay online for a very long time.
So no flash for Rare versus no Shockwave in this fight. I don't think Order are in any situation to be able to take the Dragon fight anyway. See pings from only into topside jungle. Looks like potentially they want to focus mid lane turret instead. Avant will pick themselves up the Ocean. Very nice gameplay from Avant so far, Skimmy. This team very impressive.
Certainly are, as the third Dragon of the game goes their way, and Chaz was on mid-tower protection duties as he hangs onto it and still has that Herald in his pocket for them to look to bully their advantage and make that gold lead balloon a little bit more in their favour. We're starting to see those Enchanter items come online. You have Fiends here for the Yuumi, the Ardent Sensor for the Lulu.
And really, that's what Order's hoping for right now, Skimmy. And the Aphelios, 1v9. He's going to get himself an Ornn upgrade. He's going to have himself probably a Chaos or something coming out. He's got himself the biggest mixed bag of items I have ever seen.
And he's gone for the execution. Is this almost... Okay, I'm thinking if we're going back to old school League of Legends when you still run that... What was it? Like 1% crit rune?
Yep.
It looks to me like... Okay, bear with me. You get the Ardent Sensor, you've got a ton of attack speed. You just shoot off with the snipers and the chakrams. You hit them from 2 million miles away. One of them has to crit for big damn. One of them sticks, you win a fight.
Potentially could be the case, right? Maybe he's looking for that ultimate into instant maximum chakras with sniper rifle, which is, I believe, the combo you're talking about. Get 16 attacks and, you know, 4 of them crit, and then you just take someone out of the fight instantly. More likely, he's going to be playing against Ezreal in his item power spike right now, and he's going to be shut out of the next team fight. And Order are going to have to play for 3 items. I don't think they're winning any fight right now. Advantage is too far ahead.
Certainly are. Lisa's had the run of the mill, and despite the CS discrepancy, not really painting that overall picture, he's always been on a flank, always making it so that only is going to force the first play. He's getting the open on him, he's getting the jump on him, winning that 1v1, then transition it into a fight. Uncontested, nobody can look to bully him out. They're taking objectives, they are taking names as well, and you think you take one down, then somebody else spawns out. A quiet game for Pat Bryce, but he transitions that early lead in that top matchup against Swiper into the catalyst, really, that blew this game wide open in the three-man flank.
Yeah, and that was really the turning point. You're right. The actual fight was already done by the time Pat Bryce got there, but the bravery and courage, I guess, to just genuinely throw the dice on the turret dive 1v3 was so impressive. And Pat Bryce, once again, rotating to this fight. Or they're going to lose another turret skimmy. 4,000. Oh, not that much. 3,000. Math bad today. Gold is now the difference. And they look like they're in real trouble of losing an early Baron as well.
Now, a couple of questions just to take a quick stock check as we wait for this game to slow down a little bit. Haven't seen much of an impact here with the Twisted Faith.
Yep.
Have yet to see that Destiny play come out where you're looking to try and force a numbers advantage. Didn't really see it happen during laning phase. He's obviously now gone for that Lich Bane, so hitting a power spike where we can look to try and influence and potentially one-shot somebody, but are we now looking to try and split the map wide open, play a 1-3-1, try and run Avant Gaming, ragged around this map and say, look, you can try and force those objectives, but we're going to take structures, we're going to really force your hand.
Yeah, I think that's what the game plan should have been, right? That's why you picked Twisted Fate, but I think more impressively, it's actually Order that are at a massive turret disadvantage. They took the first turret of the game, Skimmy, and they've lost the next 4. Swiper now picking up one in the bottom side of the map. But you just got to say that Avant has kind of beaten them to the punch in most areas. So unless the map is big, Twisted Fate's ultimate kind of just sucks. It's kind of just to reveal the enemies on the map ultimate. And you're right, Harry's Twisted Fate has not looked all that impressive so far.
Well, how can they set themselves up going into this next one? 50 seconds on the third dragon, that would favour Avant greatly. As they definitely do set themselves up in these side lanes as both the Titans go absolutely at it. Now looking for those kills. Now comes the Destiny. Now looks for the 1v1 kill.
Who's going to go towards the Baron here? And the trade is sure. You guys are going to take a turret, but we're going to take Baron. That is not a good trade.
Are available. They can TP in if they need to. That's exactly going to be what Twisted Fate decides to do as he regathers himself with the mid lane. Baron down to half though spawn, as Pat Bryce can do just the same. We have got a fight on our hand. A scoreboard down, it's action time as the Deadman's Blade gives him tons of movement speeds. Who wins the smite fight? That's what we're going to find out. It goes the way of Avant as the fight comes crashing on in. Lisa takes that only once again. He has not had much choice in this matchup, I tell you that much, as Violet is locked inside the pit, but he has the movement speed. He has to disengage. He will get out clean as you can, as Order are unable to deny the Baron bust at this stage.
Yeah, and they get the Baron. Now they're streaming back onto the map. I think they're going to get the Dragon too, and if Order go for this, I think they're going to lose the game, Skimmy.
I am incredibly worried at this stage of the game. Yes, you've got damage. Yes, you can bank on the Affiliate Slithy, but you don't have a smite. Lisa is a monster at this stage of the game. He could literally kill you all on his own. He picks it up for free. He laughs at them. And now they're just going to look to try and pick these members apart one by one. They scurry around. First to fall is Harry as Swiper tries to taunt them and tries to make them chase onto him. He gives us the thumbs up because that's probably what he's feeling right now as he falls on down for the second kill. The rest of the team run back to base and try to regather themselves and collect their thoughts as to how they reached this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this game has now become incredibly difficult for Order. Avant Gaming are just outperforming them everywhere on Summoner's Rift, Skimmy. You can see that very good decision making coming out of the Avant Gaming lineup. They start up the Baron. They dissuade Order for long enough, and Violet is at the stage of the game where you can see that he is so confident, with or without the Yuumi. They break open the base. Swiper's still 6 seconds away from spawn. Flank was thought about from only, but really there is nothing happening on Summoner's Rift. And they find themselves now 6,000 gold in a hole.
Avant achieving maximum efficiency with this Baron. One inhibitor's already fallen down in the mid lane. And they have their eyes set on a second. They aren't scared of this turret. They aren't scared of the damage. They have the damage. The shockwave onto free! It's disgusting! Avant are so damn good in this game. It's so damn clean. It's far too easy. And they want aces. They want it all. As Zoni will dash on in and slow by the Frozen Gauntlet will not be able to survive. Triples, doubles, you name it, they'll get it. Avant get the ace, 17 kills to 3. It's an absolute whitewash. And they're going to end the base. They're going to end the game, rather, of a successful team fight in convincing fashion. 25 minutes in, Avant will take down Order.
Call it what it is, Skimmy. Avant absolutely smashed Order. That is a 25-minute, 10,000 gold victory. And that is the first game that we've seen Avant play a traditional style composition and look so incredibly comfortable doing it. Out team fighting, out laning, and definitely out macroing Order in that game.
It was disgusting. And here I was thinking, you know, we've seen from them, they've not really revealed too much. They've been very rigid in there. We want to go for a high push priority lane in that bot side. We want to play through that. That's what our strength is. You see week 2, it goes, not too sure what's happening here. You know, they look a lot weaker as a result of not getting this quote-unquote run trick. And a few interesting shot calls in the mid-game. But they came into that and said, look, you know, we're going to play these hyper carry enchanters, but we're far better than you. Yes, Aphelios, don't disrespect us with the cold. Don't think that you have this 2,000 gold lead, because the rest of our team come in absolutely clutch. And, well, Nick, how did that make you feel? That's what I want to ask.
I mean, I want to say that Rusty and I were the real winners, because we got to sit back and just go, I can't believe this is the first game that Spawn has to cast of his team.
Why do I keep calling them my team? I'm an unbiased caster, man talking from not on the screen.
There we go. But look, you got to get this one out of the system before you settle back into the weekend, I suppose, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, I watch that game and I see individual performances from everyone in AV, and I feel like now they've set the bar again, right? Like, they can't drop the ball now that they've proven what they're capable of again, so we want that consistency from them at this point, and that's the thing that I'm most concerned about, I would say, with AV is, will they come in tomorrow and we'll get that exact same team? Hard to tell.
Chaz, it all rests on your shoulders. Don't let us down.
Thank
Chaz
you very much. Paprise? Paprise, to me, is the sleeper OP
He's so
person.
good.
Yeah. I mean, he had a 17 CS lead in laning phase. I think it was like 33 to 50 or something like that. And then he just had permanent side lane pressure. Like, majority of that game, picked himself up a tricky triple. Like, Paprise, I think Chaz is playing at the level he was last split, and Paprise has exceeded all expectation to me.
We've got to get Paprise when we're back in studio, if that ever happens, if the world doesn't end before that. We're going to get Paprise in studio. We've got Chaz in. Chaz has formed a Chaz identity on the broadcast. I feel like Paprise, like you said, playing beyond expectations. Let's get him in and shock the world with his personality. All right, it is time to wrap up the OPL part of the broadcast by taking a look back at the games that were played today, the results if you missed them, or if you were here enjoying your evening with us. We love to have you, and you love to be on the left-hand side of this graphic for most of the time. Direwolves beating Gravitas for game number 1, Chiefs taking out Mammoth for game 2, Legacy taking out PGG, but not nearly as decisively as we thought, and PGG looked like they were in it, and then Avant making sure that Rusty can get onto his study early for the rest of the evening by defeating Order quite decisively there for Game 4. We'll take a look at the games you can expect tomorrow, because of course this is a two-parter, as it always is here on the OPL. Join us tomorrow, 4 p.m. Sydney time. AEST? AEDT? I should look this up, I never remember. Doesn't matter. The time zone where I live, that's all you need to know. Order versus Mammoth, game number 1. PGG versus Gravitas, game 2. Legacy and Avant are game 3. And Chiefs versus Dire Wolves, game 4. Rusty, pick your banger.
I was looking at chat. Number 4. Yeah.
Number 4.
Or 3. Actually, I kind of like both.
Last two games are insane.
Yeah, last two games are really good.
Last two games tomorrow, absolutely insane. Second half of the OPL, you do not want to miss.
you do not want to miss at all. And then it's just going to continue with the MPL. The gameplay is just going to get better and better. Tonight we are heading into ARAMS for the MPL, and we will be playing with you guys. So please, please, please add me, Nick Boy, on League as a friend, and you might get a chance to play against us and potentially with us as well. We may need a ringer in there as well. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you to the production crew for making tonight happen. Thank you to Spawn, Rusty, and Skimmy, my friends, my space friends.
That wasn't a planned segment, which is just great when you think about it.
That just happened.
That was a joy. And I feel like we all learned something. Also, I then learned after the segment about something called the Dark Forest theory. That's terrifying. The idea that the reason we haven't encountered any alien civilizations is because all aliens are quiet because they're terrified of everyone else in the dark forest. So we're all just terrified to send out any signal, except for us, who are stupid and send a bunch of I Love Lucy episodes careening through space. So any civilization within 100 light years of us will be encountering I Love Lucy shortly, and will know exactly where to point their rockets.
Do you know what this is, Nick?
What is that?
Do you know what it is? You should know what this is.
Yeah, it's like a heaty weedy pillow thingy.
Yeah, it's a weedy bag. I got cold during that game.
But you were too proud to put on the beanie?
No, so Jenna also bought that because I accused Jenna of it, and apparently she was watching the broadcast. So she bought me in her weedy bag and a beanie.
That's
I couldn't put the beanie on
partnership.
without not listening to Skimmy, and I love Skimmy so much.
But the heaty weedy bag is keeping your heaty weedies nice and toasty. So,
correct.
And they will continue to be toasty during the MPL. We hope to see you guys there. Massive thanks to our partners who have made all of this possible. Wait, what was that? Sorry, something just popped up on my screen. A massive thank you to Neosurf, Epos, and Macca's for making this evening possible. And we will see you guys tomorrow and up next for the MPL.
Today is the Neosurf Cup, and we're going to be playing against Misfits, so hopefully we can bring home the win.
NeoSurf is simple, safe and secure. You can go to your local shop and get a voucher code and use it online, preferably to buy League of Legends skins.
He's got it! It's deadly! He's got it!
Welcome to the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson.
And that's a beautiful hemo play, got to multiple members. He gets himself a double kill.
It's Ray's doing what he does, the team fight king.
We love everybody. We love the OPL.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Greetings, Captain. Incoming status report with news from the Convergence. We've lost contact with some of our allies and enemies have called in reinforcements. We'll have to round up some new recruits if we want to restore peace to the galaxy. Ready? This is Team Fight Tactics Galaxies. Return to the stars. Valkyrie and Void forces have withdrawn from the intergalactic arena. But systems report that new champions have emerged with abilities we've never seen before. Mechanized units identified as Battlecast wreak fear and havoc among the ranks of their adversaries, while Astros possess unique abilities. It looks like some remarkably powerful champions are making their way to the front lines. A creature of total mechanical terror, Urgot launches his drill at enemies and reels them in for utter annihilation. Janna casts powerful storms across the battlefield, bolstering allies and disrupting enemy units with impressive crowd control. Thanks to her unique origin, she grants allies additional attack bonuses, giving her team some much-needed support. Oh, one more thing. The galactic leaderboard has been reset. With legions of new recruits entering the intergalactic stage, each with unlimited potential waiting to be tapped, I can hardly calculate all the future possibilities. Well, actually, I can. But that's not the point. The galaxy needs you, Captain. So, ready on your go.
Taste my bag!
Who stole my Penta?
Oh, baby, that's what I needed.
9 hours in this building with these morons.
Good work! Let's go, boys!
Hello and welcome back to the NPL. And I feel bad because I lied to you guys. I said you should add me as a friend and then I would get you in the game. And there's so many people sending me messages right now and they're all like, hey, I'll send you a cat. Is there any room in the thing? Nick, great casting. That's a lie. You're just sucking up.
Change sides, Nick.
Yeah. Anyway, huh?
Change sides.
But the actual reason that I lied to you is because Rusty came up with a better idea. We've made a custom game that you need the password for. So the name of the custom game is MPL ARAMS, and the password is Caramel Macchiato.
No space.
No
No
space,
caps.
all lowercase, spelled correctly. So if you can get in to that game.
Nick, swap sides so they don't take
I'm
your spot.
swapping sides, don't you worry about that.
Basically, we're sorting out
Please.
who goes to Starbucks in this chat.
And oh my god, that was so fast. J-Shift, GHM, Hikaru.
What was that old map
Potions.
in League? That big circle? Do you remember?
It's fast, it's fun, it's Dominion.
Dominion. I missed that. Actually, it was quite fun. And then Twisted Treeline as well, rip.
Yeah, I do miss that one. A couple of slow hands there on the spelling. I don't blame them.
We got some
Took me
we
a
got some
minute.
spelling bees in this group, eh?
We're in.
We're good to go?
We are good to go.
Ready to rock and roll.
We have the clone one on our team.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Please spawn, be an absolute patriot.
Yeah, I'll trade you.
Oh, you're a king. A king amongst men. Let's have a look.
What have we? I haven't played League of Legends for so long, guys.
Presence of mind. It's OP. Always taken in ARMs.
True.
Coup de grace or last stand?
I refuse to change my runes.
Coup de grace.
I think you'll find it's called Coupe de Grace.
Coupe de Gracie.
Love that
de
show.
Gracie High.
There you go.
God.
Where have I put
What do I
it?
take away second runes? What's my second page for Alawi? Do I just go... Leech? Leech?
Spawn.
Hello.
Only speaking colours,
Can we just take a moment for how lovely that story was that you said you were cold and your partner comes in with warming materials?
Yeah, absolutely. My partner rocks. Jenna is insane.
I don't know why you talk so much shit about her.
Max
when
Q,
we're-
not
That is absolutely not
Discord.
true, darling. I love you so much. No, Jenna's
Please
a
do not put me in
smurf.
a dog box. Do not put me in a dog box, please. I love you so much.
Jenna's actually just a smurf, and my desktop capture needs to be changed, but because we changed my desktop capture advice...
Hey, I see you, Tally. Big fan, by the way.
I'm so nervous. Hello.
My favorite simp was in the chat earlier, Pabu, but I think he's gone now.
I don't know what we've done here.
Molten Storm. Okay, so why do I max Q, not E, as Alawi? What's the reasoning behind it?
You max E.
Yeah, I thought you always maxed E, because it's just so insane.
I know that they said that we're going to watch my point of view, but I don't think my desktop capture is set up correctly to watch my point of view.
Oh my god. So they're going to watch no one's point of view, and we're just going to have to cast like it's radio.
I think
And
so.
we're off.
Beep, beep, beep. Let's go.
Now, I just want to let you know that I have...
Oh, you got Varus, Nick. You're a meta abuser. You've won.
I think I can fix it.
Played this champ?
Okay, so... It's either going to get permabanned against us.
Yep.
I cannot
Or
fix it.
people are going to let it through. I want to see you just absolutely smurf, bro. You go on Dark Harvest. You're looking for those crucial moments. The big dam. I'm keen to see it. I'm keen to see it.
Yeah, we'll just...
You've told me literally nothing.
Well, I don't need to tell you anything because you're a god. You play League. Great cast.
Yeah,
right?
if you zoom in on my glasses,
Great
you can get a
cast.
reflection of the rift. That's how we're going to do it.
Yeah, good.
I'll sit perfectly still.
This is a great system.
How do you turn chat off in game?
Just drag it away, man.
Oh, I just drag it off the
Just
screen.
put it in the corner.
Just easier, I guess. So.
Okay, why did none of my abilities work?
Ooh.
Why is my keyboard not working?
We're getting smurfed on.
Victor, he's in there.
Oh no, it's not. I had chat open. And you guys made me
Alright,
move it, so I didn't
Team
know.
OPL Twitch chat right now finding himself the first blood. Leeson getting aggressive, getting himself a second as I get turned away. Back to base. Hang on a minute. This is some terrible gameplay.
We do have your
casting.
point of view now, Skibby, anyway, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
But do continue.
Well, as I was saying, high impact skill. Ilawi looking to spawn as many tentacles as possible. Really OP in a one-man lane. Oh, that's Leeson in so much trouble. The sock comes out. He does not land it. And, well, maybe a little bit PG for this viewer audience. Be quite happy that that did not happen.
How does Skimmy still have energy? Yeah, we don't know, man. He's
Is he going to go in for a Hail Mary play? He's got the Drain Spirit up in 2 seconds. He's looking for it. Take him out. Big head. 5-head gaming. Slap him down. Given the minigame, the soul's going to come on out. Can he juke and jive? Is he John Travolta?
It just makes me feel like an old man, and I'm really not. But it makes me feel like I am.
What?
How someone can have that much energy,
Yeah,
you know?
I know. This is why he's a screamer.
Giggity, giggity.
My favorite reference that he's made. Oh my god.
Okay, okay.
Was that on the MSS?
What's that,
The
mate?
Screamer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a platform to debut that on.
Might as well be honest, mate. You just get it out there.
Alright, I'm trying something for Victor.
Okay.
So, I'll be back. Oh, Victor, that looks so ugly.
He lives to tell the tale. I'm
Push, push,
smurfing
push.
team. I taunted them with that big Chad gameplay. Oh, well, maybe I've just died. Okay, no, I live.
Alright, level 6 now. We've got
That was the
goods.
latest
We've got
flash
the
of my
goods.
life.
You've got the good abilities now.
No, Victor, I don't want to log you in. I want to do this myself. I have to learn.
That's a good point.
That's very funny.
Is it this one? Bang! Victor, I've learned.
Oh, they didn't go for it. Oh! Nobody's seen that. Nobody's seen that.
Oh
We're
my
going to see a
God,
team fight take
pushed
place
them
right now.
away.
But in so much trouble. What can they do with this one? Timid Fate goes out. Dragon. Actually, Draven. He just gets the damage done. The boom is gone.
Can't believe
That's a
you
big
stole my
shot, that
kill
Nick
like
Boy.
that.
Absolutely insane. Meta abuser. Eat your heart out. He's doing the
true.
job.
That's such a waste of my ulti.
Synergy. No.
No, you did not see anything, Strops. Absolutely not. Hide the evidence.
That was a good choice.
Alright, here we go. Here we go. Damn.
How does it feel playing a literal cannon minion? That's... What are you trying to say?
Damn. Right. Oh, bless you.
Thank you.
Twitchy Poo's bloody alright, actually. Ito takes that. Oh, come on.
Twitch was played in like the LCK.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Especially with the Lulus and everything running around.
So much.
Okay, okay. Test of Spirit is up and available. I am looking for the big wombo combo slap down WWE wrestling gameplay.
Oh my god.
Who wants to come at us all? We've got a big twitchy boy. I like it. We're gamers.
Oh, my body.
Oh, I missed it again. I'm so boosted.
Just ult. What are you doing? Kill them all.
Woo! Oh,
Thank
get
you.
slapped! Oh! Sidesteps that one. He's clean. Oh! No! I live? Okay, okay. I live, okay. I've got nothing except 50 HP in a dream. Twitch chat in a human form as he gets exhausted. He gets shut down.
Exhaust? Who runs exhaust?
By his main. I hate people that run
You're
exhaust
running
in A-ranks.
barrier. Don't
Sweat
you talk.
balls.
Oh, come on.
I'm gonna talk every time I die.
Okay, okay. Wait, what do we max second? Is it W or is it Q?
Definitely Q.
It's Q? Okay. Let's spam those potions. Let's get 3 stacks of those. They don't work together. They work one by one. Okay. Set it up.
Why do I not
Okay.
have flash? Why do I
Just
have
watch your
snowball?
teammate die. Go for the suck. Go for the damage. Go for the slap. Go for the damage dealing. Bang, 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 bang.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang, bang.
Got my High Noon Senna cosplay on. Bang, bang. There's another grasp deck. Okay.
Whoa.
That's going to be Spawn going in for the 1v5. Gets a double kill. Absolutely huge gameplay there.
Why does Bard keep ulting the turret so it doesn't take any damage? He's like
Can you open
really
your
on
eye?
our team.
You can open your eyes. You can open your eyes.
He said he was going for the chive. And look, I do respect that. Ulting just to get in range of a chive? That's a power move.
I got ulti in 10. Conor McGregor gameplay incoming.
Oh, no. Connor's cancelled.
Oh, he retired? True. Okay, I'm out.
No, he's like straight cancelled.
Can't cancel people, mate. Cancel culture bad.
He punched an old man.
Oh, did he?
In a bar. Because the old man wouldn't drink his dumb drink.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's pretty stupid.
But out of all of us, I feel like that would probably be skinny.
Swish Potato, Mum said my dinner's ready. Ah, well, if my mum is legacied, then they're a winner.
I just cancelled my auto, which would have killed him.
Oh. I've got my item.
Okay.
Nearly got me ulti.
Alright.
I need something big from you here, Skimmy.
I'm looking for something. I'm looking for the overcommit from the opposition.
I've
but
got an
they've
ulti ready that could...
Okay, okay.
You
Make
lot are
the
in a war with the Moobot right now in chat. Oh, that's a dangerous choice.
Come on, Skimmy. Kill them all, mate.
Go, buddy. Go, go, go.
Damn.
You want to know the #1 rule of Alawi, if you haven't
What's
played
that?
her, is always try and E before you ult.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Wombo would be better for me to start with the R on top of their head.
No, so the E gives you another tentacle before you ult.
Today I learned. Not an Alawi connoisseur.
Another Dark
Alright.
Father stack.
We run it back. We run it back. 1 minute on that cooldown. No drama.
Oh my god, that's an AP caster? No, Payday.
Okay. Crazy. Yeah, it scales pretty hard with AD, the old W.
Damn. No assist. You hate to see it.
Oh, nice. Ooh.
Trying to ulti flash after using E? Okay. I'll keep an eye on that Molten. I'll look for those opportunities.
Here
Okay,
he goes.
okay,
Here
okay,
he bloody
okay, okay.
goes.
I've just been absolutely thrown away into no man's land. Okay, but that's looking winnable. Okay, he baits that one out. Sidesteps this. Sidesteps that. Ah, well. Too many skill shots there, team.
There's a lot going on.
Sure is.
Particles.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a great use of an ult.
Alright, coming back, coming back.
It's a very long range ult, Nick, so...
It is?
Yeah, it's not melee.
I see a lot of gamers.
So like...
And I see them ready to die.
I think, to your knowledge,
Okay,
that
Spawn,
was a
okay.
good use of it.
Okay.
I feel like we should have killed them all there. But we didn't, because we don't play Zed chat.
Oh yeah, it is much longer than I thought.
How did he juke out my test? I don't get it. You're a gamer! You're a gamer!
Oh my god, I got crit.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh.
Cop the big crit.
Wow.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh, that was really close.
Big head, big brain.
It's a massive head.
Massive
Big
brain.
economy. It's Twitch chat personified.
Just a giant bobblehead.
That's funny.
Okay, Spawn going in for the 1v3. What can he do right now? Gonna get CC locked in
Oh
place.
my goodness,
The
his bar just
Draven
denies
lives.
me every time.
The Draven lives to fight another day.
Because of Bard ult. Bard, like, hard counters Lee. Not Lee. Who am I? Zed.
Zed.
Who am I? Playing charades again.
Give ult. Yes. Oh.
Well, maybe 1v4. That isn't the play. I will get danced on, and, you know, feels a little bit bad.
They are surprisingly good.
I'm
We
not
are
surprised.
Surprisingly bad.
I knew our Twitch chat was always this
You
good.
knew, you knew. Well, they always tell us how much better they know the game.
2-7. Yes, going for a title. Who can feed more? Coming back in, Hot Boys. Here we go, one by one. Okay,
How
okay.
did I get stunned by that? I was out of
Go,
it.
Rusty. Come on, Rusty.
Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta.
Pretend it's Valorant.
Brat, brat, brat.
Skibidoo-bop-bop.
That was really way more anticlimactic than I thought it was going to be.
You can tell how hard Rusty's working because we haven't heard from him in about 5 minutes.
I'm speaking.
And I look up. I just look up at the video, and you're
Just
just
stop
like
throwing shit at
mad
me.
staring.
Oh, what a kick!
Okay, okay.
Zig's guys are fun, by the way.
Top tier gameplay. XD. Okay, okay, okay. Let's grab this, let's grab this. Health for the boys. Grab that, slap this. He plays the minigame, have fun.
There's
Dodge
no
this.
other way to say charades.
There isn't.
Here in Australia, we don't say charades.
Charades? What about charids? How do we feel about charids?
That's the
What's
sounds.
stopping it from being charids?
Sounds American.
All right, we going?
Okay.
Okay, 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 okay. He's gonna flash me. You watch. Okay, 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 no.
We have lost.
Big time. That was brutal.
Oh, no, 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 no. Is he gonna flash me? Surely.
He just flashed in, didn't he?
Dying to minions.
Just denies himself. Okay, okay. Now Spawn in a situation we can look to try and outplay this Tempered Fate. He's going to get Cosmic Binding. That's going to be the random going on in there with a portal. Oh no.
lovely. Thank God.
Oh no.
It's just OP. I don't know what to tell you.
It's OP. We broken spawn.
You took my Alawi and then proceeded to feed on it.
Look, my Alawi, a lot left to be desired, but you know.
Okay, guys,
It's not meta
I
for a
appear to be
reason.
on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, where you at? Just run it. Just run it
Where's
out.
my
Run it
team?
out.
Where's
Just
my
run it
team? They went
Coming.
4v5.
Come on, Skimmy, let's go. Get in there.
Princess. How do I pronounce that? I'm just gonna say princess. Charities. That works.
Princess. Princess?
Princess.
Princess. The famous band.
Nexus.
Okay, okay.
Oh my god.
Oh no, I'm dead. We got outdrafted.
Skimmy's just trolling.
What do you mean?
9 times Skimmy.
Look, I'm here to bring the energy. That is my job.
Get him, Rusty.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
Maybe propose I do that.
Got it. They've been got.
I think
This
we
is
got
why
got.
we don't play ARAMs
This is-
with viewers.
this
They
is
just
why
beat
we
us every
They're
time.
too good. They're too good. And as they kill us, they're like, randos win. GG, lads. Love you all. Well played. I don't want your pity well played. I mean, the joke's on them because we just email Riot and get their accounts flagged. So,
Yes.
it's a classic abuse of power spawn. That's why you work to these kinds of positions.
I'm making the next password really hard. I'm just
Do
throwing
it.
that one out there. If
Do
we're
it.
coming up with another one,
Wait, so what's the theory there? Is the theory that that the
Don't you
harder
wanna
the
make it
password,
really
the
easy?
worse the player? Yeah, don't you want just like trash, like can't even read people? to
nah,
be able
I've
to
got
get
an
into the
idea.
game?
I'm
We need a
gonna
fifth.
send you it.
We need a fifth, don't we? We need to get one of the OPL players on our team. We need like Rare or somebody in here, surely. Sub them in.
Look, after today's game, give me Violet. I don't want Rare. Oh,
no.
that was a joke.
He's just like watching there. He's just watching like, no, please.
Okay, go for it,
NPL
Rusty. Go for it,
ARAM
Rusty. Yeah.
2 is going to be the name. I just got to invite you guys first.
Yep.
That would make sense. Oh, I just started making a scrim lobby by accident. I'm going to remake it.
Nice.
It's a legitimate force of habit just then.
You need Ejim for your fifth. You won with him. That's true. Bryce, famously good at this game.
Bryce famously good at this
All
game,
random,
Paul.
hell,
What a great...
Ronan watching this, this
Confirmed.
like monka WA. He's just, oh no.
Trust
You
me, none of my
and
players are watching this.
You and you.
Boom. Let's
Okay.
game.
Nick, you can tell him the password, but I didn't tell you which one it is.
No. Okay, so it's one of those three words?
Yep.
Okay, so the password is there.
Get
Oh,
on.
here we go.
Get on.
On our side, yeah.
MPL ARAM 22 there.
Sir Lancelot. The
What?
Green English. What an absolute champion.
What? How did that happen so fast?
How did we get
Well, we just
Rosie
have
on
to
our
assume
team?
that 3 times this amount of people were all doing different versions of there.
There and there.
There you go.
Which one was it?
EI.
Okay, what have we got? We've got at least one bronze. That's good for us.
If we
Cross
can't
on
win
this
this
side,
game,
we've
I'm
got
retiring.
I mean, okay, the
unranked.
person on our team right now is Rosie, who was an OPL player. So
Excellent. We got it. We got
All
it.
right.
Okay, we win these. We win these. Start it up. There's no
if
regrets.
we lose this... Oh, we encountered an unexpected error trying to start your custom game.
No,
Uh-oh.
do we need to remake?
Oh, no, it works second
Oh,
time.
no, we're good.
Trendamere. Oh
Annie.
no.
I don't know how to feel about this one.
Oh no.
I'm very happy.
Where are my rerolls?
It should be.
Woo!
We've got Quad Emile Bruiser into
To
double
Malphite
tank
Zubu?
Karma.
Yeah.
How do I play the game against what they have?
I think we're doomed.
Oh no, dude.
Nah, it's alright. We got this. We got this.
But in saying that, did you guys read Brandon Sanderson's book that isn't Mistborn, that is everyone raves about it, Wayfarer Redemption?
Huh?
No.
You've read it, surely, Nick.
The Way of Kings.
Way of Kings. Isn't that the total book called Wayfarer Redemption or some shit? I don't know. Way of Kings.
Oh no, it's called. Isn't it called the Yeah, sorry. Anyway, yes.
Yes.
Read the Way of Kings. Yep.
So have you read all of them though, not just the Way of Kings?
I haven't read the third one. I'm currently. I'm literally rereading the second one currently, and then I'm heading into Oathbreaker.
Okay, and what's the guy's name in it? Kaladin?
Yep.
This skin reminds me of what Kaladin looks like when he uses the special spear, if you would.
Yes, absolutely. And it's even has some of the sort of like the light around him, like the storm light kind of stuff coming off the helmet there.
Yeah. But if you see it in game, it's like the yellow variant because it's a chroma, and it's what I think Kaladin would look like.
I like it. Great book series.
Never played Tryndamere. What's the game plan?
Hit people. That's
I
literally
like
all
Tryndamere.
your
Tryndamere is fun.
characters can
It's
do.
super simple.
Just attack. Who's got exhaust? Does anyone have exhaust?
No.
Oh, assist ping, you sweat lord. Look at him. He's on our team. You love to see it.
It's kind of par for the course being Yasuo, though. Like, that's one of those things. Like, I wouldn't have been shocked to have see a Fizz with Ignite.
He needs an assist ping. Bless
Exhibit
him.
A.
Okay, what am I getting first item here? Should we just go for the Doran's equivalent? What's it called in this one? Guardian's Hammer.
Yep. Nah, you don't do that, Skibby.
What should I do instead?
You go, okay, because you're just going to not do a lot early. So we're Guardian's Horn and 3 Rejuve beads.
3 Rejuves. Okay, big brain. Okay, here we go. AFK
And
gameplay.
now you have stupid amounts of health regeneration.
I'm going to go 2 Qs into E. I'm not going to shout. I'm not going to scream because I do that already. Okay. Do you believe?
I wasn't listening. I believe.
Fantastic.
I'm going. This
Point
lands.
in case. Point in case of my point, exactly. Yeah, okay. There we have it.
Guess my
I'm
team
jumping
is
in.
intentionally
I am
trolling me.
intentionally auto-attacking with conviction, with skill, with finesse. Meta, by the way.
Ooh.
Look at me go. Regen that health. He flips, he flops.
Love
Ooh.
it. Rusty, we love it. At first we were like, we need to get rid of this guy, but now we love him.
You get used to it, yeah. It's nice.
Yeah, I'm like,
We're all a bunch
it.
of pretty quiet
you
people.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
All right, we ready again?
I'm ready to spin to win, baby.
Come back. Stop running.
1.
Nice.
1, 2, 3.
14.
Not today, Fiora. Oh no! It's okay. We win those. 3 to 4. Actually, we don't.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. There we have it. That's a big dub for the team.
Yes.
Do I just continue buying more Rejuvie beads?
Nah.
for the boys?
You hold it at 3. Now you can build real items.
We're gonna go for the old
Like-
steady shiv.
Probably just go Essence Reaver after Zerkers or something, yeah? I don't know how that champion works.
Not a clue, mate.
Storm Razor.
Storm Razor.
Yeah, isn't that
Good
the
work.
one with attack speed?
Yeah, it has attack speed in it.
I'm coming back in, but it appears that my partner in crime is dead, so I'm gonna dash in on my own accord. Actually, no, I'm not. I am beelining away. Protect the host! Nick!
God damn it.
Nick does not play League.
Why would you kill
Protect
a
the
child?
host.
I don't understand it. Protect the host. You sound like a virus.
Yeah. It's just leached onto the host.
I just know. High intense octane gameplay here on the Tryndamere, waiting for the level 6, waiting to pop off. Yes. Let's go. Boom, you're dead. Target acquired. Slap,
Did I
slap,
get it?
slap.
Oh, come on.
Crit! And a bit! Oh, he parried. I'm dead. Oh, no. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, that's beautiful there, Spawn. That was clean
That was
as
lovely.
mud.
That was lovely.
That was
Did I get
beautiful,
it?
mate.
Oh, no, I didn't get it. I'm 99% of the way to evolving. How are these casters that bad? It doesn't make sense to me. Well, you see, Valorant.
Well,
I
very
seem
good,
a
very
bit
good
more
casters,
on
to be
today. Last week I was pretty tired. Last week I was
Why
very
is
tired.
esports the only thing in the world where you have to be good at it to talk about it?
I know,
like,
it's so weird.
Physically good at it. Like, no one's ever been like, Billy Brownless is 50 kilos overweight. He couldn't get a run in the ones anymore. He can't cast footy.
Why can he have an opinion?
It's
Yeah.
so true. It's like saying a movie reviewer is like, hang on, they've never made an Academy Award-winning film.
Yeah, you've never acted in anything before. How would you know what good acting looks like? Food reviewer? You can't cook. Like, do you guys actually, like, how do you get out of bed in the morning?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, suck
That's good, it's good, it's good. I gotta evolve. I gotta evolve.
I will say, however, Skimmy is surprisingly bad.
What do you mean? I've never played this
So
garbage champion.
Parasite
This champion
alone.
sucks. I literally feel like Zoidberg in a cosplay outfit going, "Ooh, look at me." Like, why do Babu play this in Split 1? No wonder he moved teams.
Oh, Rusty's gone dirty, Kane.
Yeah, they're all a bunch of tanks, man. I
Um,
didn't want to, but it felt like I had to.
so LR Cloud says, because you have the knowledge of the champions, you should be pretty good at this, just saying.
That's not how it works at all.
That's like, that's
That's
so...
literally the, like...
That's
all
like
of
saying
it-
I know how to run fast, but I can't run fast. Like, I know that I just need to move my legs quickly. And then
I
that will
understand how
fix it.
biomechanics work, so I am actually Usain Bolt.
Also, you can only say this stuff to me, because I actually don't know anything about the champions. I'm actually completely game illiterate, but I was hired to just talk about space.
And the thing is that I'm pretty sure that the 3 people that actually do play the game are right now, or have peaked in the last 12 months, much higher than most people in Twitch chat.
Yeah, I will back that. I back that.
And now I'm just
Classic Twitch chat. Yes, Tilton. Let me carry the energy once
now
again.
now we have to win. Now we
That's
have
a
to
solid broadcast.
Now I feel this obligation.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm leaving.
Okay.
I don't have to put up with this abuse.
And also,
I don't need this.
Rubric 80 actually hit it on the head. The casters are letting the viewers win because they're nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not true at all.
We are trying our absolute hardest.
It's good
All right.
entertainment, my friend.
You know what? I think it's time we just let this person be lost in their own feelings.
They certainly are.
That's what it is. Okay. All right. Taste my bear.
So at
Taste
what
it.
stage?
Taste it. Taste it.
What stage does this start becoming fun as a trendy bear? I have like 2 items.
When does it start to become fun?
When does it
Bro,
become
you're
fun?
walking around with a zeal and Zerkers. What do you
What do I
expect to happen?
Oh, someone needs to get an executioners for Fiora.
Character sucks. Just
Oh my
give
God.
me an Orn.
Oh my God.
Just give me an Orn. Let me AFK, win
At
the
what
game.
point does this become fun?
I could play with my feet and we'd win with Orn.
That's so funny. Lapscallion in the chat said, now we're all in the safe space of MPL. I can admit I was the one that asked the butt legs question anonymously in Nick Bag last week. That was, I mean, that's been my favourite moment in the OPL for a while.
Wait, what is that reposturation though? Yuck.
Yeah, I've never ever played
The back
Tryndamere,
half
so
of my Q would have damaged it.
Taste his bear!
definitely doesn't feel intuitive there, Roddy.
What do I even build on this guy? I assume maybe Death
They should have a show where they make footy casters play the game. I actually, like, inversely to that, think it would be awesome if we played footy with them.
played footy with who?
AFL commentators. Like, we just got commentators from different sports to... I reckon we'd win everything.
I don't think so. No one's beaten Joe Rogan in a UFC fight.
Okay, well, yeah, no, it's true.
He would.
You're our
win
only
minus.
hope when it comes
and
to
I'm
fighting.
not a hope versus Joe Rogan.
Is
He's
Joe
a
Rogan,
unit, dude.
Did he used to be a UFC fighter?
No, but he is a black belt across multiple disciplines, and he's also just jacked.
Damn, didn't press the time team.
Is this the platform to talk about how we feel about Joe Rogan or not?
Oh, you can.
Because I've never actually watched any of or listened to any of his stuff.
Okay.
Do we like Joe Rogan? Do we not like Joe Rogan? Because every time I hear Joe Rogan's name, it's like affiliated with something where I'm like, oh, this feels like...
He's a very controversial figure for sure.
Yeah.
But I think his podcast, Joe Rogan
I
Experience,
enjoy his podcast.
has some very good episodes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Like he talks to, like, he has a lot of friends that are from like the Navy SEALs and stuff, and he would talk to them about a lot of like stuff that goes on and like how people like weaponize the military and stuff. Like, I don't know. I think he's...
Well, we really don't have a lot of things to stop that Fiora from just running me down.
And building a blade, I don't know if a blade is better than the Infinity Edge. I want some sustain into a bunch of tanky boys.
Your sustain is your Q. You don't build life.
Just auto attack.
Like,
Okay.
I would build Death's Dance third item, but apart from that, but that's only because it's broken.
So I should get Infinity second.
Yeah.
Alright, this long sword rip. You can just sit there.
Marks, we both know that's not true, mate. I've never done any fighting in my life.
Is Joe Rogan the one with the gay frogs? No, you're thinking about an episode of Friends.
What?
That's
I have
their,
no idea.
That's how they named their episodes.
What?
I'm very old.
I've never heard that before, Nick.
Alright, I'll show myself out.
When do we
Long
start
sword
winning this
executioners.
game?
Hey, true.
When do we start winning this game? I don't know, probably the third one.
Oh,
surely
no,
we play a
there's no-
third one.
there's no
Surely,
third.
surely we play a third one. Give me some rerolls.
Just
Give me
get
some
off.
rerolls. Please make it happen. Surely.
Nice. This is it. This is the comeback.
I've got no ulti.
That's
I'm in a bit of
not
trouble.
it.
I'm trying
This is it.
so hard.
I'm running away.
Rose is just NATO no one.
Okay, team, what can we do in this play right now? We're all going to fall on down. One by one, we go. The ducks are, well, they're back to the pond.
The ducks
The
are
ocean has been said hello to, but now it's just Ping looking to try and make some plays, pinging furiously into nowhere. Well, yeah, tanks. Tanking towers, donating kills.
Oh, I love not being able to reroll A-ramps. I do.
It was doomed when I saw the pick we were going into. Okay.
Rosie's popping butt.
Okay, Yasuo. I like that.
He could
do
be
like my
AP,
build.
but he's tank.
2 balls and a horn. True.
Get him, Skimmy.
Kiter by mouth, XD.
Fiora is a real piece of human trash.
Yeah, no, you know what? Next time we play viewers, we're doing Summoner's Rift so I can actually control my fate. That's what we're doing. I've decreed it.
Can
I'm
we
sick of it.
assign champions? That's what we should do. We should force them to
Well,
pick
we
something.
we could do blind pick, like in this map as well.
Nah, there is some really OP stuff.
Yeah. Can you do draft?
I don't know what we'd do.
I don't know if you.
Fiora said, I'm not a piece of trash. I didn't mean you, the player. I mean you, the champion.
So the issue is
I
that
moved.
we have a bunch of melee bruisers.
We can't do
Dude,
anything.
we just can't win. We just draft boomed.
I literally,
so
I played that. Like, Faker wouldn't have played that fight any better.
Draft gap.
Monster Tamer says, I'd say go pick Bam, but then Nick wouldn't be able to play anything. That's not true.
I'll fight Amumu, Karma, and then Fiora and Fizz even into 4 melee bruises.
Taste my bear.
Kill Sir Lancelot. Stun him, Nick. Make him taste your bear. He's just unkillable.
He just doesn't die.
Unkillable.
Oh my gosh. Alright, wrap, cut it. Callum, you know what to do. Thank you very much for tuning into the MPL. I'm going to take a segment away from Nick. And we'll see you tomorrow. Some fantastic games, some whitewashes. Goodbye.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Oh my god. Also, if we don't see that door at the bottom left corner of his room open, we know he's just standing silently off screen.
No, that's a cupboard.
Oh, is that a cupboard? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Then he's definitely out there with Tim then. That was a disaster. Let's pretend tonight never happened.
Nah, surely we run it back one more time. Yeah, surely. Surely run it back one more time. We can't end on a loss like
I'll
that.
be here till 2 a.m. till we win at ARAB.
Look,
we go
this
one
is
more,
our
we go
rule.
one more,
We
go one
never
more, we go
finish,
one
right? 12 a.m., you know, got to get out early for the kids now. We got to win, boys.
We go one more. We go one more.
We got to win. Look like schmucks on
I'm
Switch.
Such
Come
an
on.
embarrassment.
I'm 0-3 on the night. Let me go.
Hey, surely we queue up matchmaking, yeah?
That
Give
is
us some
so
give some
funny.
re-rollies.
Okay, here's what we weigh up. Will the, not even like satisfaction, but just like a small reversal of shame of winning one be better than the crushing defeat if we lose 3 in a row? Like, will we be better people for winning one or worse people for losing 3?
I think you guys are being bad people by demonstrating to our audience that only winning matters. I had fun losing, and I'm happy to end the stream.
No, I didn't have fun losing. Stop lying. Stop trying to play good cop. We know you're not. Let's win. Get the boys in here. I'm sending out the invites.
Am
Come
I
on.
making a lobby?
I'm inviting. Get the men in. Get them all in.
Are we doing a custom or are we?
Nah, let's do it. Let's make it up.
It's just
Let's just go.
gone.
Run it back. We're making it happen.
Nick, it's your plays league. What are we doing?
Oh, yeah, true.
We'll do one more.
Man of the people. What a
We'll
patriot.
end on,
Love
we'll
it.
end on a win, but it needs to be like a 15-minute one. If it goes into some 45-minute chaos nightmare, then
We'll just hit the FF. Don't worry. It's even worse.
We could all just tap out at 30 minutes.
Are we going to queue it up like this, or is one lucky viewer going to get on our team? Is that the plan?
No, just hit the play button.
Bam!
I invited Ayla, but we'll see what happens.
I think it will actually just be faster to have 5 though.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Queue times are pretty poo-poo with 4.
Yes, let's hold this stream hostage.
Pain is an important part of League.
No, I think this is an interesting demonstration, right? You know, what is it like to become a pro? Well, you know, you hit tilt. You will have those moments where you're just not winning those games. And how do you overcome it? You know, do you just keep queuing it up and potentially losing more? Or do you walk outside and realize there's more to life? Well, we're queuing it up.
Skimmy, who's your favourite team now?
In the league?
Yeah.
Apart from Legacy?
Well, you're obliged to say that or you wouldn't have a
No,
room
I
to
actually
stay
love
in.
because I'm a big fan of Tally and Tapoon.
Yeah, huh?
I hang out with Tally all the time. Outside of them,
Besides
Direwolves, bro. Kiwiana. The Kiwi gang. Love him.
I was thinking you'd say something like Mammoth with the way we're playing.
No. I wouldn't do them dirty like that. I had actually a really cheeky joke, but I thought it was going to be quite BM. It has to have the right place and time.
Were you going to make a joke about order?
No.
I was going to say, because I know... Not only do I know where you live, Skimmy, I know which room you sleep in.
We can top and tell. We can share the bed if you want to get cozy. It's nice and warm here. You won't need to complain to Jenna over here, mate. That's all I'm saying.
That is so scary. You won't need to complain to Jenna, but I think Jenna will have something to complain about if she walks in and finds her partner sleeping with you, Skimmy.
Having skinned you and wearing you as a rug.
And I'm just out there wearing my order hoodie, and I'm like, yes, Dab Daddy, yes.
Very funny.
Wow, this got very weird very quickly, didn't it?
I used to sleep in your corridor, Skimmy.
In the nook.
In the nook. So when you go out your door, you'll see a nook on.
Yeah, that's originally where I had my PC set up.
That's my old bedroom.
Oh, okay. Cool story.
What the?
Alright, let's go, team. We're going to queue it up here. Fifth game of the night. Tell me what, I'm so confused now between OCS, OPL, and everything that's happened right now. We're going to get a victory, surely. We've got the rerolls, we've got the game, we've got ADCs galore, we've got Evelyn, we've got KDA, we've got Samsung Galaxy, we've got world champions on this team. Surely. Surely this is the dub. Do you believe? Do you believe?
No.
Team? I see laughs, I see smiles, I see confusion, I see mute buttons.
So funny. My God.
Don't know what's going on, but we're going to carry it on. We're gonna roll the dice.
We certainly are.
All right, let's go.
Time to win. It's time to win.
It's time to win. Let's make MPL great again.
Oh my God.
Ugh, I've got the yawn something fierce at the moment.
Yawning?
Yeah.
Oh no, don't say that.
Someone go forward.
Okay.
Oh, big flash!
Vroom.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not versing viewers, so we're going to win. Maybe people have Q-sniped us. Who knows? We're versing Pokeboys. It's going to be a rough one. Zoe and Varus. Oh, and Israel. Dun, 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 dun.
We have the opposite problem of last game.
A lot of rage champions there.
Get too much
Sejuani.
Yes. Do you believe, Jake?
In what?
It's gonna be a poke battle.
In the dubs.
No, we just need 6. We just need 6.
No, I don't believe actually.
You don't believe in the dubs?
No, how do we dubs this game?
We just pop off. We're gamers. Oh, you got the range. Okay, there's the exhaust. Level 6 is, as you say, what we need. Okay, we're chilling, we're chilling.
Nice.
Let's just rush. Let's just go everything BF. Everything BF sword.
Damn. That was close.
What? What did she hit me with?
Must have been a spell thieves.
How close, sweet team? I'm halfway there.
To what?
Yeah, nearly at 6.
The big 6. Happy birthday.
What does R6 actually do?
Big damn!
I don't know. Nick turns invisible. I thought that'd be fun.
Tons of damage.
Yeah, that could be cool.
That's pretty cool.
I play like I'm not here. Now I can visually not be here too.
Oh! Oh, I wish I had bullet time right there.
I'm
I wish I had
exhausted.
Oh no, how many exhausts do they have? Just the one, just the one. Okay, okay.
Can we
okay.
kill that person?
Oh my god, my health bar just evaporated. I'm dead. Zoe, by the way.
No, chat. This is a third loss. I'm gonna go 0-4.
No negative Nancy's.
Oh, negative
No
Nigel over
negative
here.
Nancy's in chat. Move along, move
No,
along.
my life is over. Jasper's not gonna love me when I wake up.
That's got nothing to do with the game.
No,
Well, I'm not 0-7 yet, so I've got a couple of steps to die first. Thanks for picking me, ally. Feel very reassured.
Oh yeah, I forgot this was just some rando. Some freak.
Oh, he flashed? Okay. Oh, well, don't worry. So he has 15 million anyway.
Marks105 says, Jasper will still love you, Spawn. He'll just be embarrassed.
Oh, no. Is that inspiration?
No. You guys don't know Jasper. He's judgmental.
Look what you've done. You put him under unnecessary pressure.
I need to end it. Thank you.
I need to end it. An ally has been slain. Thank you. No worries, Eeyore.
I've been exhausted. What?
I am. Eeyore is like
your spirit animal.
I
How did that
empathize
tornado
with
not hit?
Eeyore.
I'm so confused. I'm pretty crippled at the moment. 200 gold and I get infinity.
I have yet again felt it exhaust.
Ulti in 20.
Ulti in 4.
One doesn't simply exhaust Skimmy. Lethality? Is a lethality to play in ARAM?
What do you play in?
As MF.
Ah, do what you want, man. Just go Infinity Edge and press your R button.
Damn.
Just go Infinity
Absolutely.
Edge.
We're going to go for the BF swords. Best friends. Alright, no Sedge ult.
That was a good buffer. That was a big ulti, Skimmy.
Yeah, super low though, so I didn't really get much uptime. But could that be the catalyst for success? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Rusty, surely. Rusty wins these. I've seen them. I've seen these. The man has big muscles. He's a gamer. He's clapping enemies.
Alright, I think we're okay now. I've got to be an IA. Skimmy's got an IA.
Yep. Skimmy is Tigger on him. Oh, no.
Skimmy is Tigger. Oh my god, that's so true.
Go AP.
Rusty's Christopher Robin.
No. We have to the balance.
No, Rusty's like the level-headed one.
That's true. That is true.
And I'm the Heffalump.
I was waiting for what you'd say.
Oh no! You've done yourself
so much enthusiasm.
Loki Cat says, wouldn't Rusty be Al then? No, Al doesn't actually know what he's talking about, and Al's also a manipulative little shit. Al lies to the gang and sends them on adventures that because he thinks he can read. That's not Rusty. Rusty's Christopher Robin. Emotionally distant, but lovely. Because Pooh's all like, Christopher, I love you, and Christopher Robin's always like, oh, you silly old bear. What about Rabbit? Rabbit and Piglet. Piglet can get out. Rabbit's a cranky. Well, but Spawn's more. Is Spawn more sad or cranky? I guess he's more cranky.
Am I?
But
Right now I feel sad.
He's got the energy of Eeyore. I mean, we don't have enough. We don't have enough. That's the thing.
Oh my gosh! Must have been an empowered queue. What have I got? 1400 in the bank. Let's spend some money straight into the BF sword. Big damn.
I don't know how we win this game again.
I feel like if they fail in their dive attempts, we just siege incredibly well.
What do you mean dive attempts? They've just got
like
the 3 best poke champions in the game.
If they don't land it.
Just gonna kill them. That's what's gonna happen.
If they don't land it and we have no way of engaging, I think the game just goes forever.
Don't worry, bro. I watched a Chiefs VOD, 38 minutes, we scale.
I don't think we outscale either.
Dude,
That's what I'm
bro.
saying.
We're scaling. Just use that term loosely whenever you want to have some hope. Don't
We're
worry,
giving
boys, we
ourselves space, right? That's the.
We scale, boys. Don't worry.
Yep.
Space created.
Space created.
I'm gonna
Another
say,
IKEA showroom on its way.
I don't know how we win, and I think Vel'Koz is going AFK.
He's wiggling at the turret. He's having fun.
At least someone is.
If we don't, like, actually leave the turret, we lose.
Yes, but how do we leave the turret?
Well, I'm trying, but the wave dies before I can actually get Q stacks.
50 million traps. It's very tough.
Alright, I'm zoning, I'm pressuring, I'm hitting. I've been ulted.
Gaming,
Hitting.
nice.
I'm dead.
Oh.
I just got move.
Oh,
Yeah, I cannot do much.
This game. This is gonna hurt even more.
Oh no, the
I'm
shot
not
call.
gonna be able to sleep tonight.
Oh no, the shot call was bad. We got to play another one off stream now.
The viewers don't know this, but we played Valorant until 2 AM one of those
We had
days.
to. We had to get a dub.
Just out of spite.
I'm kind of just like empty inside now.
Are you really?
Now?
Yes, now.
Look, we can jump into a Discord chat after this, mate. We can talk through life.
I was happy coming onto the broadcast today.
I was
It's
too.
true.
What
We
was
even
that?
called it out. Oh, we got this, Nick. We got this. Are we chasing?
We're gonna try and get past this Caitlyn. I'm just getting like 2-tap by her.
Yeah, the Caitlyn traps are a pain.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go tanky.
What was that?
I think I'm gonna go tanky. I'll scratch it. Let's have a scritch. I think I'm gonna build tank now. Like, I'm gonna go Death Stance and stuff.
Oh no, that damn.
Keep going. You might end up being the first esports squad to get 4-0'd.
Yeah, we could break records.
We could.
I'm just actually sitting AFK waiting for gold.
It's okay. We'll find your tail after this game.
That has to be a segment next, surely. We all just Winnie the Pooh it up.
What does that even mean?
Copyrighted.
What does that even mean?
just
We
don't
all just
understand.
Winnie the Pooh it up.
I don't know, like we just rock up to the studio on our return once this world disaster is over and we're like, welcome back to the OPL. We got Bryce sitting on the couch
And
there
we're
with his little
basically cosplaying as Winnie the Pooh.
cardboard
characters.
cutout. It's just, I don't know, man. Entertainment, that's what the stream is.
Can I be a sexy heffalump?
Oh, you can be the sexiest one of them all.
I'm just
Well, I
so
think-
short range that I can't hit anyone.
Oh my god, stop.
That's okay. Look at it this way. At least the pain's about to be over.
Oh!
Why did we play another one?
What am I doing?
Why did we play another one? Why did we do this?
Why am I here?
Oh god, Jenna, we need you now, Jenna.
Jenna, we need heaty weenies.
We need so many
Heaty weenies. This is so miserable. I'm so mad that we played this game.
I warned you guys. Oh my god, that's...
Well,
Can we make the sub alert? So when someone new stupidly decides to sub to the channel, imagine subbing to OPL. Can we just get a little audio cue to just go, Jenna, we need heaty weenies.
Skimmy just is literally so attractive, and I hate FPL.
yes. Well, guys, unfortunately, I made the wrong shot call. I intervened, tried to make it the SPL, not the MPL. This time we will jump to a break, and that break is the end, as we will be having a nice little sleep. It might be a little bit depressing, but it will be very much necessary, warranted, to bring our spirits up for some exciting games for Best of Ones. Good night, good night. Good night, good night. Good night. And that's a beautiful hemo play, gone to multiple members, they shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the like mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on like a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. Some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,